Without Missing a Bark. Happy Tales Dog Walking Mysteries, Book 6. Written by Stella St. Clair. Narrated by Machelle Williams. Chapter 1. Tell me that this is not the cutest thing you've ever seen. Olivia held out the squirming bundle of love and waited for her sister to notice. Janelle looked up from her notepad with a scowl. That is not the cutest thing I've ever seen. What is that? It's just a bunch of wrinkles. Undeterred, Olivia plopped the tan bundle of fur on the table in front of Janelle. This is an 8-week-old Chinese Shar-Pei puppy. Its purposes in life are to eat, poop, and bring as much joy as possible. And you, my very pregnant and extremely stressed sister, need some joy in your life, at least until your own bundle of joy pops out. Even at 8 months pregnant, Janelle looked gorgeous. She'd always achieved amazing results with her makeup, and her short hair was always perfectly coiffed. Though she and Janelle looked a lot alike, Olivia had always felt a little bit of a disaster. Most days, the best she could do was pull her longer hair into a ponytail and maybe put on some mascara without poking herself in the eye. The two sisters were as different as night and day, but sharing the brownstone and investigating crimes had brought them closer than ever. Groaning, Janelle leaned back in her chair and rested her hand on her large belly. Please don't say the word pop. If this baby gets any bigger, that's exactly what I'll be doing. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at the puppy. Olivia, that thing is drooling all over my shopping list. Rolling her eyes, Olivia pulled the puppy back in close to her chest and kissed the top of his head. She eyed her sister. At this point in her pregnancy, Janelle was a mess. She could be super affectionate and loving one day, and temperamental and weepy the next. Janelle, you're stressed. Every day you get closer to your due date, you get more stressed. That can't be good for the baby. Do you know what is scientifically proven to lower stress? Her sister arched her eyebrows. A dog? Yes, specifically adorable, squishy, squeaky puppies. And thanks to 3 of my clients, I now get to puppy sit 3 of the squishiest, squeakiest puppies I've ever held. With a large smile, Olivia got up from her chair and plopped the puppy right in what remained of Janelle's lap. Cuddle, kiss, and feel the stress leave your body. A yogi you are not, Janelle grumbled, but she did bring the puppy up to her chin and nuzzled him. Really? 3 of your clients got these Chinese Sharpies? Shar-Peis, Olivia laughed. And yes, Charlene fosters rescue dogs, and she got this litter from a horrible breeder. She's never had a litter of purebreds before, and the demand for them has been high. He is awfully cute, but he's also a health hazard. This is a bakery, Olivia. You can't keep him in here. Janelle handed the wriggling ball of cute back, but there was a look of regret on her face. With how attached you are to that puppy, I'm surprised you aren't trying to adopt one yourself. I thought about it, but Andrew had a reaction the first time he held one. There's this special dry shampoo for the puppies to help keep their folds clean and dry, and it makes him miserable. As Olivia cradled the puppy in her elbow, she went into lecturing mode. Dogs of this type are at risk of skin problems if they aren't properly maintained. All types of bacteria can grow between the folds if they aren't washed and dried regularly. Seeing her older sister's eyes glazing over, she went back to conversational mode. Besides, 2 dogs are more than enough for me. Olivia was the proud rescuer of a large, shaggy brown mutt named Goodwin, and the reluctant owner of Fender, an ancient basset hound. Goodwin had given her love when she had been between relationships and had thought she'd never settle down with someone. He'd also helped Olivia launch her dog-walking career and the start of her business. Later on, Fender had been rescued by Mayor Henderson in an effort to gain the attention of Lady Celeste, the self-proclaimed town psychic. When his ploy didn't work, Henderson gave Fender to Olivia, and while she couldn't very well give the dog back, she wasn't going to distress the old dog by passing him along to yet another home. Since her dog-walking business had gotten off the ground, things had flourished for her. She and her sister had grown closer, mainly through Olivia's amateur sleuthing, and as a byproduct, Olivia's best friend Jackie had found love. Wagging Tails was now so successful that Olivia had hired an employee. Natalie was the perfect dog walker, and although she had come on the recommendation of Lady Celeste, you just never knew with Lady Celeste, she was working out wonderfully. For the first time in a long time, Olivia was contented and committed. She was about to become an aunt. She loved her business, and she had found love. Things had been up and down with Andrew for a while. Their first engagement had fallen through, but things were good now. She and Andrew had even moved back in together, although that was more from outlying circumstances. When Andrew's best friend Brent had lost his apartment in a fire, Andrew had told Brent that he could stay in Andrew's old apartment, and Andrew had moved in with Olivia. Everything was working out perfectly. There hadn't been a murder in months, so there was no reason for her and Andrew to fight over her sleuthing. Andrew's freelancing computer skills were getting him an increasing number of independent jobs, and he was about to quit his job at the hospital. He and Olivia were spending more and more time together, and Olivia just knew that it was time to take the next step. She was going to propose to Andrew, and this time they were going to do things right. A small wedding. Maybe they'd even just elope. All that mattered was that she could prove to Andrew she was ready to spend the rest of her life with him. Earth to Olivia, Janelle scowled. Did you hear me? Sorry, just thinking about things. Kissing the puppy again, Olivia tucked him under her arm. What did you want? A cup of coffee, with about 2 shots of whiskey in it, her sister grumbled. But until this baby comes out, I'm going to have to settle for decaf and alcohol-free vanilla extract. Can you start a pot for me while I waddle to the store? Natalie is handling the morning walks today, so I can go grocery shopping for you, Olivia offered, and you can cuddle with this sweet baby until I get back. If you ask me, that's an excellent way to start your morning. Janelle groaned as she pulled herself out of the chair. As enticing as that sounds, I'm hoping that a long walk will help me go into labor earlier. I am so ready to give birth, Olivia. She crooked her elbows, put the palms of her hands on the small of her back, and tried to stretch, adding, I've got Tabasco sauce on my list. Spicy foods are also supposed to help induce labor. My perfect little nephew is going to come out when he's good and ready, and no amount of walking or hot sauce is going to expedite that. Snorting, Janelle picked up her list, folded it, and tucked it into her pocket. You just don't want me to go into labor early because you and Jackie are running a pool on my due date, and the date you picked isn't for another 2 weeks. What? Olivia tried to feign innocence. A pool? For my nephew? Jackie and I would never do such a thing. That's exactly what you would do. Olivia switched tactics. Half the town has placed bets with me. I'll give you 30% of my winnings if you keep that baby in. You'd be able to get that super expensive baby stroller you and Patrick keep arguing about. Enticing, but I'd rather be able to see my toes again. Janelle's eyes narrowed. There's a woman staring at us through the window. Apparently she doesn't care that I don't open for another 2 hours. Olivia glanced toward the front of the bakery. Oh, that's Lenore. Here, hold Danish. As she thrust the puppy into Janelle's arms, her sister looked doubtfully at the little creature. Someone named a Chinese dog Danish? It's after the bakery treat. As a baker, you should appreciate that, Olivia said over her shoulder as she unlocked the front door. Lenore was the proud owner of 3 new dogs. She actually hated dogs, but when her teenage daughter had recently decided that she wanted to be a vet, Lenore had given in to her daughter's demands. Last year, the girl had aspired to be a singer, and Lenore had paid for expensive singing lessons. The year before that, her daughter had wanted to be a chef, and Lenore had thrown a fit when none of the local restaurants would hire her daughter, Robin, as an intern. "Hi, Lenore. Are you looking for me? The bakery isn't open yet." Lenore was a fashionable woman. She worked in the city of Lowell as an executive assistant, but the man she'd married had lived in Luxembourg all his life and had no intentions of moving. Olivia knew that Lenore hadn't made many friends in town. In fact, until Lenore had started collecting dogs, Olivia had never even met the woman. "I tried calling you. I'll need someone to walk the dogs for the next week, starting today. My husband will be out of town, and I just don't have the time to take care of the mutts on my own." The woman's face suddenly darkened, and she said sharply to Janelle, "You got one of the Sharpays?" Olivia hastened to intervene. "Oh, not Janelle. Or me. Another client of mine. I can't actually—" "How long ago?" Lenore demanded. "There's a waiting list for the other 4. The whole town wants to adopt them. You'd think my daughter would be at the top of the list. Everyone knows she wants to be a vet." Olivia wanted to remind Lenore that Robin wasn't actually taking care of her own dogs, but she wisely held her tongue. "Unfortunately, I'm unable to add your dogs to today's or tomorrow's schedule, but—" "What do you mean? I was told that you were the best, but if you can't be flexible to the demands of my time, then I'm not sure I can continue hiring you." Lenore spat. "The contract you signed with me clearly states that I schedule dogs 2 weeks in advance, and I can only accept an emergency situation if the rest of the schedule allows it. We currently have a full schedule, and adding your 3 dogs to it would simply be too much. I'll email you later today and let you know how the schedule looks next week." Olivia was trying to hold on to her temper. Taking Lenore on as a client had been nothing but one headache after another. Lenore's frown deepened. "I want you to give me the names of your clients who own the puppies. If I can't adopt them, then I'll purchase them from an owner." Was this woman serious? "I can't do that, Lenore, and you should know that in order to adopt, the new dog parents have to sign a contract preventing them from reselling or rehoming the dog without going through the Rescue Society first." "Ridiculous," Lenore snarled. "These are expensive dogs, and they should go to families who are willing to pay the most money for them. Sometimes I think this entire town is completely backwards." She reared her head high and pointed an imperious finger at Olivia. "Miss Rickard, you're fired. I'll be sure to spread the word that your little company is unreliable. I doubt that you'll last much longer, so I would start working on your backup plan if I were you." As the irate woman stomped out, Janelle whistled. "Dang, that woman is a piece of work." "She is. I feel bad for her dogs. As soon as her daughter moves on to another career, there will be no one left to love those poor things." Olivia reached to lift the puppy out of Janelle's embrace. "Fortunately for me, no one is going to take her complaints to heart. Now, go do your grocery shopping. But maybe take little baby steps and don't jiggle too much. We don't want my nephew trying to come out early, do we?" She gave her sister her most charming smile. "It's like you to hate me," Janelle grumbled. She grabbed her purse and started waddling to the door. Olivia couldn't help but chuckle as her sister left the bakery. The truth was that she also couldn't wait to meet her nephew, but it was just too much fun to tease her sister. Life was good. Chapter 2. "I thought that Natalie was walking the dogs this morning," Jackie observed as they strolled past the shop windows along Main Street. Olivia had Goodwin and Fender with her. She and Jackie had stolen some muffins from the bakery and were enjoying the quiet of the street before the stores opened. "She is. I also knew that you had the morning off, and we don't get to spend much time with each other despite the fact you've moved in right down the hall." Olivia glanced slyly at Jackie and her friend gasped. "I have not moved in. I just spend a couple of nights a week there," the bookstore owner said uncomfortably. "Uh-huh. You've worn the same 4 outfits for 2 weeks straight, and you've been using Brent's body wash. It's disconcerting because he uses the same stuff that Andrew uses. So you smell like my boyfriend. Olivia wrinkled her nose. It's not really how I want to think of you. Jackie laughed and bumped her shoulder against Olivia's. Do you have a sudden urge to make out with me? Go away, Olivia chuckled as she pushed Jackie away. The point is, I haven't been able to talk to you without Brent around. I like Brent, but there are things that I want to talk about without him hovering and listening in. Girl stuff? Jackie bit into her muffin. You're not pregnant too, are you? Because I am needing a break from hormones once Janelle gives birth. Olivia snorted. No, I'm not pregnant. I'm hoping to be married before that happens, which is kind of what I want to talk about. Olivia stopped suddenly and looked into the window of the storefront they were passing. We need to make a pit stop. They were right on time. Jackie gave her a bewildered look as Stanley, the owner of Stanley's Gems, hurried to unlock the shop's door. Stanley and his daughter Julie had been instrumental in Olivia's solving her very first murder. Well, maybe not instrumental, but it was here in this very shop that Olivia had put all the pieces together. Olivia, the jeweler greeted with a hesitant smile. I didn't expect to see you so soon. So soon? Jackie questioned. Julie is one of the new owners of the Chinese Shar-Pei puppies. I told her that I'd be stopping by to check on the little bugger. Yes, Stanley agreed enthusiastically. That's exactly what I meant. He leaned down to scratch Goodwin on the head. Fender, as usual, put his nose to the ground and began exploring the store. Behave, guys, Olivia warned as she unhooked their leashes and reached in to pull a container out of her purse. I also promised Julie that I'd drop off a bottle of the dry shampoo that'll help with the baby. What did she name him? The older man cracked a smile. She's still trying out some names. Tommy wants to call him Floof Floof, but he's also 3. Floof. I like it, Olivia laughed. Do you mind if we browse while we're here? Stanley took the shampoo and gestured to the display cases filling the store. Take a look around. Let me know if you want to see anything else up close. I'm very good at steering certain guys to the right ring, he added and winked. He walked to the back of the store, and Jackie stared at Olivia. Are you getting that tingling feeling that Andrew is going to propose? She whispered loudly. Because the last time you got that feeling, things didn't quite work out that well. No, it's nothing like that. Olivia walked over to the ring display case, bent her head, and lightly ran her fingers along the edge. I want things to go differently this time, so I need to approach the situation differently. Meaning you're not going to use a murder mystery in this town to keep any proposal from Andrew at bay? Jackie asked wryly, as she leaned over the counter next to Olivia. Oh, I love the square cut with the emeralds surrounding it. I got involved with Yvette's murder because she was a friend, Olivia protested. Yvette didn't have any friends. She was your caffeine dealer, Jackie pointed out before sighing. Gosh, it feels like a lifetime since that happened. You and Janelle brought the brownstone, and you finalized your office for Wagging Tails. You and Andrew got engaged, almost got married, broke up, and got back together. We finished the apartments on the 3rd floor, and you moved in. Janelle got pregnant. I started dating Brent. We've solved 5 mysteries. Olivia cringed a little as she thought about how she had almost blown it with Andrew. Yeah, things haven't really gone as planned, but that's okay. I'm going to get things back on track again, which means that we're on the wrong side of the store. What do you mean? We're not here to look at engagement rings? No, we are. We're just not here to look at engagement rings for me. Jackie's face went blank, and Olivia tugged her over the other side of the store. The display case that she wanted to look at was much smaller. I don't want something that will look exactly like a wedding band, So I'm thinking the black one encrusted with diamonds, or the wooden one. What do you think? Jackie stared at the rings and then to the back door and then back to Olivia. You must really want a non-traditional ring if you're looking at these. Jackie, these are men's rings. Olivia studied her friend, who obviously still didn't get it. I'm shopping for a ring for Andrew. Oh, her friend nodded her head. Sure, it only makes sense. He gives you an engagement ring, and you give him an engagement ring. It's all about equality, right? And it lets women know that he's off the market. I get it. Her forehead wrinkled. But how do you know that he's going to propose again? You just said that you didn't have the tingling proposal feeling. Olivia almost smacked her forehead. Jackie was usually quicker than this. I'm not waiting for Andrew to propose to me. I'm going to propose to him. I want him to know, without a doubt, that I am ready to spend the rest of my life with him. And to propose to him, I need a ring. So, what do you think? Black ring or wood ring? Black, wood. Olivia moved her finger back and forth across the display case just as Stanley came out. Oh, Stanley would know, Jackie said loudly. Proposing to a man is such a rare thing, but I bet Stanley would definitely know which ring would be the right one for you to buy Andrew. Olivia frowned. Her friend was weirdly excited about this. Stanley? The jeweler's eyes widened. You want to propose to Andrew? I know it's not traditional, but it wouldn't be fair for me to expect Andrew to buy another ring for me and propose again after everything that happened. Stanley and Jackie weren't looking all that convinced, so Olivia plunged on. And I think it's better this way. I've dug in my heels at every milestone of our relationship. What do you mean? Stanley asked as he opened the display case and pulled out the rings. The sound attracted the dogs, and they hurried over. Olivia and Jackie each quickly grabbed a collar so they wouldn't jump up. I appreciate the feigned ignorance, Stanley, but I know that this town has talked about my issues with men. At first, I didn't want to go out with Andrew. Then I tried to break up with him a few times. I didn't want to move in with him. I didn't want him to propose. And then I threw myself into this elaborate wedding that neither of us wanted as a way to cover up our issues. Yes, you two do have some interesting stories to tell, Stanley said with a chuckle. But in my experience, not all men like having the roles reversed. Olivia released Goodwin and waved her hands to show her disagreement. Andrew isn't like that. She leaned over to pluck the black ring from the felt. I think he would like me taking the initiative. Maybe. I'm not sure I have any rings in Andrew's size, and it may take some time for me to order some in, Stanley warned. Olivia fished a piece of string out of her pocket. I don't know what Andrew's size is, but I wrapped this around his finger while he was sleeping. She tested it against the ring and beamed. It looks like this one right here would be a perfect fit. Yes, but that one has already been sold, Stanley said hastily. The other one, too. We've had a strange rush on men's rings. Oh, yeah, Jackie chimed in. I overheard some guys in the bookstore complaining about the number of weddings that they were having to attend this season. That probably explains all the rings that Stanley has sold. It could even take months to get new rings in. Right, Stanley? Frowning, Olivia put the ring back. I don't understand. If you've already sold it, why is it here on display? I can display them until the day they get picked up. These still have to be inscribed. That makes sense, I guess. Tapping her fingers on the counter, Olivia tried to think. She didn't want to wait months to propose to Andrew. I'm sorry, Stanley. I really wanted to get the rings from you, but I guess I'll have to go into Lowell. I can still order the inscription from you. I do want to support you. Jackie shook her head vehemently. No, you can't do that. It's betrayal. How will Andrew feel if he finds out you didn't get his ring from Stanley? She eyed Olivia sternly. Surely you can wait, can't you? What's a couple more months? Confused, Olivia whimpered a little as she bit her lower lip. She took a deep breath and tried to make the best of the situation. You know, this might be even better. I could propose to Andrew and then let him choose his own ring. That makes more sense, right? Guys do that for women when they aren't sure what kind of ring they might like, even though I feel a ring might be proof that I'm serious. Stanley cleared his throat. I'll be getting a shipment in next week, he said as both women looked at him inquiringly. I do believe Julie might have ordered some men's rings. Perhaps you can check back then. Stanley might be getting up there in age, but he certainly had a sharp memory. It didn't make any sense that he didn't know exactly what products were coming in. Olivia studied his obliging expression as she considered her options. Maybe you could call me? She asked hesitantly. Yes. The jeweler's eyes lit up. I will call you. Until then, perhaps you'd like to look over my selection of women's diamond rings. I'd love to have your opinion on which ones you think might be the most popular. Just then, the back door to the shop swung open, and Julie rushed in, tears streaming down her face. Dad, we have to call the police. The police? Olivia was already on high alert. Why? What happened? Oh, Olivia, you've got to help. Someone stole Floofy right out of the yard. What? Olivia frowned. These pups might be small, but they're tricky. He probably just crawled under something to explore under there. Julie shook her head. No, I put him out in the yard with his pee pad. I went inside to get his treats so we could work on housebreaking him. And when I came back, he was gone, and the gate to the fence was open. I caught a glimpse of someone running away. Someone stole him. You have to help. Jackie cocked her head and stared at Olivia. What were you saying about not using a mystery to keep a proposal at bay? Olivia took one look at Julie's distraught face and knew that she was going to help. She had to. At least it's not a murder, she said weakly. I'll call Nick. Chapter 3. After putting up a "Be Back Soon" sign and locking the door, Stanley, Olivia, Jackie, and Julie all gathered out in the small yard behind the jewelry store. It wasn't long before Nick showed up without a deputy and with an annoyed look on his face. You could have told me that you were in the backyard. I just spent 5 minutes knocking on the door to the shop, he growled. Obviously, it was not a good day for him. Sorry about that, Stanley said awkwardly. Thank God you're here, Julie gasped. You've got to help. Uh-huh. Olivia, can I talk to you? The sheriff asked as he waved her over and motioned to the others to stay put. I'll be right back. Olivia handed Jackie the leashes for Goodwin and Fender and headed toward Nick. She didn't want her pups to trample all over the crime scene. Nick grabbed her arm gently and led her through the yard. Glancing over her shoulder, Olivia could see Julie watching her anxiously from the gate. Nick? She asked, but the sheriff didn't stop until they were right outside the back door to the jewelry store. What's going on? She asked him, keeping her voice down. You can't suspect any of them. Olivia, a missing dog isn't really a reason to call the police, he said in a low voice. Just because Julie saw someone running near the yard isn't proof that someone stole the dog. The gate is open, and this is a busy street. Oh, come on, Nick. The puppy's legs are like 2 inches long. Julie said she was gone for only a minute. That is not enough time for a puppy to escape the yard and disappear. This is dog-napping. Still seeing disbelief in his eyes, she pressed on. These Shar-Peis are highly sought after. A purebred puppy is easily worth more than $1,000. Olivia shook her head, and her eyes bored into the sheriff's. What if someone took Tucker? Tucker was Nick's beloved Labrador retriever and one of Goodwin's best doggy friends. Olivia knew that Nick would be lost without him. The sheriff's expression immediately softened. He nodded and said, "I do need to buy my wife an anniversary gift, so I guess it wouldn't hurt to ask a few questions while I look around the jewelry store. But Olivia, I can't put any real manpower on this until I have evidence that the dog didn't just wander off." Olivia's face immediately brightened. "I could look into it." As soon as the words had left her lips, she quickly closed her mouth. She was supposed to be focusing on proposing to Andrew. Investigating a mystery, even if it wasn't a murder, wasn't the best way to convince Andrew that she was committed to their future. By that I mean I could keep an ear out in the dog community and see if I hear anything suspicious. Nick arched his eyebrows. "Actually, I wouldn't be against you looking into it. It's not murder, so you wouldn't be interfering in my investigation." "Of course you'd want me to look into it. It's the one time I don't want to look into it," Olivia murmured as she crossed her arms and chewed on her bottom lip. "And why wouldn't you want to look into this? You love dogs and solving crimes. It's pretty near perfect for you." "I know." She didn't want to tell him the truth because Nick and Andrew had become close friends, and she wasn't sure if he would keep her secret. "You and I were friends first, right? So if I told you something and asked you not to tell Andrew, you'd do me a solid?" "Uh-oh. What did you do?" "What?" Olivia's eyes widened. "Why do you automatically assume that I did something wrong? I just want to progress our relationship, and I can't really split my focus while I'm doing that." Nick shook his head in confusion. "I don't think I know what you're trying to tell me." "I'm going to propose to Andrew," Olivia blurted out before looking around to make sure that no one else could overhear. The sheriff looked like he was about to choke. His eyes bulged slightly. "I'm sorry. Did you just say that you are planning on proposing to Andrew?" Stanley, Julie, and Jackie were slowly inching toward them. Olivia threw her hand up to stop their progress. "Yes, with everything that has happened between us, I just want to show him that I want to put him first. Now, I'm sure you remember that when Andrew tried to propose to me, I was sort of busy with Yvette's murder, and that put a strain on things. I don't want to get pulled into this case and make him think that history is repeating itself." "Right. Well, there's only one course of action to take. Solve the case, and then propose to Andrew." Smiling widely, the sheriff opened the door to the store. "What?" Hurriedly, she bumped the door shut with her hip and faced Nick. "That would show that I'm putting him second and not first. That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid. What's wrong with you? Normally you get a little purple in the face when I'm involved in a case." She planted her hands on her hips, drew herself up to her full height, and asked, "Are you against a woman proposing to a man? This is a progressive time, remember?" "That's not it at all, Olivia." This time it was Nick who glanced furtively over his shoulder. "I'm happy for the two of you. I really am. But this could be big. A dog-napping ring?" He nodded to emphasize the sudden seriousness of the matter. "And you love dogs. Andrew would understand that you want justice, and there are no dead bodies involved. Don't you want to find the lost puppy?" Opening the door again, he walked inside, leaving Olivia feeling really confused. At first, Nick hadn't even believed that the puppy had been taken, and now he was talking about a dog-napping ring? What was happening here? Before she could gather her thoughts, the other three caught up and practically pushed her inside. "Does he have any leads?" Jackie asked nervously. "What? No, we're just getting started. I mean, he's just getting started." "No, it's we," Nick said, turning to give them a wide grin. "Olivia has agreed to help." Nick explained that while he couldn't really get into the investigation until there was more evidence, Olivia was going to start digging. She's the best amateur detective that this town has ever had, and she won't rest until she finds that puppy. And I'll be helping her with anything she needs, so you're in excellent hands. Oh, that's a great idea, Jackie chimed in. Olivia will find your fur baby in no time. Julie rushed over and gave Olivia a big hug. I knew that I could count on you. What do you need? I brushed Floofy yesterday, so I can give you his brush for DNA comparison. And I haven't touched anything out in the yard if you want to take a look around. Olivia straightened and tried to look as if she was ready to take on the task and feeling competent and confident. She didn't want to let Julie, or Jackie, or Nick, for that matter, down. Okay, that's something that Nick might take for future reference because he's got access to a lab. I'm just going to ask a few questions and then keep an ear out in the community for news. The Sharpays have gotten a lot of attention lately, so if the puppies show up, I'm sure someone will notice it. We'll run an article in the newspaper to spread the news. Julie nodded her head enthusiastically. I had a few people offer to buy the puppy from me in the past few days. I'll write down their names for you. Maybe one of them took him. That's an excellent start. Write down everything you remember about the person you saw running away, too. Olivia furrowed her brow in thought. I also had a conversation with an upset client because they hadn't been chosen to get a puppy. I'll need to talk to Charlene to see if she's denied any applicants lately. Did you have a chance to get him chipped yet? Julie sniffed and shook her head. No, I had an appointment next week for that, but I do have the necessary paperwork and tons of pictures to help identify him. Okay, and don't worry, Julie. Most likely, whoever took him either wants to keep him or sell him, so I'm sure they're taking really good care of him. That seemed to mollify Floofy's owner. She went to jot down the information Olivia had requested. Olivia turned to find Jackie, Nick, and Stanley talking in low voices over one of the display cases. What's going on? She asked as she joined them. We were just discussing whether Nick would get his wife the diamond heart bracelet or the necklace, Jackie said quickly. I think the necklace is perfect, but Stanley said that the bracelet is a more unique gift. What do you think? Jackie's eyes were a little too bright, and Olivia regarded her friend suspiciously. There was something strange going on, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Jackie would never lie to her, right? What anniversary is this? She asked as she glanced over the two choices. Both were exquisite. 40th, Nick admitted, and there was a note of pride in his voice. Maybe I should get her both. She deserves it for putting up with me for 40 years, right? Absolutely. She's a lucky lady, Olivia grinned. Get both. And Stanley, I know that you can get me a ring for Andrew. We're going to talk about this later, okay? Stanley and Nick both paled, and Olivia shook her head. They needed to get over their patriarchal misconceptions. She was going to ask Andrew to marry her, and no one was going to stop her. Not even some evil dog napper. I guess this is as good a time as any to give you a present, Jackie said with an evil grin. Reaching into her purse, she pulled out a paperback book. I went through a lot of trouble to get an advanced reader copy. Olivia held her breath as she reached out to take it. Recently, Jackie had been pushing romance books on her, but it looked like she was going to be able to fall back on her old addiction, the Rose Palmer mystery files. Just when Olivia thought she was ready to move on, the town was pulling her backward. Chapter 4. I told you, I'm not doing it anymore, Rose said as she fixed Christopher with a steely look. I've got a new job now. You're answering phones for the police department, he growled. If you wanted to get away from mysteries, you probably should have picked a different career. Maybe one of those perfume sales staff at the mall. Or a gardener. Perfume makes me sneeze, and I have a black thumb. Rose closed the folder and slid it back across the counter. All I've done is solve mysteries. It's not like I had a whole lot to fall back on. The chief hired me to answer phones. It doesn't mean that I'm interested in all of this. Rubbing his handsome face, he sighed. I never thought I would see the day that Rose Palmer quit. Are you kidding me? My best friend ended up in the hospital, and my boyfriend put her there. What kind of sleuth am I that I couldn't stop that from happening? If you can't trust yourself, then trust me. I've known you for years, Rose. You were meant to solve mysteries. He reached over and grabbed her hand. The spark between them heated her skin, and she pulled away. You've also lied to me for years, Christopher. Please leave. His expression darkened, but he tapped his finger on the folder before walking out of her kitchen. She couldn't bring herself to touch it, but she also couldn't get it out of her head. Normally, Olivia was happy in yoga pants and a t-shirt, but in the process of planning her proposal, she was trying out different things. Andrew had tried to propose to her at L'Amour, one of the fancier restaurants in town. She'd ruined it by showing up late, as well as completely underdressed. He'd also tried a romantic walk under the night sky, as well as a picnic. She'd ruined both by focusing on a mystery instead. He'd finally succeeded in asking her to marry him at the gazebo in the dog park. It had been perfect. But she needed to do things differently. She didn't want to do anything that might remind him of all the times she'd ignored him and gotten involved in a mystery. But that was a long list. First there had been Yvette's death, the coffee truck murder. Olivia had used that murder to avoid Andrew when she wasn't sure that she was ready to marry him. She certainly didn't want to do anything to remind him of that. Then there was the murder of her wedding planner. That mystery had led to Andrew breaking up with her. Next, the supplier of her favorite dog food was killed. That had only furthered Andrew's anger, although in the end, they did decide to give it another go. Next was the murder of poor Hannah. Andrew had been the last person to see her alive, and Olivia had spent most of her time worried that Andrew was cheating on her. She certainly didn't want to remind Andrew of that either. Finally, there had been the last of her mysteries, the disappearance of Hattie. At least that one hadn't ended in a dead body, and Andrew had actually encouraged her to help him out. But that didn't mean he was going to be thrilled to find her involved in yet another mystery, especially during this crucial time. She was going to have to avoid all the places that might remind Andrew of those challenging moments. That wasn't going to be easy. It excluded all the places and vendors planned for their first wedding. It also included the 2 bed and breakfasts in Luxembourg, along with the dog park, the only romantic restaurant in the small town, their favorite watering hole, the jewelry store, and the other bakery, not Janelle's, that Olivia, Jackie, and Janelle had sort of broken into. The list went on and on. At this point, she was going to be forced to propose in the neighboring city. She'd burned too many bridges in Luxembourg, and that thought made her miserable. How was it that Andrew had put up with her after all these years? Opening the oven door, she checked the casserole she'd put together and tugged on the skirt of her dress. Their apartment door opened, and Andrew whistled from behind her. You look beautiful. He paused and added, Are you about to tell me something I'm not going to like? What? Whirling around, she tried not to look guilty. Just because I put on a dress doesn't mean I've done something wrong. Well, you cooked. His eyes narrowed. And you don't normally cook. You've done your makeup and you look amazing. He gazed intently into her eyes and finished. Either I've forgotten a very important date or you have news. The casserole is taking twice as long to bake as I expected, so I'm afraid the dinner isn't going to be much of a bribe, she admitted, surrendering to his hug. She took a deep, appreciative breath, and her arms tightened briefly as she held him closer. Andrew, with his rakish good looks and his charming smile, always smelled so good. So it is supposed to be a bribe. He kissed the top of her head, his arms firmly surrounding her. A nice, safe feeling. You're not kicking me out of the apartment, are you? Things are going to be pretty tight if I have to share that one-bedroom apartment with Brent and Jackie. Olivia laughed nervously. They are attached at the hip, aren't they? I'm happy for them, and I'm definitely not kicking you out. I just wanted to talk with you about something first. Sure, he said. Should I open a bottle of wine? He released her and suddenly lifted his nose to sniff the air. Sweetheart, I think the casserole might be burning. No! Grabbing her oven mitts, she threw open the oven door and pulled the casserole out. The thing hadn't even looked like it was browning before, and now it was nearly burned on top. She really was a horrible cook. Andrew took a fork out of the silverware drawer and poked at the mess. He shrugged. Looks good underneath. We'll just scrape off the top part. Don't be upset, darling. It wasn't your cooking skills that made me decide you were the one for me. Olivia tried to take comfort in that thought as she dished out the casserole onto 2 plates. She added the spinach salad she'd put together and carried it all to the table while Andrew poured the wine. Nervously, she sat down. She waited until he also sat down and picked up his wine glass before saying, I was out walking with Jackie this morning when Julie came up to me in tears. It was almost the truth, right? Tears? Andrew took a sip of his wine and dug into the casserole with gusto, obviously distracted by hunger. He'd probably been too busy at the hospital to eat lunch today, as happened all too often these days. Olivia could tell that the pasta was a little overdone, but he wasn't complaining. The jeweler's daughter? Yeah, she's one of the new owners of those rescued Shar-Pei puppies. She thinks that someone stole her puppy. Apparently, she took the dog out in the yard this morning, went back inside to get some treats, and when she got back, he was gone and the gate was open. Julie thinks she saw someone running away. Ah. Andrew put his wine glass down and leaned back in his chair, fixing her with a keen gaze. And you want to investigate? No. Yes. I'm torn, Olivia admitted. I called Nick, and I was more than happy to let him investigate, but Nick actually said that he couldn't do anything until there was more evidence. He's encouraging me to look into it on my own, since I have more connections to the dog community. I did tell Julie that I would look into it, but I don't want to do anything unless you're okay with it. I see. Olivia's heart sank. It's not a murder investigation. I'm just trying to track down a puppy. I won't do anything dangerous. I'll just ask some questions and keep my ears open. But if you hate the idea... Nick already called me. Andrew interrupted with a smile. And I think it's a great idea. With Natalie helping you out and Janelle hiring extra help at the bakery, getting ready for her delivery, you've had some extra time on your hands, and we both know that you like to keep busy. She tried not to look completely flabbergasted as she set her wine glass down. I do like to keep busy, but are you sure you're okay with it? A sudden thought occurred to her, and her eyes widened. What else did Nick tell you? He just told me about the case, assuming that there is a case. He cocked his head. Is there something you're not telling me? This was definitely not the road she wanted to go down. I just know how Nick can get sometimes when it comes to me and investigating. I was actually kind of surprised when he offered. I get the feeling that there's another reason he wanted me to look into it. No. Andrew shook his head vehemently. I wouldn't think there's any other reason. Suddenly relaxing, he picked up his wine glass, took a sip, leaned back, and said in a casual tone, What are your leads so far? After taking another bite of her casserole, Olivia reached over to the counter behind her and grabbed a piece of paper. I haven't done much. Lenore was in this morning, complaining that she hadn't been chosen to get a puppy yet. She's from a wealthy family, and she thinks that her money should buy her anything that she wants. She's not happy about Charlene's approach. In fact, she fired me when I wouldn't help her." She looked down at the paper, then up at Andrew again, thinking out loud. Madeline Stone offered to buy Julie's puppy, and so did Scott Truant. "Who are they?" "Scott is a German Shepherd breeder in town. I don't approve of his practices, so I won't work for anyone who buys from him. He doesn't give the females enough time to recover before breeding them again, and I abhor that kind of thing." Olivia shook her head in anger. "I know that Dr. Roberts has complained about him multiple times, but she could never get the proof to shut him down, and he stopped bringing his dogs to her." "And Madeline?" Olivia shook her head. "I don't know who that is. I was going to ask Janelle if she's ever heard of her." "If Scott is a German Shepherd breeder, why would he want a Shar-Pei?" Olivia's mouth twisted. "The same reason that anyone would. The only reason that Charlene is offering them for so little money is because she fosters for a rescue group. But if the original breeder had sold them, that litter would have been worth close to $10,000. Even if the thief sold them for half that, it would still be a lot of money." She paused as another thought struck her. Rescue organizations require neutering, and the new owners have to sign a legal agreement to do that. The pup was too young yet, so the thief might have stolen him to be able to breed him. The thought of a potential puppy mill turned her stomach. They could sell any pups they bred for a lot of money, even without papers. Andrew whistled. "I knew that some breeds were expensive, but I had no idea we were talking about that kind of money." "And unfortunately, that means we're looking at a lot of suspects and very little evidence to narrow it down." She sighed. "At least they're an easily recognizable breed. I'm heading to the newspaper in the morning to talk about getting them to run an article and ask people to be on the lookout. It would be hard to hide the puppy then, if they are still in town. I'm hoping that'll help lure them out." Andrew smiled and leaned across the table to grab her hand. "You're brilliant. I'm sure that you'll have this solved in no time." "Thank you," Olivia said, meaning the words, and flashed Andrew a brilliant smile. "And thank you for supporting this. It makes me feel better about the whole thing, and soon we can maybe make some time for us, since you seem to think that I have too much time on my hands." She gave him a mischievous wink, and he laughed. "Maybe cooking classes are in order." "Hey!" Feigning outrage, she picked up a tomato from the salad and threw it at him. It bounced off his shoulder and hit the floor. The dogs immediately scrambled into action. Despite Goodwin's youth and agility, Fender was lower to the ground and moved surprisingly fast when it came to food, even tomatoes. It was a moment that she treasured. Hopefully, if she played her cards right, she'd have moments like this for the rest of her life. Chapter 5. "Snowball, you need to stand still. I need to hook your harness. Snowball!" The giant Rottweiler jumped up and smacked Olivia in the nose with his big head before racing into his owner's living room and coming back with a giant squeaky toy. As usual, the alpha male dog was dressed up. This time he wore a yellow, glittery skirt and matching beads around his neck. Snowball had the ability to be fierce and overly protective, but he was a sap when it came to the small child and his family. She dressed him up, and he actually seemed proud of it. Apparently, he'd been lunging lately during walks, so his family had bought his new Easy Walk harness on Olivia's recommendation. The only problem was that she couldn't get him to stand still long enough to get it fitted to him. Pressing a hand to her sore nose, at least it wasn't bleeding, she sighed and resorted to Plan B. Grabbing a dog biscuit, she got Snowball's attention, and the big dog trotted over. "Wait," she commanded him, before grimacing and carefully placing the biscuit between her teeth. If she set it on the floor or the counter, Snowball would gobble it right up. He patiently waited, drooling a little as Olivia got the harness around his body and tightened the straps. "Okay," she said, without thinking, and the dog immediately lunged and snatched the treat right out of her mouth. "Oh, God!" Wiping the drool off her chin, Olivia straightened and grimaced. I'm glad we could share that moment together. Let's go." Whistling for Goodwin and Tucker, she gathered all the leashes in her hand and headed out. She had a busy schedule today. The daycare roster was full, so Natalie was back at the office to look after the daycare dogs while Olivia did her dog walks. If her business kept growing, she would have to hire more help. Leading the dogs out of the small neighborhood, she headed back to the business district and the dog park. She would let the dogs have a good run and playtime inside the large fenced area. And then, after dropping Snowball back off at his house, she was going to head to the newspaper office and answer a few questions about the case. She'd spoken to the editor this morning, and the woman had already agreed to run the story. Olivia felt confident that she'd get Julie's dog back in no time. "Hey, Tucker, leave Snowball alone. I'll tell Nick to start dressing you up in skirts too if you want." She gently tugged the two dogs apart when they turned the corner. Suddenly, a figure came racing up to them. All three dogs barked, and Olivia had her hands full for a moment, belatedly recognizing the upset woman who stood before them now, wringing her hands. "Calm down, guys. It's just Sharon. You know Sharon." Olivia took one look at the woman's face and somehow knew what was wrong. Sharon was another of the lucky people who'd adopted one of the rescue puppies. "Olivia, I spoke to Nick this morning. He said that you were looking into Julie's dog-napping." Sharon stifled a sob. "Someone took Brady. Someone took my new baby, and my son just keeps crying and crying." She tugged at her hair and looked absolutely lost as she babbled. Olivia tried to get her back on track. "Can you tell me what happened?" "My husband tried to make a report, but I didn't see anyone take the puppy. He was in his little playpen out in the yard. I left him alone for 5 minutes to make lunch for my son, and when I went back out, Brady was gone. Nick said that it's suspicious, but that he couldn't do anything. You have to help me, please." Olivia strained to keep the three excited dogs from bowling poor Sharon over. "I'm getting ready to take the dogs to the park," she said, waving her hand toward the dog park, now only a block away. "Walk with me, okay?" They resumed walking, and the dogs responded to the dog park's siren call and began to forge ahead, pulling at their leashes and seeming to forget all about Sharon. As she walked alongside Olivia, she wailed, "Why won't Nick open up an investigation? Not that I don't trust your talent. You've made quite a name for yourself as a sleuth. But this is serious." Olivia didn't point out that she'd caught 4 murderers. Solving the case of a dog napper ought to be right up her alley, but she understood that her friend was upset. They reached the park, and Olivia let the dogs loose. "Sharon, give me a minute. I'm going to text Charlene and Howard and tell them to make sure not to leave their puppies alone." Sharon barely paid any attention to her. "Oh, that's Lady Celeste over there. I'm going to ask her for help." Sure enough, the psychic, dressed in bright blue flowing fabric with a matching headscarf, was on the other side of the park, apparently enjoying the fresh air. "What? No, Sharon!" Before Olivia could stop her, Sharon took off across the park to speak to the psychic. Lady Celeste sometimes came to the dog park to communicate with the dogs. As much as Olivia was loath to believe the sweet old woman had a true talent, there were times when Lady Celeste's predictions came eerily true. After sending a quick text to Charlene and Howard to warn them to keep a close eye on their pups, Olivia raced after Sharon. Celeste's eyes were closed and her hands extended to the air, causing her sleeves to flutter and making the bright yellow and orange flower pattern dance against the blue fabric background. "Don't interrupt her," Sharon whispered. "She's trying to help find who did this." "She's never that helpful," Olivia muttered under her breath. Glancing over her shoulder, she checked on the dogs. There were 3 other dogs in the park, and they were all bounding around happily together. Snowball's beads glittered under the sun. "The heat is scorching, and the smoke rises to the heavens," Celeste moaned heavily, her Romanian accent sounding thicker and more mysterious than usual. She will remove all obstacles in her path until she avenges her broken heart. Sharon gasped. The puppies are trapped in a fire. We need to call the fire station right now. Lady Celeste sees the future, remember? Olivia said soothingly as she struggled not to roll her eyes. I'm sure we have time to find the puppies before that happens. It sounded lame even to her own ears, but she managed not to wince. Reaching into her bag, Olivia pulled out her small notebook and a pen. Sharon, why don't you sit on the bench there and write down anything you can think of that might be helpful? Julie told me about a few people who wanted to buy her puppy. Maybe something similar happened to you? Names would be helpful, so I can cross-check them with Julie's list, and anything else that you can think of. Yes, anything to help. Sharon grabbed the notebook and settled down on the bench. Celeste lowered her hands, opened her eyes, and suddenly seized Olivia's arm. Come, she said, and led Olivia, paralyzed with astonishment, a little way down the path. Natalie tells me that she's very happy working with you, the psychic said, and added in a low, dramatic voice, I promise that you will not regret hiring her. I don't regret hiring her at all, Olivia said and laughed. Why would you say that? I just sense some tension. You must keep her by your side. It's imperative, Olivia. Lady Celeste's hand tightened on Olivia's arm, and her eyes bored into Olivia's. You must trust me on this. The poor woman looked distraught, and Olivia grabbed her hand and squeezed it. I don't plan on firing Natalie. She's been a godsend. A little too bubbly and sometimes annoying, but Olivia kept that news to herself. The flames come from the heart, Olivia. Unrequited love is dangerous. Olivia blinked. You think that someone took the puppies because she loved them and they didn't love her in return? Patting the younger woman lightly on the head, Celeste smiled. You of all people should not underestimate the power of a dog's love. Now, if you'll excuse me, our wonderful mayor has offered to take me to lunch. Lunch, huh? Was the mayor finally sealing the deal with the woman he'd been in love with forever? I heard that the two of you are seeing more of each other. A large smile spread over the older woman's face, and a girlish blush stained her cheeks. Yes, well, he's a good man with a big heart. Now, if you'll excuse me. Bowing her head in farewell, Celeste practically floated out of the park. Ah, young love, Olivia murmured as she shook her head. Sharon had the list ready, and Olivia felt a moment of triumph when she saw the names on the list were the same. Surely the dog-napper had to be on this list. That's one of the people who wanted to buy the puppies, Sharon suddenly cried out as she pointed. Does he have the puppies? We have to get him. Whoa, wait a minute. Olivia reached out and grabbed the woman's arm. She too saw Scott on the other side of the dog park with two of his German shepherds. Olivia didn't like the way the man was looking at Sharon. You need to let me handle this, okay? If Scott took the puppies, which we don't know yet, and if he thinks that we suspect him before we have proof, he might move the puppies and we'll never see them. She managed to refrain from rolling her eyes at herself. She had practically called the man guilty with her last observation, and firmly added, no matter who the dog-napper is, once we spread the word, they won't be able to hide. Okay, Sharon nodded her head. That makes sense. She took a ragged breath. I just fell in love with that little guy, and my son is so attached to him. Even my husband likes him, and he's never been much of a dog person. Trust me, you don't have to explain it to me, Olivia laughed fondly as her gaze went from Goodwin to Fender. Dogs are a blessing in our lives. I'm going to do everything possible to get those puppies back. Sharon nodded. Then I'm glad that Nick has referred the case to you. They might just think that a dog is property, but you understand that they're family." "Exactly," Olivia said grimly. "And whoever took these dogs is going down." After Sharon left, Olivia dropped Snowball back off at his house and went to meet the editor of the small town's newspaper. Sylvia was one of those highly motivated women who could easily have run a big city newspaper. She could be a little aggressive when it came to stories, but she'd admitted that she stayed in Luxembourg because she liked a newspaper that was filled with good news instead of crime. When Olivia breezed into the newspaper office, the young man at the counter waved her toward the back offices with a smiling, "She's expecting you." Sylvia was on the phone. The editor had a strained look on her face as she spoke. "Denny, if you don't have anything for the Dear Ruby column, then you're going to have to replace it with something else. With all the problems we've been having with her column, I can't keep holding the spaces in hopes that she'll come through. We have to assume that she made good on her threat." She paused and listened for a moment, then said, "If you don't have a story, then sell the space to an advertiser. We're still going to the publishers tomorrow." Hanging up the phone, the pretty blonde rolled her shoulders and sighed. "I'm so sorry. You wouldn't think that a small-town newspaper would have so much drama. The Dear Ruby column has received so much negative attention, and I told Maddie that she was going to have to tone down the articles or we were going to have to let her go. Maddie, of course, said that she'd rather quit than do that, and I guess she made good on her word." Olivia's eyebrows arched. Dear Ruby was written by an anonymous romance columnist who had worked for the newspaper for a couple years now, the pertinent word being anonymous. "Did you just tell me the name of the writer?" Sylvia immediately groaned and covered her eyes. "Oh, I did. I really need some sleep." Lowering her hand from her eyes, she gazed intently at Olivia. "Please, I'm really going to need you to keep that to yourself." "Sure, I never read it anyway, but Janelle and Jackie are always gossiping about it." Sitting down in the chair in front of Sylvia's desk, Olivia set her purse down. "So there's been another dog napping." "Really? God, what is this town coming to? Dead bodies, kidnapped people, kidnapped dogs. So you want me to do a crime alert and see if anyone has any information?" "Yeah, that would be perfect. I'm sure that someone stole them for the money, which means that they'll have to find a buyer. The more people who know that the dogs are stolen, the better off we are." Pulling out her notebook, Olivia ripped out the page with the information she'd jotted down. "This is everything you need. I'd like you to not mention the fact that I'm looking into it. I can more easily ask questions as a concerned dog walker and get more information than as someone who's known to be investigating." Sylvia nodded her approval. "You're becoming a pro, Olivia. One of these days, you're going to have to let me interview you about being a private investigator. You've done a lot for this town." "I've just gotten lucky." Slightly embarrassed, Olivia stood. "Thanks again for doing this, Sylvia. I know that it's not in your nature to leave out information about stories, but I really appreciate you leaving my name out." "I put my name in the running for those puppies, too," Sylvia said. "I've wanted a dog for a long time. The fact that someone is working around the system to get their hands on one and then profit from them really makes my blood boil. I'm happy to help. Let me know if there's anything else I can do." The light on the editor's phone lit up again, and Sylvia sighed. "So help me, if this is another complaint about the Dear Ruby article, I'm going to shoot myself." "I'll leave you to it. Good luck, and thanks again." Collecting her things, Olivia stood as the editor picked up the phone. Olivia felt sure that the town would come together to hunt down the perpetrators. She'd close this case quickly and get back to planning her proposal. Andrew wouldn't even know what hit him. Chapter 6. "How many times do I have to tell you, Patrick? I don't want that old ratty chair in the nursery. We're getting a new one. All you have to do is pick one of the 3 that I circled in the catalog. Why are we arguing about this?" Janelle boxed up some of the cookies in the bakery's display case and expertly tied a ribbon around the package. They were a few minutes from locking the door, and Olivia, Janelle, Jackie, Brent, and Patrick were the only ones left in the bakery. Those recliners all cost over $1,000, Janelle. I'm fine with getting a new one, but we're not spending that kind of money. Not with the baby coming. Janelle snapped her head up as she slammed the box of cookies on the counter. I'm going to be feeding and rocking your child in that chair. Are you telling me that he doesn't deserve a high-quality chair? One that will last until he's a toddler and wants us to read to him? Or when he learns to read on his own and can climb into that chair with his own books? Is your son not good enough for us to buy him that? Uh-oh, Jackie whispered. Whoa, easy on the cookies there. They didn't do anything to you, Olivia said as she got up quickly. Janelle, why don't you let me finish packing up the goodies while you clean up the back? Shooting her husband one last angry look, Janelle stomped to the back of the bakery. Patrick exhaled slowly. You know that I want to give that woman everything she wants, but after all the money we've spent, we're spread too thin. We can't keep spending that kind of money. I have to put my foot down at some point, he said, running a hand over his head, and added, I had just hoped that it wouldn't be until after she'd given birth, and she could go back to being the steady woman that I married. Be patient, Patrick. Soon that boy will be in your arms, and you two will forget all about this. Olivia finished boxing up the rest of the leftover baked goods. Janelle donated the goods to different charity organizations for them to sell at a discounted rate the next day. It had become a town game to try to hunt down Janelle's day-old goods. God, I can't wait. She's going to be a great mother. Patrick smiled with a whimsical look on his face. I'm hoping that I'll be a good father. You're going to be a great father. Olivia patted his shoulder. You have nothing to worry about. Plus, my mother is probably going to be around constantly, so you'll have plenty of help. And you and Andrew? Patrick reminded her. Hey, I heard a rumor about you today. Are you really going to propose to him? Did Jackie tell you that? That girl can't keep a secret to save her life. Olivia grumbled as she started slapping stickers with the bakery logo on the boxes. And I am going to propose, if I don't keep running into obstacles. All of a sudden, Stanley doesn't have the ring I want, and now Nick wants me to solve this dog-napping case. Maybe you should take that as a sign. Straightening, Olivia turned her head and glared at her brother-in-law. I'm sorry, she said in an icy tone. Are you saying that Andrew and I don't belong together? What? No. Because I'll tell Janelle that she should aim higher, and you'll be saddled with a furniture bill for $2,000, Olivia threatened. Patrick laughed nervously. Olivia, that's not what I meant at all. I'm just saying that Andrew might feel emasculated if you ask him to marry you. It's just not how things are done. Oh, Olivia returned her attention to the labels. I actually don't think that anything can make Andrew feel emasculated. He's very confident in his maleness, she sighed dreamily. I love that about him. Getting a little uncomfortable over here, her brother-in-law chuckled. But I do think that you should focus on this case before tackling the proposal. One thing at a time, right? Why was everyone so gung-ho about her solving this case? Right, she echoed, wrinkling her brow in confusion. She changed the subject. If you want Janelle to calm down about the new chair, you should talk to our mother. She would be the one to let Janelle know that expensive furniture isn't going to fix all of her anxiety. Janelle will trust her. Thanks. Patrick lifted his chin, and his voice turned brisk. Oh, we have a customer. Brent turned in his seat to see the newcomer and started up in surprise. Olivia looked up and saw a familiar figure walking through the door. Are you guys still open? It was Cora, Andrew's receptionist at the hospital. Olivia had talked to Cora and hung out with her a few times over the years, but she'd never seen Cora in Luxembourg before. Cora, yeah, We were just about to close, but we've got some goodies left. What are you in the mood for? Oh, nothing, thanks. It takes a lot of work for me to keep this figure, and thanks to my mother's genes, just one of those cookies will go straight to my butt. I was hoping to catch Andrew. He left in such a hurry today that he left his phone. She held the phone out to Olivia. That's strange. Andrew said he would be working late tonight. Olivia took the phone and stared at it. He's not here yet. Oh, that's my fault, Brent said quickly. He was going to work late, but I asked him to do me a favor when I left. Olivia stared at him. What favor? I asked him to pick up a few things for me from the store. I have a romantic evening planned for Jackie, and I didn't have time to hit up both stores before they closed. He looked embarrassed, and Jackie gasped. Really? What did you have in mind? Jackie cooed as she leaned over and kissed him. Everyone groaned as they watched the couple. Olivia hurried to interrupt. All right, keep it to yourself until tonight. Did you send Andrew all the way across the city? I did. There was this flavored... Jackie immediately slapped her hand over Brent's mouth. Olivia squeezed her eyes shut. Please stop talking. Forget that I even asked. Just then, the bell jangled over the door as Andrew walked in. Cora, he said, sounding puzzled. What are you doing here? You left in such a hurry that you forgot your cell phone, his secretary said brightly. I was just returning it. I'll get out of your hair now, and I'll see you tomorrow, boss. Brent, I didn't realize that you'd moved here. You and Andrew are bunking together? That's cute. Oh, no. I'm forever grateful for Andrew giving me a place to stay, but we're done with the whole living together thing. The only person I want living with me is someone who smells a little better. Everyone laughed as Brent put an arm around Jackie and followed it up with a kiss. Are you saying that I smell? Andrew demanded. He smiled at Cora. Thanks for dropping off the phone. I appreciate it. I'll let you take a longer lunch tomorrow. Nice, boss. That sounds like a plan. Cora shook her head. I'll miss you when you're gone. She nodded at everyone in farewell and left the bakery. Olivia stared at Andrew's empty hands. Brent said that you were picking something up for him. Brent was quick to jump in. Yeah, I told him to leave it in the car. It would be embarrassing to have him bring it in. He apparently hurried to change the subject. Since we're all here, why don't we grab a drink and a late dinner at Endgame? He suggested. What about your romantic evening? Olivia teased. Now it'll have to wait until I can surprise Jackie. Brent raised his voice to call. Janelle, you finished up back there? I'm starving. Are you crazy? Don't yell at the pregnant woman, Jackie hissed. I'm going to change out of this suit and then I'll be right down. Andrew leaned over and kissed Olivia on the top of her head, plucking his cell phone out of her hand. Thanks, babe. Good idea. Brent tucked his legs under him and stood. I'll do the same. Should give that cranky sister of yours time to finish up. Olivia shook her head. You really are asking for it. She joined Jackie at the table while the boys headed upstairs. So, a romantic evening with Brent. I figured with all the time you'd been spending with him, every night would be romantic. The redhead suddenly found the bakery floor keenly interesting. What? I'm not spending all that much time there. Jackie, what is going on with you? It's one thing to deny that a relationship is getting more serious, but you can't deny that you've spent every night for the past 2 weeks here. Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to it? Jackie ducked a little and then looked up shyly. I was actually going to ask if you'd stop by the house with me tonight after dinner so I can pack a few more things. Her friend was the most independent person Olivia knew. Something was going on and Jackie didn't want to tell her. What are you hiding from me? Nick asked me not to tell you because he's the one investigating, Jackie admitted. But 2 weeks ago, I thought I saw someone outside my house. I called the station and Deputy Jameson came out. I thought maybe I was just imagining it, but then Hattie and Thomas said they'd seen something too. First of all, I'm glad that Hattie and Thomas are together. Secondly, what? How could you not tell me? Olivia took a deep breath and forced herself to speak calmly. First, someone vandalizes your bookstore, and then someone puts a snake in the store. I know that Nick doesn't want me to investigate, but Jackie, if someone is stalking and harassing you, it should be my concern. She was losing the battle for calm. You're my best friend. Don't you trust me? Jackie pressed her lips into a thin line. Of course I trust you. It's not that I don't think you could solve the case. It's because you've nearly died several times solving cases, and I don't want to be the reason that someone finally succeeds. I'm staying with Brent now, and I'm close to you and Andrew, and I feel safe. I trust that Nick is going to get to the bottom of it. Olivia stood. Is that why you've been pushing me into this dog-napping case? You want to keep me busy so I don't realize that someone is trying to stalk you? No, that's not it at all. Before Olivia could argue further, Janelle and Patrick came back from the kitchen. Janelle had a smile on her face and looked content. As much as Olivia wanted to press Jackie for more information, she was too angry, and she didn't want to upset Janelle. The other men returned, and they all headed to dinner. If anyone noticed the tension between Olivia and Jackie, no one said anything. Her friend kept casting furtive looks her way, but Olivia ignored them. She didn't know what upset her more, the fact that Jackie had withheld such important information from her, or that her friend had manipulated her to keep her away from the truth. When they returned to the brownstone after dinner, Jackie grabbed Olivia's arm to keep her from heading into the apartment. I know that you're mad, she whispered, but I don't want to go to bed until you understand why I did it. Andrew and Brent exchanged a strange look, but they didn't say anything as they went into their respective apartments. Crossing her arms, Olivia faced Janelle. I know why you did it, Jackie, but that doesn't make it okay. If I had told you, you would have started investigating immediately, right? Of course. Stalking is much more dangerous than vandalism. Before it was just pranks, but now it's something much more dangerous. I want to start investigating right now. And Nick was afraid of that. He was afraid that because it was me, you'd get more reckless and do something dangerous. I'm safe here, surrounded by the people who love me. I would rather let Nick figure out what's going on, even if it takes longer, than to let you investigate and do something that gets you hurt. Jackie was looking at her in earnest, and Olivia reached out and squeezed her friend's hand. I understand, but I'm still upset that you thought it was better to misdirect me than to tell me the truth. I swear I didn't push you to the dog-napping because of my circumstances. Nodding her head, Olivia leaned over and hugged her friend. You have to tell me everything that happens with the case. Even if I don't investigate, I still want to be kept in the loop. And you aren't allowed to go anywhere alone, or ever be alone. Do you understand me? Don't worry, I won't. It's been kind of nice to spend all my time with Brent. He feels all manly and protective, and I get to see how we are, long term. And? Jackie dropped her voice. And I think he's the one. Excited, Olivia clapped her hands until Jackie shushed her. There had been a time when Brent was a notorious womanizer, and Olivia had heard plenty of tales through Andrew. It wasn't until Brent met Jackie that he'd settled down. Although Olivia had been dubious of the match, now she was thrilled at the idea of her best friend being with Andrew's best friend. We can go engagement ring shopping together. Olivia nudged Jackie, and her friend rolled her eyes. Case first, and then engagement, remember? Now I've got to go to bed. I've got a shipment of books coming in the morning. Want to help me put them away? No, I've got 2 suspects in the dog-napping to check out. I'm going to try to talk to Scott and Madeline. They both approached Julie and Sharon about buying their puppies. Good luck. Jackie hugged her one last time before heading into Brent's borrowed apartment. Andrew was in the shower when Olivia opened the door to the apartment, so she gave Goodwin and Fender a good brushing and then filled their food and water dishes. She couldn't help but stare into the shadows outside the kitchen window as she listened to the sound of the dog's enthusiastic munching. Tomorrow she was going to have some strong words for Nick about keeping Jackie's secret. She wasn't about to let anything happen to her best friend. Chapter 7. Detective Sweets! Rose hurried after the aggravating man, folder tucked under her arm. Wait, I need to ask you something. The egotistical jerk turned around and eyed her coolly. So help me God, if you ask me a question about the case, I'm going to explode. You're a secretary. You failed at sleuthing. Please, Rose rolled her eyes. I've solved more cases in the past 5 years of my private eye days than you have in your entire career. His face reddened with anger, and she pulled out the 2 photos. Do you see something wrong with these pictures? How did you get these? He snarled as he snatched them out of her hand. I made it clear that you were not to go near my files. Someone is dead, Sweets. Stow your damn pride and look at the photos. Glaring at her, he flattened them against the wall and stared at them. I've looked at these pictures 1,000,000 times, Rose. Nothing stands out. Lizzie was OCD about her closet. Her pumps are arranged by heel height. Her tennis shoes are ordered by color. But her sandals are a mess. Really? He gave her a withering look. You're upset that her sandals are a mess. It's not just her sandals. The whole left side of the closet is a mess. Like someone pulled everything out and then just hastily threw it back in. We need to go back to the crime scene. There's something there. I suppose you want your boyfriend to tag along, he grumbled. Christopher is not my boyfriend. And no, he's not coming. She felt guilty about the fight they'd had last night, and she wasn't ready to face him yet. Fine. I'll give you 10 minutes. Grab your coat. The next morning, Olivia conveniently walked Goodwin up and down Scott Street for several minutes until she spotted the dog breeder heading out of the house to his car. He was a good-looking man in his 40s, and when he wasn't working with his dogs, he was employed in the city as a financial advisor. Mr. Truant, good morning. Plastering a big smile on her face, Olivia forced herself to be pleasant as she approached the man. How are you doing today? Ms. Rickard. Scott frowned when he saw her. I can't possibly think of why you'd be speaking to me, since you've done everything you could to stop the sale of my dogs. She needed to tread carefully. I am not here about your German shepherds. I'm helping Charlene whittle down the list of prospective homes for the remaining puppies. I heard that you were interested, so I'm just here to look around and make sure that you are a suitable candidate. He snorted. You want me to believe that you're considering me for a puppy. You certainly do not have my permission to look around. Olivia hadn't expected Scott to easily open his home up to her, but she'd hoped that his desire for a puppy would outweigh his hatred of her, unless, of course, he'd already gotten 2 puppies through unsavory means. Mr. Truant, I'm only making notes and passing them along to Charlene. She's making the final decisions. I'm just taking into account the stability of the fence in your backyard, the cleanliness of your home, and the number of dogs you already have. It'll only take me a couple of minutes. Opening his car door, Scott threw his briefcase in and glared at her. Read my lips, he snarled. I don't want you anywhere near me or my application for the Shar-Pays. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for work. Olivia opened her mouth to argue, but he was already in the driver's seat and slamming the door. She had to pull Goodwin out of the way as Scott raced out of the driveway. She itched to peer in at the windows of the house and see if she saw any puppies, but she knew what would happen if someone called Nick on her. Not to mention, Andrew would not be in a great mood if she got arrested, and she wanted him to be in a good mood. Come on, Goodwin. Let's go check out the mysterious Madeline Stone. When Madeline had offered to buy the puppy from Julie, she'd left her phone number and address. She lived in a small apartment a few miles from Scott's house. It was a nice day, and Olivia might have walked, but she was relieving Natalie from doggy daycare at noon, so she didn't have time for a leisurely walk. Heading back to the brownstone, she dropped Goodwin off back at the office and drove to Madeline's address. The apartments were a little run down. The door was a faded blue, and the light outside the door was covered in spider webs. Clearly, this Madeline didn't care much about outward appearances. "Miss Stone?" Olivia knocked on the door. The door swung open slightly, and Olivia frowned and raised her voice. "Miss Madeline Stone? It's Olivia Rickard. I'm helping Charlene vet candidates for the Shar-Pei puppies. I just have a few questions for you." Falling silent, Olivia suddenly heard the familiar sound of puppies crying. Gasping, she pushed the door further ajar and hurried inside. All the lights were off. Pulling out her phone, she immediately dialed Nick's number as she flicked on lights, following the sound of the crying puppies. "Sheriff Limperos," she heard Nick's grunt in her ear. "Nick, it's Olivia. I think I've found the puppies." Reaching the door on the far side of the living room, she turned a corner, still following the puppy sounds, and found herself stopped by a baby gate blocking the doorway to the kitchen. She reached to flip on the kitchen light and gasped. "And the body of the person who probably kidnapped them." "Body?" Nick's voice was tense. "Please tell me that body is still alive." "Afraid not." Olivia swallowed hard, feeling dizzy. A woman was splayed out on the kitchen floor. "Please hurry." By the time Nick had arrived, Olivia had located the puppies, huddled in the pantry and crying in distress. She wasn't sure how long they'd been left alone, but their water dish was empty, and it looked like they hadn't been taken out for a while. She immediately filled their water bowl and found a torn bag of puppy food. Hearing cars pull up in front of the building, she left the puppies happily crunching away and headed to the front door, going out to the curb to meet the arrivals as they emerged from 2 sheriff's cars. "Olivia?" Nick had brought Deputy Derek Jameson and 2 other deputies with him. He didn't look pleased. "You and dead bodies are like magnets," Derek muttered as he snapped on some gloves. "Andrew should consider not letting you out of the house." "If I hadn't been let out of the house, you and Delilah would not be together," Olivia pointed out. There had been a time when Derek had hoped that he and Olivia would end up together. At that time, Delilah had had her eyes set on Andrew. Rivalry had grown between the women until Delilah had proved to be a good ally in helping Olivia win Andrew back. Since then, Olivia had helped Delilah and Derek find each other, and now they were a disgustingly happy couple. "True," Derek grinned. "But hey, you found the missing puppies. Good job." "Thank you." Olivia glanced uneasily at the apartment building. Of course, she wanted to head back inside and take another look around the crime scene, but her job had been to find the puppies, and that's what she had done. Now she could focus on her proposal to Andrew. She had turned to head back to her Jeep when Nick whistled from the door to the rental. "Olivia, where are you going? I still need a statement from you. Come on in." "Oh." Olivia didn't move. "I could give you the statement out here."
"After all this time, you want to be squeamish now?" Nick frowned. "Come on. I need to know where you walked and what you touched."
"Go in, talk to Nick, and then get out. Don't even think of looking around." Unfortunately, Nick was busy talking to someone else when Olivia cautiously walked in. She went back to the kitchen to check on the puppies again, but she couldn't help letting her eyes wander. The whole apartment was a mess. Stacks of papers and notes littered the entire place. In fact, the only neat and clean surface was the small desk in the living room. Even though she knew it was a bad idea, Olivia couldn't help glancing at some of the papers lying around. They were all clipped columns, and quite a few of them were Dear Ruby letters. Maddie, she murmured as a light bulb went off in her head. Nick, I know who this woman is.
Yeah? Nick looked over. You told me that she was named Madeline Stone and she kidnaps puppies.
Yeah, but I think she might have only stolen the puppies because she just lost her job. Olivia pointed to the newspaper clippings. As the Dear Ruby columnist.
Dear Ruby? That woman is nothing but trash.
Derek sneered. Yeah, and I think she might have been killed because of it. Chapter 8.
I'm sorry, what?
Andrew rubbed at his temple as he listened to Nick. He'd been tempted to let the sheriff's call go to voicemail. Hospital administration had discovered that Andrew was grooming Brent to take over his position as head of IT, and the powers that be apparently were not happy that Andrew was planning to quit. The paperwork piling up on his desk was getting more and more tedious. But the sheriff had never been one for chit-chat, and so Andrew had thumbed the green button on his cell phone screen to accept the call. What if something had happened to Olivia? As unlikely as it might be, considering she was just looking for lost puppies. There had been a burst of static on the line as the sheriff started talking, and Andrew wasn't sure he'd heard the man correctly. Now his heart dropped as he listened to Nick clear his throat nervously and repeat.
Apparently, in retrieving the stolen puppies, Olivia stumbled across a dead body.
You have got to be kidding me, Andrew exclaimed, feeling his whole body tense.
This was just supposed to be an easy case to distract her. Trust me, I didn't think that 2 stolen puppies in Luxembourg were going to lead to a dead body.
He heard Nick sigh.
She's still here, and to her credit, she looks like she's actively trying not to snoop around.
That's good. I don't want her snooping around. Of course, I'm also not ready for her to go back to focusing on me either. He paused and added, Who is it? And then thought to clarify. Who's dead, I mean.
Madeline Stone. I don't think that she was interested in the puppies because of their cute faces. Have you seen these things? They're just a mass of wrinkles. Anyway, I think she was going to try to sell them because she just lost her job as Dear Ruby.
Dear Ruby? Andrew choked. Not only did Olivia find a dead body, but she found the body of what could possibly be one of the most hated and talked about women in town. Andrew could almost see the humorless grin on the sheriff's face as Nick drawled.
Your girlfriend is talented like that. Look, I'm not going to lie, Andrew. I don't want to turn Olivia away. Between what you're trying to do and the issues with Jackie, I'd like to keep Olivia busy. And she's a good sleuth.
Nick paused.
But I don't want to encourage her to look into it without your agreement.
Before Andrew could answer, Cora burst in with another stack of papers and a sticky note on top. Apparently, the hospital was hoping to trap him in the office forever with paperwork. He nodded thanks and pointed to the one semi-clear spot on the far corner of his desk as he spoke into the phone.
Honestly, I don't think it matters. Nick, Olivia is involved, and she's probably going to investigate no matter what we say. Just promise me you'll keep an eye on her. It already makes me nervous that someone is taking jabs at Jackie.
Cora wasn't content just to lay the newest papers down on the indicated spot. She shook her head at the overwhelming mess, and as Andrew listened to the sheriff's reply, she began efficiently sorting through the piles of paper on his desk, stacking them neatly, and prioritizing as she went so that Andrew would be sure to tackle the most urgent matters first. She was good at that.
It was my number 1 priority before this happened. Wait, she's coming back. I don't think that you have to worry, Andrew. The whole town is going to be keeping an eye on Olivia. I'm going to make sure of it.
The sheriff's words made Andrew feel only a little better.
Thanks, Nick. Tell Olivia that I'm leaving early today to be with her." "Will do."
Cora shook her head as Andrew hung up. "Don't tell me that your girlfriend is involved in yet another mystery."
"It's a good thing she's as talented at solving mysteries as she is at finding them," he grumbled. "Actually, that reminds me. I need to apologize for the other day. I would never ask you to cover for me when it comes to Olivia. I had no idea that you were going to see her after I told her I'd be late coming in."
Cora chuckled. "So you weren't buying sexy things for Brent and Jackie?"
"No,"
Andrew answered and rolled his eyes.
"and I'm going to kill him for saying that. I promise. I didn't actually lie to Olivia. I told her that I was going to be late, but I didn't say that I was going to be working late."
Andrew had to run an errand that night, and he'd hated misleading Olivia. He certainly hadn't realized that Cora was going to be involved. "You don't have to apologize to me, boss," Cora said, neatly laying the most important stack to Andrew's immediate left and tapping the edges straight. "I don't even think you could be capable of deception." She hesitated. "I do have a question that I need to ask." When he nodded, she said, "Once you're gone, will I still have my job?"
"I've already spoken with Brent, and he sees no reason why you can't work for him. Of course, that's assuming that I get admin to agree to promote him when I leave. But in either case, I'll make sure you're taken care of. Don't worry, Cora. You're excellent at your job."
"Thanks, boss." She wrinkled her nose. "Although I'll have to think hard about working for Brent."
"Jackie's been good for him. He's going to be great,"
Andrew said and laughed.
"Now, I believe that I promised you a long lunch. I don't want to see you back until 1.
"I won't argue with that." She flashed him a grin and left the office. Alone, Andrew tried to figure out how he was going to do everything he wanted. Keep Olivia out of trouble, and finish all the paperwork stacked on his desk. While I was talking to Sylvia at the newspaper, she accidentally let it slip that Dear Ruby was written by some woman named Maddie, but I didn't make the connection to Madeline until I saw all the clippings of articles in her apartment. I think she's a bit of a hoarder. She kept every article that she ever wrote. Olivia paced back and forth and glanced hesitantly at Andrew. He hadn't said much since he'd rushed to her side. She swallowed hard and went on. "Nick said that the department was stretched a little thin with them also investigating Jackie's stalker, Vandal. He wants me to go through the articles and fan letters and pick the most suspicious letters." Olivia winced, thinking how all this might sound to Andrew, and she hurried to add, "But if you don't want me involved, I'll tell him no."
"Come here."
He reached up and pulled her down on the couch beside him.
"First and foremost, I want to make sure that you're okay. I know that this isn't the first dead body you've seen, but I'm still worried about you."
"Well, Hannah doesn't count because I only heard about her death on television. So technically, I've seen 3. She cuddled up under his arm and closed her eyes. "I don't think I'll ever get used to it. I was really relieved knowing I'd found the puppies, and then I was just shocked at seeing her. Nick said the killer only beat me there by a matter of hours." Andrew frowned.
"So this paperwork Nick has asked you to do means that you won't be asking too many questions and investigating this on your own."
Olivia opened her eyes and sat upright. "I'm just going to help Nick with whatever he says he needs. The real question is whether the Dear Ruby author was killed because she'd stolen innocent puppies, or because she'd ruined someone's life with her column." She leaned over and grabbed her phone. "Sylvia already emailed me copies of some of the letters that people sent to Dear Ruby. This is just from last month." Her mouth twisted wryly. "She said there was a nasty response to every column Maddie wrote." Olivia scrolled through the attachments and shook her head. "This one lost his girlfriend because Dear Ruby told her that she could do better than an unemployed loser. He lost his job because of cutbacks, and he was actively searching for another job. He was unemployed for a month, but Dear Ruby was unreasonably unforgiving." She paused and shook her head. "And that was one of the nicer letters." Andrew took a sip of his beer.
I always thought that her columns were meant to cause drama. I mean, did she ever give good advice?
According to Sylvia, yes.
She told me that Maddie started the column while she was still in school to get her psychology degree. She wanted to help people, and for the first couple of years, her columns were helpful and insightful. Then she said Madeline turned bitter and angry. They only kept her on because people were still reading her columns, something like people watch the Jerry Springer show. Andrew frowned and shook his head. I wonder what changed.
I don't know, but if that has something to do with the reason she was killed, I intend to find out.
Olivia glanced up at Andrew again and pointed to her phone.
From the letters. Completely safe. And only if you're okay with it.
He put an arm around her waist and squeezed gently. Just be safe and keep me in the loop. His eyes narrowing in thought, he added, Aren't you supposed to work this afternoon?
Tucking the phone away, Olivia stood and stretched. Lady Celeste apparently told Natalie yesterday that she would need to be free today for me because something would come up. She wrinkled her nose at a sudden realization. It was very convenient. You don't really think that... Her voice trailed off as she tried to wrap her head around the idea that Lady Celeste might be the real thing.
Convenient, yes. And I'm not willing to comment on more than that. So if you have the afternoon free, and I have the afternoon free, what do you want to do?
Get started on reading through the letters so I can close this case as quickly as possible. She flashed what she hoped was an apologetic look. I just don't want this hanging over our heads. Things have been good lately.
Andrew reached up and squeezed her hand. If you want, I can help you. Things are good, Olivia. This isn't going to change that.
It was just one more reason why Olivia knew that Andrew was the perfect man for her. Chapter 9. Olivia took a deep breath of fresh air, admiring the gorgeous way the day had turned out, as she and Andrew walked the dogs. Natalie was working for Celeste today, and Andrew would have a late shift at the hospital to help cover some routine computer maintenance that night. They had Goodwin, Snowball, Tucker, and Lily with them, and of course, the 4 canines just couldn't behave. Goodwin, if you don't stop smacking your tail in Lily's face, she's going to bite you, Olivia said sharply. Goodwin only wagged harder.
I'm not saying that you're wrong about Scott, Andrew said quietly, and Olivia could hear the unease in his voice. But I do think that if you try to talk to him again, you're going to push him over the edge. You two don't exactly get along.
That's the understatement of the year, Olivia muttered. But then she said to Andrew, Look, Madeline's murder might not have anything to do with the puppies, but if she was selling them, there's a good chance that she went first to the people who wanted them most. Scott is on that list, so is Lenore, so I'm going to be checking her out too.
So you think that someone went to buy a puppy from her and then discovered who she was? Why didn't they take the puppy then?
If it were me, my desire to not get caught for murder would outweigh my desire for one of those dogs, Olivia noted dryly.
Andrew snorted. If it were you, I'm pretty sure that you'd still take the puppies.
Laughing, Olivia jabbed him in the stomach. They are the most adorable puppies, aren't they?
If I wasn't allergic, you'd have all of them, wouldn't you?
Olivia sighed dreamily. Would you let me have all of them? We'd be very broke.
I do like to see you happy.
He started to kiss her on the top of her head, but suddenly Snowball launched forward, Tucker happily jumping to follow, and the big dogs all but dragged Andrew down the street. Chuckling, Olivia started jogging to keep up with them. Andrew got the Rottweiler under control, and due to the efforts of the humans involved, the group slowed when they neared Scott's house. Olivia straightened out Lily and Tucker's tangled leashes and said, Okay, so you remember the plan? We tell him that we need some poop bags. We can imply that one of the dogs did their business in his yard.
Lie?
Andrew asked with arched eyebrows. I said imply, she soothed. That's not lying. Anyway, while I'm searching the yard for the mess, You get him talking. He doesn't have anything against you, and you can find out his alibi for Madeline's death. Easy peasy."
Easy peasy, huh? It sounds messy and complicated to me.
He shook his head as they walked up the driveway. Handing her his leashes, he smiled.
All right, let's see what we can do.
Olivia tugged on the leashes until she was standing out in the middle of the yard, surrounded by all 4 dogs. Giving a thumbs-up sign to Andrew, she pretended to scrutinize the ground as she waited patiently. It was risky to pull Andrew into her investigation, but she wanted him to know that they could do it together. Afterward, they'd do something that he liked, and that way, she could prove that they could easily blend their lives together. They were ready for it. When Scott opened the door and saw her in the middle of his lawn, his face immediately darkened with anger. Olivia waved and flashed him what she hoped was a sweet smile, raising her voice in greeting. "Hi, Scott. I'm really sorry about this. Snowball is just really hyper today."
Andrew frowned at her from the doorstep. "Scott, we're out of poop bags, and Snowball, well, do you have a spare plastic bag?"
Scott snorted.
"Seriously? She's a dog walker, and she doesn't have any poop bags? And she says that I'm irresponsible."
Suddenly, Andrew sneezed. "Bless you," Olivia called out, but Andrew kept sneezing. Frowning, Olivia took a step toward the house. That was when Andrew suddenly looked up sharply.
"It's you,"
he snapped at Scott.
"You killed Madeline."
He charged past Scott into the hallway. "Andrew!" Olivia called after him, but he didn't stop. "What is he doing?" she asked nobody, for Scott had also disappeared into the house. Grumbling, Olivia quickly hooked the 4 dogs to a post on the front porch and went running after the men. The German shepherds in the house came thundering down the stairs, and chaos ensued, with excited dogs barking at the top of their voices both inside and outside. Olivia found Andrew and Scott arguing in the kitchen. Andrew was adamant.
"You must have killed Madeline. You've got one of those dogs here, don't you?"
"Andrew, all of the puppies were recovered, remember?" Olivia reminded. One of the German shepherds had followed her to the kitchen and now licked her hand, and she patted at it absently. It was a good thing that the dogs were friendly. Sneezing again, Andrew shook his head.
"Then what am I reacting to? It's that shampoo," he sneezed. "That shampoo they use on Shar-Peis," he clarified.
"That's your evidence," Scott said with an incredulous laugh.
"Because you're allergic to dog shampoo.
I can explain that. Follow me." Curious, Olivia and Andrew followed Scott out of the small house and into the backyard, where a small playpen was set up. 2 small brown puppies were rolling around and playing in the enclosure.
"They're Shar-Pei Beagle mixes," Scott explained. "I just bathed them this morning, so that's probably what you're reacting to. I was pretty sure I wasn't getting any of the Shar-Pei puppies, but there's a breeder in the state who was selling these."
Olivia frowned. "Are you planning on breeding them?"
"No,"
Scott grumbled.
"Your advocating has really cut into my business. It's all about adoption these days, so I'm hanging up my hat on breeding German shepherds. If you must know, these 2 babies are for my nieces. It's their birthday this weekend, and my brother asked me to use my connections and get him a good deal."
Somehow Olivia managed to restrain her desire to clap her hands with glee. At least something was going right. "Scott, I do love your German shepherds."
"Save it."
He waved his hands in dismissal.
"I was planning on retiring Glenda anyway. She's given me 3 litters, and now it's time that she just enjoy her life. Despite what you might think, I'm not a monster, Olivia. I do care for these dogs. Anyway, I didn't steal any puppies, and I certainly didn't murder anyone."
He eyed Andrew, showing what looked like honest confusion.
"Why would I kill Madeline?"
Sniffing, Andrew rubbed his nose.
So she didn't call you about buying a puppy?
Not exactly. Scott hesitated and sighed.
She didn't call. The article in the paper made sure that everyone in town knew about the puppy napping, so I guess her hands were tied. However, there was a letter in my mailbox with no stamp or address. It just had my name on it, and it said that if I was still interested, someone had a puppy to sell me, and I should meet them in the dog park at such and such a time. And you didn't think that was suspicious?
Andrew wheezed. Concerned, Olivia grabbed his arm. Maybe we could take this to the front yard before my boyfriend quits breathing? They left through the gate in the backyard and headed around to the front, where they were greeted joyously by the 4 waiting dogs. Andrew sniffed, but then he took a deep breath and nodded his head.
Better. Thanks.
Scott, do you still have that letter? Olivia asked.
Are you kidding? A deputy already came by and talked to me. The last thing I wanted was to be caught with a suspicious letter, accused of a conspiracy to receive stolen property. I tossed that thing out the minute I got it. If you knew it was suspicious, why didn't you go to the police?
Andrew asked. Scott reached out and scratched Goodwin's head. That traitor licked the man's hand and wagged his tail.
Look, I'm not trying to get involved in anyone else's business. I'm not going to get involved in some witch hunt just because a couple of puppies were missing. Maybe this person is from the city and has nothing to hide. Maybe Charlene gave my name to them. I don't know. It's really none of my business.
Do you know who Madeline Stone is?
Yeah, she's the dead woman,
Scott grumbled. She's also Dear Ruby, Olivia said softly. Do you know who that is? Blood drained from Scott's face and he shuffled his feet.
Sure, that's the gossip columnist. Everyone knows who she is. Did you ever write to her?
Andrew prodded.
Nope.
Olivia shook her head. Come on, Scott. You don't have a very good poker face. Everyone in this town hates Dear Ruby. Just tell us what happened.
Fine,
Scott grumbled.
I didn't write to her, but my wife did. Ex-wife, rather. This was years ago. I was working late. We were having money problems, but I never told her how bad it had gotten. I didn't want her to worry.
And she wrote to Dear Ruby for advice? Olivia asked softly.
Yup. And Ruby told her that I was most likely having an affair. My ex went ballistic. She didn't believe anything that I said when I tried to explain. She filed for divorce, and during the proceedings, she finally discovered just how bad off we were. That pushed her even further. So yeah, Dear Ruby ruined my marriage.
He held up a staying hand.
Look, I know what you're thinking. I didn't kill her. I joined a support group online. I got my finances in order and I moved on. I didn't know who she was until you told me just now, and I didn't care.
So you have an alibi for yesterday morning?
I was at work. Everyone in my office can vouch for me.
The support group, Andrew asked.
It was for newly divorced men.
Scott nodded.
Yeah. First, I came across this message board of other victims of Dear Ruby. One of them suggested the support group. It was really helpful. I still log in and chat with them on a weekly basis. We're all trying to start dating again, and it's not easy. There's a message board of people who hated Dear Ruby.
Andrew reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone.
Can you give me the site address?
Yeah, sure. While Scott typed it into Andrew's phone, Olivia went to gather the dogs. She didn't know whether she believed Scott. For such an apparently adjusted man, he still seemed to have a temper. But maybe it was just where Olivia herself was concerned. In any case, it looked like he wasn't their killer.
Thanks, man. And sorry about all this, Andrew apologized. We're just trying to catch a killer. Yeah, no, I get it. Scott reached out a conciliatory hand, and the two men shook hands. Olivia stared at them. Really? Andrew had just accused Scott of murder, and now they were cool? Also, there are a few single women at the hospital who love German shepherds. Scott perked up. Really? Oh man, it would be great if you could introduce me. Scratch that. They weren't just cool. Now they were going to be buddies. What in the world was going on? Olivia cleared her throat. We're going to get going, Scott. Sorry again about all of this. Hey, Andrew sets me up with one of his friends and we'll call it even. Also, maybe you can get me a discount for a week or so of doggy daycare? Sure, we'll chat, Olivia said uncertainly. Andrew nodded and started down the steps as Scott went back inside. Nice guy, he said conversationally. We should invite him out for drinks sometime. Unhooking the dogs, Olivia stared at him. I can't decide if you're terrible at this or perfect. First of all, you can't just go charging in and accusing someone of murder. What if he had been the killer? You would have put yourself in danger. As she handed him two of the leashes, all four dogs barked and pulled anxiously. They were ready to continue on their walk. You're one to talk, Andrew pointed out. How many times have you been in danger? Olivia ignored him. And secondly, you can't just invite suspects out for drinks and offer to hook them up with your co-workers. What? He seems like a nice guy, and he's clearly struggling. He's got an alibi, and he's not going to be breeding dogs anymore, so maybe we can all be friends. He shrugged. And I think this interview went rather well. Maybe we should team up more often. Yeah, she said in a small voice. Sure, that's exactly what I was thinking. We make such a great team. Great. Now she'd gotten her overly friendly and well-intentioned boyfriend interested in mysteries. How long was it going to take for that to backfire? Chapter 10. After dropping the dogs off at their respective homes, Olivia and Andrew walked Goodwin back to the brownstone. Fender was curled up in his bed at the office. He lifted his head, but immediately went back to sleep when he realized that it was just Olivia. All right, I've got to get to work. Andrew gave her a quick kiss. But this was fun. We should do it more often. Olivia could only nod as Andrew retreated. When he was safely out of earshot, she sighed and shook her head. Weird, so very weird. I need coffee and a cookie. Fender, do you need to go out? The basset hound's ears prickled, but he just shoved his nose under his paw and gave her a long-suffering sigh, as if to tell her that he had no intentions of getting out of bed any time soon. Okay, then. She had a couple of hours before her next walk. Heading down to the bakery, she bypassed the line of customers and walked to the back, where she poured herself a cup of coffee. I'm busy, Janelle grumbled, so you better be making a fresh pot when you're done. I am, Olivia said as she pulled out the filter. The oven next to her beeped. Abandoning the coffee, she grabbed an oven mitt and opened the door. Pulling out the tray, her eyes lit up with delight. Fresh baked cinnamon muffins. She definitely needed one of those. Don't even think about it, Janelle called. Put them on the cooling tray, and there better still be 24 when I go back and check on them. Fine, making a face. Olivia washed her hands and plucked the treats out of their baking cups and onto the cooling rack. After resetting the coffee, she fixed her own cup of hot, restorative beverage with some milk and just a little too much sugar before leaning back and enjoying that first sip. Janelle came waddling around the corner. Her chef's coat had long ago stopped fitting her, and her apron barely tied in the back. She could scarcely fit through the tight hallway, and Olivia tried not to laugh as she watched her sister struggle to reach the cinnamon sugar shaker. I got it. Leaning over, she grabbed it and handed it to her sister. Business is good out there.
Janelle sprinkled some cinnamon sugar over the muffins before grunting and leaning against the counter. Alarmed, Olivia grabbed her. "Are you okay? Is this it? Are you in labor?" "No, I'm not in labor." She smacked Olivia's arm away. "I'm fine. My feet are just killing me. What are you even doing here? I thought you and Andrew were out walking the dogs together." "We did. We also talked to Scott about Madeline." "Dear Ruby, huh?" Janelle muttered. The woman was awful, but I did love to read her column. I'm guessing half the town wanted her dead. So what did you find out? "Scott has a reason to hate Madeline, but he also has an alibi. Also, my boyfriend went charging into his house and accused him of murder. If Scott had been the killer, Andrew could have really gotten himself into trouble." Olivia picked up her coffee and shook her head. "Then he made friends with Scott, and now we're supposed to be drinking buddies." Janelle chuckled. "Your boyfriend is so charming." "He thinks he's going to be good at this," Olivia complained as she leaned back. "I wanted him to feel like I could include him so we wouldn't fight about it, but I also don't want him to do anything stupid." The chuckle turned into an outright laugh. "I guess now you know how he felt when you first started investigating. Did you propose to him yet?" "No, I'm still waiting to get a ring for him. Stanley is dragging his feet on that. You'd think he'd want the sale." There was a sudden chorus of oohs and ahs from the front. Exchanging a puzzled look with Janelle, Olivia headed out front. Sharon was there with her puppy tucked under her arm. From the look on her face, Olivia could tell that the woman couldn't be happier. "Sharon, I see you've been in touch with Nick," Olivia said with a smile. "And you've got your baby back." "Oh, yes. I can't thank you enough for finding Brady. He's so happy to be home. I'm on my way to take him to Lady Celeste and make sure that he's okay psychologically. I'm sure being kidnapped was traumatizing." As the rest of the customers were petting and passing the puppy around, Janelle cleared her throat. "Sharon, I sell food here. He can't stay," she said gently. But when the puppy came her way, she reached out and took him, cuddling him under her chin. Everyone laughed. The redhead next to Sharon clapped her hands. "That's those motherly instincts kicking in, Janelle. You're going to lose your heart to anything with cute baby eyes." "You'd think with Olivia's job that I'd be immune to it," Janelle sighed as she passed the puppy along. "Olivia, this is Joyce. She's my best friend. She organized a neighborhood hunt for Brady when he disappeared," Sharon explained. "You've got to him first," Joyce laughed. "And with Dear Ruby of all people. I think my mother used to read that column." "Oh, don't lie. You read it too." Sharon smirked as she took Brady back into her arms. "All right. I just came to thank you, Olivia. Do you want to come to see Lady Celeste with me?" Olivia's eyes widened. "Oh, no. No, no, no. Thank you. I've got stuff to do upstairs. And my employee also works with Lady Celeste, so I'm sure I'll hear all about Brady's inner thoughts when I see her next. So good luck." She couldn't get out of there fast enough. Gripping her coffee mug, Olivia hurried up the steps before Sharon could ask her again to visit Lady Celeste. It wasn't that Olivia didn't want to see Celeste. She just didn't want to hear anything else about her future from the woman. After catching up on some paperwork, Olivia worked on the schedule for the next few weeks. Quite a few people had signed up for doggy daycare. The new Shar-Pei owners wanted their puppies to be around other dogs and learn to play. After seeing a reservation for a day with 3 puppies and 4 other dogs, Olivia grimaced. She would definitely need Natalie's help on that day. "Knock, knock." Jackie walked in with a tight smile on her face. "You got a minute?" Olivia spun around in her chair. "Sure. What's up?" Both Goodwin and Fender went to greet Jackie. She sat down on the floor and rubbed their ears. The dogs plopped on the floor next to her and rolled around under her caressing hands. "Nick called a couple of days ago to say that they were hitting a dead end with my case. He says that it's probably just kids messing with me." Olivia arched her eyebrows. "That doesn't make you feel better?" "I'm getting phone calls in the middle of the night. Hang up phone calls. and always from a different number. She started to fidget on the floor. It feels personal, Olivia. It doesn't feel like a prank. Did you tell Nick? I did. He ran the numbers, but he said that they're untraceable. Burner phones. What teenager buys a bunch of burner phones just to wake me up at night? Tapping her fingers on the desk, Olivia mulled that over. It does sound suspicious. You want me to start looking into it again? No, you've got a lot on your plate. I'm sure that Nick will be fine. If it is a teenager, I'm sure they'll get bored soon. If it's not, they'll make a mistake and Nick will find them. I'm just not running on a lot of sleep, and Brent and I are fighting. Really? Olivia said slowly. I thought that everything was great in paradise. After all, you've practically moved in with him. I have not, her friend protested loudly. Okay, maybe I have, but that's beside the point. You avoided moving in with Andrew for a long time. Why was that? Stubbornness, Olivia admitted. But I'm not you, Jackie. I didn't want a commitment. I wasn't ready for Andrew, and I'm pretty lucky that he stuck around. But you're not like me. You're comfortable with your independence, but you've also wanted to be with someone. You're crazy about Brent, and he's insane about you. So what exactly are you two fighting about? Everything. But it started with the phone calls. I didn't tell him about them. Jackie gave Olivia a guilty look. You already danced that jig, Olivia pointed out. Remember the breakup that had you eating gallons of ice cream? Why would you keep this from him? Jackie snorted. First of all, that man could sleep through the apocalypse. The phone calls didn't wake him up, and our schedules have been different mornings. I thought it was a fluke, so I didn't say anything. Then when he did find out, he flipped out, said I obviously hadn't changed. Olivia cringed. Jackie, Brent's your boyfriend. You love him. He loves you. You're supposed to share these things with him. Andrew used to give me the same lecture. Don't take as long as I did to figure that out. If you want him by your side, then you need to share. I get that, Jackie frowned. She rubbed Fender's belly as the old dog rolled over and grunted encouragement. He just doesn't always give me a chance to explain. We go from slight disagreement to full-scale war in less than a minute. It's awful. Smiling, Olivia clapped her hands softly, making Goodwin sit up and take notice. She caressed his head in apology, and he slumped to the floor again, nudging Jackie's hand to ask her to resume the interrupted belly rub. Brent is not used to being in a relationship, Jackie. That's the problem, and that's what you need to talk about. He was a womanizer. That means he's never really learned how to argue with women. He knows how to love them and leave them from past experience, but not really how to work things out. He's got a lot to learn, and you need to teach him. Yeah? Jackie sighed. I guess I didn't look at it like that. He is a little dense sometimes. You two are going to be fine, and I don't think that a few prank phone calls are anything to worry about. Like you said, it's probably a teenager who will get bored soon. Jackie narrowed her eyes. I'm going to wring their necks when Nick does finally catch them. I'll have Janelle hire them, Olivia chuckled. She's just a peach to work for these days. Laughing, Jackie gave both dogs a final rub, stood and stretched. She yelled at me as soon as I walked in the door today. Told me that if I stole a cinnamon muffin, she'd feed me on decaf coffee for a year. Olivia shuddered. That's horrible. Did you risk it? Risk my coffee? Never. So how's the plan to propose to Andrew going? Or have you found yourself too embroiled in the mystery to get the job done? Jackie teased. You all think I'm kidding. It's going to happen. Of course, I've sort of gotten Andrew involved in the mystery as well, so I don't think that's going to be a factor. Olivia filled Jackie in, and her best friend shook her head. I just can't imagine Andrew interrogating anyone. He's so nice. Jackie wrinkled her nose. Anyway,
Everyone is talking about it. The identity of Dear Ruby. I think the editor is going to make a mint. Doing what? Didn't you hear? They're rerunning Dear Ruby's greatest hits as a memorial to her.
Really? Olivia cocked her head. When I was talking with Sylvia about the article on the puppy disappearances, she was frustrated because Madeline had quit. We're talking about a small-town newspaper that doesn't report on a lot. The loss of the column is going to be a big blow for them.
So you think the newspaper editor killed Dear Ruby in a fit of rage?
Stranger things have happened. She's definitely going on my suspect list, along with half this town. Olivia slumped in her chair. I have lots of suspects and no leads. It feels a little impossible.
You're going to solve it. You always do. And this time you have a partner.
You're going to help me? Olivia asked. Jackie smirked.
Nope. I mean your boyfriend. Good luck with that.
She laughed as she walked out, and Olivia shook her head. Jackie was just poking fun. But it was fine. Everything was going to be just fine. Chapter 11.
Now you're accusing me of killing her? Christopher bellowed. Have you lost your mind? I brought you the case.
Rose narrowed her eyes as she lifted her chin. Maybe you thought that I couldn't handle it. Maybe you thought that I'd fall apart if I started investigating again. I don't know what you were thinking, Christopher. I never know. But you knew about her secret hiding place behind her closet, and you didn't say anything.
Secret hiding place? What are you talking about?
Your fingerprints are all over the papers inside.
Papers? I haven't talked to Lizzie in months. You're not making any sense.
He stopped suddenly and stared at her.
Wait. Do you mean letters?
Yes, they look old. Christopher sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose.
She was the one who stole them.
Stole what?
I told you that Lizzie and I met at the university. I was researching several prominent families connected to the gold rush, and she was a descendant. I got my hands on several letters that suggested a rather large stash of gold was hidden away at a bunker. The investigation didn't go anywhere, and I had no more contact with Lizzie, but the library called me to say that the letters were misplaced. I guess Lizzie stole them.
Hidden treasure? Rose's eyes nearly bugged out of her head. Seriously?
If I wanted to get my hands on those letters to search for it, I wouldn't have needed to kill Lizzie to do it. I photographed them. You've got to stop second-guessing your feelings, Rose. You made a bad call with your ex, but that doesn't mean that every man you fall for is going to be bad.
She swallowed hard. You're assuming that I have feelings for you.
I've always been in love with you, Rose. I think it's time that we quit dancing around the truth. You need to admit how you feel about me.
What I feel is that you have key evidence in this investigation. We're going treasure hunting. I need those photographs. Natalie arrived bright and early the next morning for the dog walks. She was dressed in a gleaming white tracksuit with neon blue trim, accented with her blue scrunchie and tennis shoes. On anyone else, the outfit would have looked ridiculous, but Olivia was used to Natalie's unique fashion sense by now. Looking over the schedule, Olivia's assistant nodded. Sure, that works. Lady Celeste is closing the shop down for a few days next week anyway. Something about the Brady reading spooked her. Startled, Olivia looked up from the computer. Brady the puppy? I don't suppose he told her who murdered dear Ruby. She didn't say. She just told Sharon that Brady was fine and would grow up to be a mischievous but happy dog. Sharon left happy, but then Lady Celeste got very upset. She said that she needed to close for a few days next week, and then she said she wanted me to pick up extra shifts here. Natalie shrugged. I'm glad that you need me. I definitely need you. Her phone rang, and Olivia held up a finger to Natalie while she picked it up. Olivia Rickard, wagging tails. How can I help you? Olivia, it's Julie. Any chance that you could stop by the jewelry store today? I wanted to thank you for returning Floofy. That's not necessary, Olivia smiled. But I'm glad he's home, safe and sound. No, really, Julie said. My son gave me something to give you. Give me just a second. Olivia pulled the phone away from her ear to speak to Natalie. You've got 3 dogs this morning. You're good with that? She whispered to her assistant. The young woman gave her a thumbs-up sign, and Olivia returned to the call. I can be there in about an hour. Oh, great. I'll see you then. Hanging up, Olivia stood. Okay, so this morning you've got Jax, Lily, and Clyde. Honestly, I'd grab the sling for Clyde. I keep trying to explain that he's not into long walks anymore, but his family says the exercise is good for him. 30 minutes. I should be back by noon and... Olivia, Natalie laughed. You hired me so that you could have some time off, remember? I'm good until the last walks for the day. Take the day off. Enjoy yourself. Go have lunch with Andrew. You're right, Olivia laughed. And you're great. I don't want you to think that I don't trust you. It's just that since the article ran in the newspaper, we've had an influx of business. I hadn't meant to use it as advertising, but that's what it ended up being. That's great. Maybe you'll be able to hire someone else soon. Natalie looked around the office. No Goodwin or Fender today? I just gave them their flea and tick medicine. Goodwin freaks out every time and tries to roll in literally everything, so he's on house arrest for the morning. Fender is surprisingly energetic this morning, so I'm going to bring him with me. Aw, he'll love that. He's such a sweet boy. I swear I think Fender likes you more than me, Olivia laughed. Pocketing her cell phone, she swiped her keys. Okay, I leave the office to you. Call me if you need me. Goodwin was not happy about being left behind. But then the flea and tick treatment just made him unhappy in general. You know you get the same treatment every month. You'd think you'd be used to it by now. Grumbling, Goodwin just plopped over and rolled around on the carpet. Olivia clipped Fender to a leash, and the old dog slowly made his way down the stairs to the Jeep. Luxembourg was still in that period of morning quiet. Most of the traffic was outgoing, people heading into the city to work. And except for places serving coffee or breakfast, most of the shops were still half an hour to an hour away from opening. Stanley was just unlocking the front door of the jewelry store when Olivia pulled up. Fender didn't seem all that inclined to leave the Wrangler, so Olivia kept the windows rolled down. It was a nice day, and he'd enjoy barking at everyone who passed. Stanley looked surprised, maybe even not pleased for some reason, when she walked in the door to the jewelry store. Olivia, he grumbled. You're here early. We only just got the shipment yesterday. Shipment? Olivia cocked her head. You have the ring I wanted? Olivia, I really think you should give this some thought. You shouldn't be rushing into things like this. Stanley leaned forward, his expression earnest. Marriage is supposed to be forever. Are you ready for that kind of commitment? Seriously, Stanley, what is going on with you? I just want to buy a ring. Olivia? Julie poked her head around the corner from the back office. Oh, good. You're here. Come say hi to Floof Floof. Glaring at Stanley, Olivia walked past him and headed to the back. The small, wrinkled pup was happily rolling around in his playpen. I guess he's not traumatized by his time in captivity, Olivia cooed as she leaned over to scratch the little head. No, we took him straight to the vet, and Dr. Roberts gave him a clean bill of health. Olivia laughed. You took him to the vet? Sharon took hers to Lady Celeste. Her pup also got a clean bill of health. Wonder if I need to make that appointment, Julie laughed. Walking to the small desk in the corner, she grabbed a piece of paper and handed it to Olivia. My son drew this. You're a hero to him. Olivia studied the picture with a small smile. It was a child's drawing of a brunette stick figure and what looked like 2 stick figure puppies. There was a medal around her neck and a cape flowing behind her. This is amazing. I absolutely adore it. He made several drafts before he was satisfied, Julie said with a chuckle, and he made me promise that I would get it to you as soon as possible. Really, we can't thank you enough. I know this whole business with Dear Ruby is terrible, but I just can't believe someone would steal puppies to sell. In this town. Puppy napping trumped murder. Olivia nodded. I can't help but think that the two are connected, but it's hard to say. A lot of people weren't happy with her. I wrote to her once, Julie admitted. It didn't get published, but she did write me back. Really? What was your issue? Or were you just writing as a fan? Julie leaned against the desk, and Olivia thought she might be blushing. It was before my husband and I married. We were engaged, and I was having second thoughts. Typical cold feet stuff. But I was almost sure that Jack and I were meant to be together, and I thought she'd confirm it. Just dismiss my jitters as jitters. She shrugged. Anyway, Ruby wrote back and told me to run. She said that my intuition was trying to tell me something. How could a romance advice columnist be so cynical? You obviously didn't listen to her. No. Julie cracked a smile. I did the sensible thing and talked with Jack. It turned out that we were both feeling nervous about the big day, but it just stemmed from fear of change. We got married, and we're very happy. There are plenty of times when I want to strangle him, but I have never regretted marrying him. Good for you. But I think that's kind of the problem. Everyone wants to blame dear Ruby for her advice, but they were the ones who ultimately took the steps to whatever ruined their lives. It's just easier to blame her, Olivia shrugged. You're going to find out what happened to her? Nick's handling the investigation. I told him that I'd help when I could. Rolling up the picture, Olivia tucked it in her back pocket. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a ring to buy so that I can get my own happily ever after. You go get him, girl. Julie laughed, giving Olivia a gentle punch on the arm. Stanley had the ring out waiting for her when Olivia returned, but he still looked grumpy. It's Andrew's size. Look, Olivia, I'm not trying to take away your girl power or anything like that. I'm completely rooting for you and Andrew to finally make it down the aisle, but I'm just not sure that this is the way that you should do it. Olivia fingered the smooth, polished wood and sighed. I do have to give it some thought. I'm not just going to take the ring over to him right now and propose. I want to get it right, so don't worry. It's going to take me some time to work out the perfect approach. Good. Hopefully everything is going to work out okay, Stanley grunted. Olivia gave him her credit card and tried not to wince at the price. It was a good thing that the doggy daycare business was picking up. Pocketing the ring, Olivia headed back out to the car. Fender was sitting on the passenger side with his head hanging out the window. Howl at any pretty dogs while I was gone? Olivia joked as she unlocked the vehicle. She was about to get in when she noticed a nearby newspaper vending box. In the window, prominently displayed, she saw the midweek edition that was paying homage to dear Ruby. Opening the driver's side door, Olivia grabbed a few quarters and slipped them into the coin slot. Pulling down the kiosk door to access the stack of papers inside, she grabbed a copy. Dear Ruby had been writing for the paper for 22 years. That was a long time to rack up enemies. Tossing the paper into the Jeep, Olivia slid into the driver's seat and turned the key. It looked like today would be a good day to catch up on her reading. Chapter 12. I just need you to know that even though we've had our ups and downs, I feel like I've always been able to count on you. I didn't even realize what love was until I met you. Your patience and your ability to lie about my cooking has really helped me through the difficult parts of my life, and I can't imagine my life without you. Will you marry me? Goodwin whined and growled as he pushed at her leg with his paw. Olivia tore her gaze away from the mirror and looked down at him. Not good? Should I start with the "Will you marry me"? Then I'm not springing it on him, and he can have time to think about it. Glancing back in the mirror, she sighed. No, I don't want to give him time to think about it. I need a gut reaction answer. Hopefully, it's a yes. Fender immediately farted from the corner, and the smell wafted outward to fill the room. Groaning, Olivia pinched her nose together. Honestly, if he tells me no, I'm going to assume it's because he doesn't want to live with a lady who has two crazy dogs. Goodwin perked his ears forward, and she bent down to give him a kiss on the head. Don't worry, baby. I still love you. You just need a male role model around. And honestly, Andrew is the best. And don't try to convince me that you don't love him, because I know that he sneaks you both table scraps when he thinks that I'm not looking. I'm blaming him for Fender's gas. She needed to abandon the case for a little bit, and that meant that she was obsessing about her proposal. If she didn't get it out soon, she was going to burst. Nodding to her reflection, she took a deep breath. Wish me luck, guys. After hitting up a pizza joint on the way, Olivia headed to Andrew's office. The ring felt like it was burning a hole in her pocket. Balancing the Jasper's pizza box on her hip, Olivia stopped at Cora's desk before walking in to see Andrew. Hey, Cora, she whispered. He's still in the office? The secretary gave her an amused look. He can't hear you, Olivia, she chuckled. And yes, he asked me to order food, which I did not after you called me. You have him all to yourself. Good. This is Jasper's pizza. Olivia glanced at the box anxiously. It was our fourth date. I tried to cook for him, and I failed miserably. We ordered pizza, and he told me that he really liked me, even though I'd burned dinner, even though my dog had stolen half the pizza. He told me that he'd spent all day thinking about the date, and all he cared about was spending time with me. Aw! A large smile split Cora's face. That's so sweet. You guys are like the perfect couple, and it's so nice to know that you two can go through what you've been through and still be okay. It's that kind of conflict that really bonds two people. I hope so. Thanks for your help, Cora. Strolling into Andrew's office, Olivia knocked tentatively. Come in, she heard Andrew say in his most absent tone. He didn't even look up when she walked in. Thanks for the lunch, Cora. I brought lunch, but I'm not Cora, Olivia said cheerfully. Andrew looked up, and for a moment Olivia's heart skipped a beat. There was nothing but love in his face, and she didn't think she'd ever get tired of seeing it. Hungry? Starving. He smiled and stretched. You brought me pizza. Rising, he walked over and kissed her slowly. And, even better, you brought me you. Stow your thoughts of hanky-panky, Olivia laughed. I'm just here to feed you and read to you. Read to me? Snaking the box from her, he set it on the desk and opened it, making a show of closing his eyes to inhale the fragrance that arose, a sort of meaty, cheesy, ooey gooey goodness, with hints of tomato and Italian spices. Ah, he said, that never gets old. Winking at Olivia, he grabbed a slice. Mystery or romance? Olivia pulled out the newspaper. A little bit of both. Clearing her throat, she started to read. Dear Al, if you really are 32 years old and referring to someone as a crush, then you're not emotionally ready or stable for a relationship. Go back to grade school and don't bother dating until you can have a conversation without using juvenile slang. Ouch, Andrew winced. He chewed his mouthful of pizza and swallowed before saying more. I suppose that's one of Dear Ruby's greatest hits? Oh, it gets better. Olivia folded the paper and put it down on the desk. Feature article facing up for convenient reading while freeing her hands for the serious business of pizza. Reaching over, she snagged a slice, nibbled at the end, and then continued reading. Dear Mrs. Jones, if you wanted to remain anonymous, then you shouldn't have used your real name. Also, your husband is cheating on you. The whole town knows. Face the music. Andrew groaned. Did she ever give any good advice? He took another slice. Of the 20 letters that were published in this edition, only one of them actually had any kind of heart to it. Licking her fingers, Olivia took a deep breath. Dear K.S., it's obvious that you take your marriage vows seriously, and your husband has taken them to heart as well. Your husband was there for you during your darkest hour, and it sounds like you two just need to find a new path now that you can see the light. I'm so pleased that you're in remission, and I know that your husband feels the same way. The future might not seem certain, and you two may struggle, but I think that if you talk to each other, you'll work it out and be just fine.
Wow,
Andrew said through a mouthful of pizza.
when was that?
Olivia checked the date. 8 years ago. The woman wrote in saying that for 2 years from the time she was stricken with cancer, her husband never left her side, but now that she was in remission, they were fighting constantly.
Why would she be different with that letter?
I had a hunch and asked Nick to pull her medical records. It would appear that dear Ruby was married. A year into that marriage, she was diagnosed with breast cancer, and after the surgery, her husband divorced her. He couldn't hack it.
Oh, man. No wonder she was so cynical.
Yeah. She moved to Luxembourg not long after that. I pulled a newspaper from her old city, and her advice there was heartfelt and good. After the move, her advice was basically a joke. Readers were drawn into the drama.
Is that going to help us solve the case?
Maybe. I just couldn't quite figure out why Madeline would write romance advice if she wasn't a romantic. These types of columns are meant to bring people together, but she just put a wedge in relationships. Olivia shook her head. But to read some of her old things, they were romantic and sweet. It's hard to believe that it's the same woman.
People change,
Andrew said softly. Olivia stared at him for a moment as the butterflies began to dance in her stomach. He was right. People did change. She certainly had. So I actually had an ulterior motive for seeing you for lunch. I wanted to talk about dinner.
Thinking about dinner while you're eating lunch?
Andrew chuckled.
As it so happens, I was thinking about dinner as well. I was going to make us reservations for Bookends in Lowell.
Bookends? That was a high-end restaurant. Expensive. Romantic. The perfect place for a proposal. But it would be all wrong for what Olivia had in mind. Actually, I'm making the plans for tonight, she said, leaning over. She kissed him. Will you be home by 7?
Yes,
he said slowly.
Will you tell me where we're going?
No, it's a surprise. Snagging another slice of pizza, she stood. See you tonight. I'll be crushing on you until then. Andrew chuckled.
I know at least one advice columnist who wouldn't like that very much.
Then I guess it's a good thing I never wrote to her. With a wink, Olivia took her pizza to go. The whole time she had been feeling the ring in the wallet in her back pocket. If she played her cards right, tonight would be the night.
You turned down a fantastic steak dinner for fish and chips at Flanagan's?
Andrew laughed as they walked into the dive bar. The floor was sticky under Olivia's feet, and the Irish music was loud and raucous. I had a craving, Olivia laughed as she hopped up to the high-top table. She'd orchestrated it so that it was the very same table where they had sat the last time they were here. It had been a couple of years ago, but the night had been memorable. You used to love this place. Andrew wrinkled his nose.
No, you used to love this place. The last time I was here, I was sick for 2 days afterward.
Olivia's heart sank. That was right. How could she have forgotten about that? She immediately thought about the ring tucked away in the zipper pocket of her wallet. Ever since she'd bought the thing, she'd been terrified of losing it. The faster she got it onto Andrew's finger, the better. Food poisoning or not, Olivia was popping the question. If I recall correctly, I told you to get fish and chips, and you went with a salad. Maybe tonight you'll take my recommendation, Olivia said, trying to keep her tone light. Chuckling, Andrew opened his menu and shook his head.
Maybe. Or maybe I'll just stick with the beer.
After the waitress stopped by and took their orders, Olivia took a deep breath and reached for her wallet. But then she paused. Men usually waited until after the meal, right? Was that what she should do? Or should she just do it now and get it over with? She was too nervous. She needed to do it now, or she would probably just blurt it out in the middle of the meal and ruin the whole thing. She grabbed her wallet and pulled it out, fingering the zipper as she began to speak. Andrew, do you remember what happened the last time that we were here? Other than the food poisoning, I mean.
I didn't think that you'd want to remember,
Andrew said softly. What? Clutching the wallet, she froze and swallowed hard. Why wouldn't I want to remember it? I mean, I know that we were starting over, but I didn't think that we'd started over, you know? He knitted his forehead in puzzlement.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'm talking about how you spilled your beer all over yourself, jumped up, and knocked into the waitress, who then spilled an entire tray of liquor on you. You went home smelling like a bar.
As he laughed at the memory, Olivia breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. It stung a little that he didn't seem to remember the part about telling her that he loved her, but at least he wasn't trying to avoid the memory of their dinner that night. She was about to plunge ahead and remind him when the waitress returned with their beer. Andrew picked up his glass, took an appreciative sip, thanked the waitress, and waited for her to turn around and walk away before saying,
So, after you left my office, I scanned the newspaper. You were right. Dear Ruby was a piece of work, but one letter stood out.
He pulled out his wallet, extracted a clipping, and slid it across the table. She was a little disheartened that he wanted to talk about the case, but she reached out and grabbed the piece of paper. Dear Ruby, she read aloud. I married my husband 10 years ago. It was love at first sight, and I gave up a lot for him. An education at an Ivy League school, and my dreams of pursuing a career in medicine. I supported him as he followed his dreams, and now he's a successful lawyer in a prestigious firm. Now I have a chance to pursue my dreams. Should I tell him? Olivia looked up with a frown. Of course she should tell him. You're supposed to support each other's dreams in a marriage. She did her part. Now it's time for him to do his.
Dear Ruby said the same thing,
Andrew said with a chuckle.
although she didn't put it so nicely. The thing is, the writer did that exactly, and she ended up losing everything. Her husband, her job. It took her 2 years to get back on her feet again.
Scanning the article, Olivia was horrified. Dear Ruby had basically told the writer that she was a spineless waif, and she probably didn't deserve to achieve her dreams. A little harsh, she murmured. Wait a minute. How do you know this? The writer is anonymous.
Because the writer works here in the hospital. Her name is Melissa Benoit, and she works as a victim's counselor at the hospital. She talks openly about her past. Her ex-husband is James Benoit. He's a junior partner at Blaine and Harris law firm. She worked as a secretary in the firm and helped support him through law school, and he used those connections to get the job. Once he landed a good position, she told him that she wanted to go back to school. He told her that it was more important for them to focus on his career. And then, when he made junior partner later that year, he filed for divorce. He told her that he couldn't be married to someone who didn't have any dreams.
What a horrible man. She's better off without him, Olivia grumbled as she grabbed her beer. But it sounds like she's done okay. Obviously, she went back to school.
And she's very happy with her job. She's contented with her life in general,
Andrew admitted.
But when I spoke to her, she told me something very interesting.
Olivia nearly choked on her beer. Spoke to her? Andrew, you interrogated a suspect without me?
She's not a suspect, Olivia. She just wrote a letter,
he said, and shaking his head, he laughed.
Besides, I know her. I thought she might open up more to me.
Unbelievable. First he was charging into suspects' homes, and now he was questioning them without her. What in the world was going on with him? Andrew, she began softly. She needed to put an end to this now before he did something to get himself in trouble.
She knew dear Ruby's secret identity,
Andrew interrupted. She what? Olivia spluttered. The waitress returned with their food, and Olivia blushed when the woman gave her a strange look. After she left, Olivia leaned over her fish and chips. She what? She repeated in a lower tone.
Yeah, she told me that after her husband asked for a divorce, she was furious. She wanted to blame someone, so she blamed dear Ruby. Like Scott, she joined an internet support group, and someone published dear Ruby's real name about 6 months ago. Melissa looked Madeline up, but she didn't go there to yell at the woman. She went to thank her. Melissa had taken responsibility for her own actions, but that means others might know dear Ruby's identity, like Scott.
Groaning inwardly, Olivia rubbed her temples. Andrew, people lie. Murderers lie. Melissa could be lying to you.
Then why would she tell me that she knew dear Ruby's real identity? And why would she wait 6 months to take her revenge? That doesn't make any sense, Olivia.
Picking up a piece of fried haddock, Andrew examined it closely. He took a tentative bite and chewed contemplatively before nodding his head.
Not bad.
He wasn't wrong about the fish and the counselor at the hospital, but it was still frustrating. Did you get a chance to look up the support group and verify that someone leaked dear Ruby's name?
Melissa told me her username, and I looked through the history log, but the member who doxed dear Ruby deleted all their posts and left the group. That user's name was Lady Lazarus. I can try to contact the forum master and get Lady Lazarus's real identity, but Melissa told me that when she signed up, she didn't have to give out any personal information to join the group. She didn't even need to give them an email.
He paused and knitted his eyebrows in thought.
Lazarus is the man who rose from the dead. Do you know about any women who rose from the dead?
Pulling out her phone, Olivia did a quick search. I think you're thinking a little too hard. Lady Lazarus is a poem.
What's it about?
Depression and suicide. It's a common theme for Sylvia Plath.
Andrew looked at her blankly. You think Sylvia Plath revealed Madeline's dark secret?
No, Olivia chuckled. I think someone who's a fan of Sylvia Plath revealed dear Ruby's identity. She paused. Or someone who shares the name.
I take it that you know who that someone is?
Sylvia is the name of the editor at the town newspaper.
She makes money off of dear Ruby. What does she have to gain?
Picking up a piece of her deep-fried fish, Olivia bit into it and smiled happily. It was just as good as she remembered. That's what I have to find out.
We,
Andrew reminded her.
That's what we have to find out.
Right, Olivia swallowed. She tried not to think about the fact that the mystery had spoiled her proposal. Maybe it was karma. Chapter 13. Let me get this straight. You're using my pregnancy as a cover to question a person that Andrew has already questioned. Janelle grumbled as she waddled up to the hospital entrance doors, Olivia and Jackie flanking her like bodyguards. I'm not using you, Olivia said as the automatic doors opened. I'm just knocking out two birds with one stone. You get a checkup, and I get to talk to Melissa. Besides, I'm not checking up on Andrew. I have a few additional questions that he may not have asked. Jackie snorted.
Sure.
She shook her head.
I think that you're unhappy because your boyfriend, who has been against you working on cases from the get-go, is making more headway in this investigation than you are.
It's not a competition, Olivia grumbled as she stopped to look at the directory. Janelle needed to go to the 6th floor, but Melissa Benoit worked on the 4th. Andrew just isn't trained. This is his first mystery. Remember me during my first investigation?
I remember that you lured a killer into my bakery, Janelle snapped.
The elevator doors opened and they piled in. Olivia gasped. I didn't lure anyone. Besides, you just made my point. Andrew could get himself killed.
My, how the tables have turned,
Jackie said with a smile. The elevator stopped and the doors opened on the 4th floor. "I wouldn't tell Andrew that I was doing this if I were you." "I'll be back with you in a few minutes." Shaking her head, Olivia stepped out, and the door closed behind her. She felt a little uncomfortable talking to Melissa after Andrew had, but at the same time, her boyfriend was always so trusting. If she was going to let him investigate with her, then she wanted to make sure she had his back, which meant making sure that she personally marked suspects off her list. Melissa Benoit was an attractive woman. She was in her mid-40s with pretty auburn-colored hair and a sweet smile. At first glance, Olivia could see why Andrew believed her. She might have been a trusting woman, but she knew what it was like to wake up one day and realize that she'd lost something very important. For Olivia herself, it had been Andrew, but for Melissa, it had been her dreams. Olivia was filled with energy and the desire to win Andrew back, but maybe Melissa was filled with a thirst for vengeance. Dear Ruby might not have split the married couple up, but she'd certainly had some choice words to say. It made her an easy target. "Miss Benoit?" Olivia asked as she knocked lightly on the door. "I'm Olivia Rickard. My sister Janelle is here for a prenatal checkup." She smiled and added, feeling awkward, "She's due to give birth soon." Yep, now came the awkward part. There was no way to smoothly segue into the next part. "I was wondering if I could ask you some questions." Melissa looked up from her desk and smiled. Olivia immediately felt at ease. She could see why the woman made an excellent counselor. "Come on in. I have a meeting in about 30 minutes, but I'll be happy to make an appointment for you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about what's going on?" "It's not me. My relationship is great. I'm actually here about my sister." "Your pregnant sister?" Melissa's eyes widened. "Is the child's father abusing her?" "Olivia, I only talk with people after the police have gotten involved. If you think that your sister is in danger, you need to speak to them immediately." That had escalated quickly. Olivia suddenly realized what the job of a victim's counselor entailed. "No, that's not it at all." The last thing she wanted was for the police to go knocking on Patrick's door. "Wow, you really are a counselor for victims. I just thought that maybe people chatted with you when they were having issues with their relationships." "No, I'm not a therapist," Melissa laughed. "I'm not certified. I'm sort of a go-between. I stay with them when they're with the police and lawyer, if lawyers are necessary. I help to make sure that they feel safe, and then I find a program that will be the right fit for them to help them get back on their feet again." "Because you've had experience with that." Melissa cocked her head. "How did you know that?" "Wait a minute. Did you say that your name is Olivia?" She nodded to herself. "You're Andrew's girlfriend. He talks about you a lot." "He did?" Pleasure blossomed inside her, even as she realized that her cover was blown. "Yes, I am." Leaning back in her chair, Melissa closed the book she was writing in and arched her eyebrows. "I have a feeling that your sister is in a very happy and healthy relationship. You're not here for counseling." "Not exactly." "He talked about your amateur sleuthing. He's very proud of you. He also told me that dear Ruby is dead. I take it that you're investigating." She cocked her head and eyed the dog walker. "Olivia, I didn't kill her." She didn't sound defensive. In fact, she sounded amused at the idea that someone thought she was a killer. Closing the door behind her, Olivia crossed the small office and sat in the hard wooden chair across from the desk. "So tell me what happened." "It makes me good at my job, going through what I went through. I understand mental manipulation all too well. Codependency. Thinking that your spouse's happiness is all that matters. And then, when you realize that they don't care about you at all." Melissa shook her head and added lower, "I understand the stages of grief, the questions. Was this all my fault? Could I have done something different to make him stay, to make him love me?" Olivia's heart broke.
Melissa, directing that anger and grief is the hardest part. For me, it was dear Ruby. I knew what kind of woman she was. I knew I wasn't going to get a pat on the head, but that didn't make her response any easier to hear. A waif, a doormat. She spoke the truth. She hit the nail right on the head, and it spurred me to take action. I finally stood up to my husband, and for a long time, it felt like I had lost, and she was the easiest person to blame. So you joined the I Hate Dear Ruby group? Is this group very big? You have to understand that Dear Ruby was syndicated. She might have lived in Luxembourg and written for a small newspaper, but her columns were published in other cities. So, yes, hundreds of people were part of that group. Some were victims. Some were just angry readers who didn't like her columns. All of them probably wanted to know her true identity. How long was her identity made public in the group? Melissa tapped her fingers on the desk. Not long. A couple of minutes, maybe. It was the first post I saw when I logged in that day, but it was gone when I refreshed my feed. I don't even know that anyone else saw it, but I wanted to see the woman face to face. Give her a piece of your mind. Chuckling, the victim's advocate shook her head. A year ago, I would have loved to slap that woman around, but not now. I wanted to thank her for helping me become the woman I am today. This wasn't my original dream, but I'm happy. Happier than my marriage ever made me. I have a great job. I've made some great friends. I'm independent. I might even start dating soon. Olivia could see why Andrew believed her. This must be the most well-adjusted woman alive. What happened when you went to see her? Melissa's mouth twisted wryly. I discovered that the relationship columnist was nothing more than a bitter woman. She was angry that I'd found her. She didn't care about anything I had to say. She didn't even care that I knew who she was. Melissa shrugged. I left, and I never told anyone that I knew. It was never brought up again in the forum, so if anyone else saw it, they kept it to themselves. The person who posted it, Lady Lazarus, do you remember what her problem was? Melissa shook her head. I'm not being very helpful, am I? I'd never even seen that member before that day. She tilted her head and examined Olivia's face. I told all of this to Andrew. Did he not tell you? He did, Olivia said carefully. I'm just following up. There was a moment of silence while Melissa studied her. Finally, she leaned forward. Olivia, I'm not a therapist. I don't specialize in relationships, but I do recognize trouble in paradise when I see it. You're questioning Andrew's competence. No, I would never. Olivia chewed on her bottom lip as she tried to figure out how best to explain it. It's just that Andrew made it sound like maybe you guys were friends. I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't, that you weren't, that I wasn't lying to him. Melissa cracked a wide smile. I get it. You're worried about Andrew. This sleuthing that you do is dangerous, and now he's helping. Have you told him? Not exactly. I'm trying to be supportive. It's a secret. I mean, he doesn't know, but I'm going to ask Andrew to marry me. After what happened to us last time, I want him to know that I'm ready, and I don't want anything to stand in the way of that. He's letting me investigate, which isn't easy for him, so I want him to help. Melissa smiled. Support is good, Olivia, but so is open communication. Supporting him won't get the two of you very far if you don't also tell him how you feel. She paused and narrowed her eyes. Wait, you're going to propose to him? Yes. Why is everyone so surprised by that? This is the modern age. No, that's not it at all. Melissa looked away awkwardly, and Olivia waited, feeling expectant. But
No buts, Melissa said briskly, and she suddenly busied herself with shuffling the papers on her desk into a neat stack. I think it's great. Good luck with it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really do have a meeting to go to. Let me know if you have any more questions later. Olivia wanted to point out that Melissa's meeting was 20 minutes away, but the woman practically pushed her out of the office and slammed the door behind her. What a weird woman. After heading back to the elevator, she rode it up to the 6th floor. Janelle and Jackie were still waiting to see the doctor. Solve the case? Jackie asked with a grin. Or did you find out that Andrew had everything covered all along? It seems that he was very thorough, Olivia admitted. What do you guys know about the newspaper editor? She didn't grow up here. Sylvia? Janelle moved restlessly in her chair. Olivia, now that your little interrogation is over, can we go home? I don't actually need to see the doctor. These chairs are very uncomfortable. We're here, and we have an appointment. It would be rude to leave. Besides, I'm hoping that the doctor tells you to take it easy, and maybe you'll listen. Jackie cleared her throat. Sylvia moved here a few years ago. I think she actually lives in the city. She might run the town newspaper, but I don't ever see her socializing here. I get the feeling that she's used to city life. Why? I think she might be the person who spilled Madeline's secret. The person who did used a poem from Sylvia Plath as a username, and the name was only posted for a couple of minutes. Someone posted and then immediately regretted it. That doesn't sound like an angry victim. Dare Ruby made a lot of money for the newspaper. Why would Sylvia dox her? I don't know, but I'd like to have an idea before I go talk to her. Actually, this might be the perfect job for Andrew. Some research. Simple. Safe. Right up his alley. Olivia smiled as the nurse came out and announced Janelle's name. I'd better get a lollipop out of this, Janelle grumbled as she stood. Olivia and Jackie both chuckled. As they followed her back, Jackie leaned over to Olivia. Andrew underestimated you, Olivia, and you hated it. Don't do the same thing to him. Olivia wanted to reassure her friend that she had every confidence in Andrew, but she wanted to close this case as quickly as possible so she could get back to the proposal, and that meant keeping Andrew safe. Chapter 14. She was your sister, Rose said in disgust. And you killed her for the gold? Gabe's eyes were lit with anger. She might have been my blood, but she was never my sister. She grew up with a loving mother and a wonderful stepfather. I grew up with a father who drank every night and used up my college fund to buy drugs. Her hands were still tied behind her back, and Christopher was bleeding profusely in the corner. She needed to get him to the hospital, or she was going to lose him. You act like that was her fault. She found you. When she discovered that she had a brother, she went looking for you. And all I wanted was her help in searching for the family gold. It was our birthright. He pointed the gun at her. But she thought the gold was tainted in blood. She thought it represented our greed. She wasn't wrong. Gabe chuckled. No, I guess she wasn't. But if she had just agreed to help me, we could have been a family, a wealthy family. So how about you, Rose? Do you want to help me? Tell me the location of the gold, and I won't put another bullet hole in your boyfriend. Rose narrowed her eyes. You know that I gave this up, right? I made a mistake, and I thought that I could build a whole new identity, pretend that it never happened. Your point? My point is that I was wrong. This is what I do. I get justice for people, and I'm going to get justice for Lizzie. Sorry, Gabe. You screwed with the wrong woman. She lashed out with her foot and landed a solid kick on his wrist. He howled in pain, but Rose was ready. Jumping to her feet, she bent her knees. If Gabe wanted a fight, she would give it to him. She'd save Christopher, even with both hands tied behind her back. "I'm pretty sure that huffing paint this close to labor is not a great idea," Olivia whispered to Jackie as they walked up the walkway to Janelle's house. She'd called them an hour ago, a desperate note in her voice. The nursery was all wrong. After the doctor's visit, Janelle had realized that her baby was going to hate the yellow room. It was the wrong shade. She needed a new color. Now. "I'm fairly certain that it has less to do with the paint shade and more to do with the fact that Patrick, Brent, and Andrew are getting together for boys' night out." Olivia shrugged. "So? They do that every few weeks. Nothing wrong with that." "In case you hadn't noticed, things haven't been easy for Janelle and Patrick." As Jackie reached for the door, Olivia frowned and grabbed her arm. "What are you talking about? Janelle is a little moody about the baby, and they're arguing about little things, but I wouldn't call that a problem." "You're kidding, right? Just yesterday, Janelle walked out to her car in tears while she was on the phone with Patrick." Jackie dropped her voice confidentially. "Something's going on. I'm hoping that she'll open up about it tonight." Olivia felt horrible. Was she so wrapped up in her proposal to Andrew and the death of the most hated woman in town that she didn't even notice her sister was in pain? Real pain? Poor Janelle. I'll kill Patrick. With narrowed eyes, Olivia opened the door and marched inside. She'd expected to find Janelle baking, but the kitchen was empty, and no good smells hovered in the air. "Janelle, we're here. Where are you?" "I'm upstairs." Exchanging a look, the two friends headed up the steps and stopped short when they reached the nursery. Enough paint cans were stacked along the wall to cover 5 nurseries. "Wow," Jackie said slowly. "So you really did want us to paint?" Rubbing her belly, Janelle was sitting in the oversized blue easy chair. "Of course I did. Why did you think I asked you to come over? In case you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly fit to drink wine, for starters." "I hate to point it out to you, but you're also not fit to paint either," Olivia said carefully. "Of course I'm not." Janelle looked at Olivia as if she'd grown a second head. "That's why I asked you two to come over. Patrick thinks I don't need to repaint, so he's not helping." "Patrick, yes." Jackie cleared her throat. "You guys have been fighting an awful lot, haven't you?" Janelle immediately averted her eyes. "Sure, but we're just a little stressed about the baby. So I know that I went with this pale yellow, but I'm thinking now that I need something bold. This is a bold kid I'm growing here. I can tell. I brought a few choices so you two can pick out your favorite and go to town. I'll bake you some cookies while you work." As Janelle struggled to her feet, Olivia immediately moved to block her sister's path. "Janelle, we're not repainting the nursery. When the kid is old enough to understand colors, we'll paint the room the boldest color that we can find." Suddenly, Janelle's face crumpled, and she started to cry. "Why won't anyone help me?" she wailed. "I just want to make this nursery the best for my baby. You're supposed to be the kid's aunt and godmother." "Oh, don't cry, Janelle." Olivia hurriedly searched for the package of tissue she always carried in her bag. "We'll repaint the nursery. You're right. It's far too pale. We definitely need to go bold. How do we feel about some orange trim?" "Orange?" Janelle started to cry harder. "Orange is a horrible color." "A little help here?" Olivia hissed to Jackie. "This isn't about the paint color," Jackie said gently. "Come on, Janelle. Talk to us. Tell us what's really going on so we can help." Wiping away tears, Janelle sank back down in the easy chair and sniffed. "It's not just one thing. It's everything. I burned 3 batches of cookies this morning. I'm supposed to be nesting and all motherly, but I'm doing the opposite. I'm picking fights with my husband. I feel like I'm going to be a horrible mother, and even after reading all the books,
I still feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. Yesterday, I even told Patrick that he's going to be a horrible father. I'm turning out to be a monster." "Not a monster." Olivia perched on the arm of the chair and awkwardly tried to hug her sister. "It's hormones and fear talking. Patrick understands that." "Patrick couldn't get out of the house fast enough." Janelle's face crumpled again. "He's probably drinking beer with the boys and telling them how horrible I am." She threw her head back and wailed, "I want to drink beer." Olivia looked at Jackie in despair. "Are we supposed to be comforting her because she can't drink alcohol or because she's moody?" she whispered. Jackie shrugged and knelt down by Janelle's other side. "You know, when my cousin was pregnant, she actually tried to file for divorce. Of course, she's still happily married, and her husband has never been more in love with her. Everyone reacts differently, and everyone has those same fears. No one really knows how to raise a kid. You just learn as you go. And if there's one thing that I do know about you, it's that you're a fast learner." Janelle gulped and sniffled back tears. "Really?" "Janelle, you're going to be an amazing mother," Olivia said with a smile. "We had a great mom, and you're so much like her." "Our mom did a great job. At least she did with me," Janelle said and chuckled. Olivia shook her head. "Okay, I see a little spark of the old Janelle in you. Why don't we pack these paint cans back up so you can return them and get your money back?" At least her sister had had the sense to buy the pre-made colors, returnable, instead of having the store mix custom colors. "Then we'll bake cookies." "Okay, but I'm going to need some help getting up." Janelle grunted and held her hands out. Jackie laughed. "All right. You get the Hindenburg back on her feet, and I'll preheat the oven." She disappeared from the room just as Janelle picked up a handy pillow and threw it at her. "Easy." Pulling gently, Olivia got Janelle back on her feet. She was collecting their purses when Jackie's purse started to vibrate. "Jackie, your phone is ringing," Olivia yelled down as she started to fish it out. "Answer it for me." "I'm not your secretary." The phone number wasn't one that Olivia recognized. "Hello?" she said as she answered it. "You're going to pay for what you've done," a breathy voice whispered. "Excuse me?" Olivia stiffened. "Who is this?" The caller hung up, and Olivia immediately grabbed at her notebook, scratching down the number. She called Nick. "Sheriff Limperos here," he grunted. "How can I help you?" "Nick, it's Olivia. Jackie told you that she was getting hang-up calls, right?" "Yeah, we've been looking into it, but it hadn't gotten us anywhere. Why?" Olivia shot Janelle a worried look. "They're not hanging up anymore. I just answered a call for Jackie. The person on the other end said that Jackie was going to pay for what she's done. That's a threat, Nick. A threat on her life. I've got the number. Maybe you can trace it before the person ditches the phone." "Did you recognize the voice? Man or woman?" "I don't know. They were whispering." She heard Nick swear under his breath. Then he said, "Go ahead. What's that number?" She rattled off the number and gripped Janelle's hand. Jackie was calling to them, but Olivia ignored her. "Nick, is there anything about this case that you are keeping from me? Jackie is my best friend. If she's in danger, I want to know." Janelle shot her a look of alarm, and she shook her head and held her finger in the air. "Wait." "Olivia, I know I gave you some leeway to work on Madeline Stone's case, but the truth is, I want you to stay away from Jackie's case. It is precisely because you're her best friend. It could put you in danger, and you won't be able to look at the case the way you need to." "And you can?" Olivia said, keeping her voice low. "Come on, Nick. Weird things have been happening to Jackie for a while now, but it's escalating, and you still don't have any answers." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Janelle nod grimly. Janelle was firmly on board now. I know that anyone who has it out for Jackie knows that you're an amateur sleuth. They'll be deliberately avoiding you, and your resources are limited. Let me do my job and you do yours. Just let me know if anything else happens. I'll see what I can find out about this number. He hung up before Olivia could protest, just as Jackie walked back in the room. What's taking so long? Was that Brent? No, Olivia said quietly. I believe that was your stalker calling, and it wasn't just a hang-up. Jackie paled. What do you mean? They said that you'd pay for what you've done. Jackie, are you sure that you haven't done anything to piss someone off? This sounds serious. I think even Nick might be freaking out. She felt Janelle stir uneasily beside her. Olivia immediately regretted telling Jackie that. If nothing else, her friend looked even more scared. I don't know, Jackie said in a shaky voice. I haven't done anything. Are you sure it's not just some kid playing a prank? Maybe they're just stepping it up a notch. Maybe. I'm sure Nick's going to get to the bottom of things. Olivia handed Jackie her purse. Is the oven ready for cookies? I'm not sure I can eat anything, Jackie murmured. Janelle moved in and put her arms around Jackie. Hey, don't worry. You're never alone anymore, remember? You have Brent and you have us. We're not going to let anything happen to you. Exactly, Olivia nodded her head. We've got this. I mean, Janelle's so big that it would take a linebacker to take her down, and I've been working out. Wrangling dogs builds up the muscles. She began to tick her points off on her fingers. Plus, Andrew has picked up investigating. And Brent loves you. And Patrick needs to release lots of frustrations from dealing with his wife. Waving her fingers airily, she concluded, We've totally got this covered. Janelle stared at her. You're a terrible sister. Maybe, Jackie said and laughed. But she's a good friend. And I think I'm ready for cookies. Sounds good to me. Olivia tried to push away her fear as they walked down the steps and into the kitchen. It was clear to her now that proposing to Andrew was going to have to go onto the back burner. Her sister was falling apart. Her best friend was terrified. Her boyfriend was gung-ho about solving a crime. Nothing was working out like she'd planned. Chapter 15. Brady, no! Olivia cried as she raced toward the little puppy. He'd torn open a squeaky toy and was happily pulling out the fluffy innards and dragging them across the floor. Afraid that he might swallow some, she scooped up the puppy, pried his mouth open, and hurriedly scraped the stuffing out of the pup's mouth. As soon as she put him down again, he squeaked and rolled over on the floor with his tongue happily hanging out. "Who's a cute little guy?" she said in a baby voice, while she scratched the conveniently offered belly with one hand and picked up stuffing off the floor with the other. "Who's a cute little guy?" In the corner, Goodwin lifted his head and glared at her, grumbling. He was not a fan of the puppies. "Oh, don't worry," Olivia crooned to her dog as she lifted the wriggling puppy again and walked over to him. "You're still my handsome man. Besides, his mama is picking him up any minute." That didn't seem to appease the sheepdog. He turned away and lay back down with a heavy sigh. "Drama queen," Olivia said, smiling fondly as she cradled the puppy in her lap and sat down at the computer. The pups in the other room were being quiet. Now that they'd had a good romp in the backyard, it sounded like everyone was enjoying a little nap time. The phone rang, and Olivia smiled when she saw Andrew's office number on the caller ID. "Still a little hungover from boys' night?" she greeted when she answered. Andrew hadn't been at the apartment when she'd gotten home last night, and he'd been gone before she got up that morning. "We didn't drink anything," he chuckled. "Patrick was afraid that if he drank, Janelle would go into labor, and Brent was pissed that Jackie was still trying to hide things from him. In her mind's eye, she could see him shake his head. It was a weird night. If it makes you feel any better, girls' night wasn't all that fun either. Janelle did lots of crying. Jackie got a horrible phone call. My car is currently loaded up with enough paint to cover a house. A large house. Want to paint anything in Showtime or Sundance yellow before I return it? Brady yawned and curled up in a tighter ball in her lap, and she absently stroked his downy back. Yellow is not exactly my favorite color, he grunted. I had a few minutes this morning to look up Sylvia. According to her bio on the website, she started out in Chicago. She worked her way up from reporter to assistant editor. Chicago? It's a pretty big jump from the Windy City to small-town America. What happened? The email notification on her computer sounded. That's from me, Andrew said. Take a look. Opening up the email, Olivia found an article from 3 years earlier. A printed retraction and apology for a Dear Ruby article. Apparently, the column hadn't been written by Madeline, but by someone else, and an astute reader had caught the difference. Sylvia pretended to be Dear Ruby while in Chicago? I talked to someone from the Chicago newspaper. Apparently, Madeline Stone had quit 6 months prior to that and moved on. Sylvia never told anyone and kept the column running. And got caught, Olivia murmured. So what? She just happened to end up in the same town as Madeline? I doubt it's a coincidence. I just don't really know why. There was a knock on the door, and Olivia looked up to see Sharon and her friend Joyce walk in. They stopped to pet Goodwin, and he immediately rolled over to offer his belly, rumbling in pleasure as Sharon obliged with a vigorous rub. Olivia held up her finger. I don't know, but we'll find out. I gotta go, but I'll talk to you later, okay? Andrew said goodbye, and Olivia hung up and gently lifted Brady from her lap. He's pretty out of it, she said with a quiet laugh. He murdered quite a few dog toys. Joyce cooed as she took the puppy and cuddled him. Sharon scratched him gently on the head and took out her wallet. I tried to pull up the paperwork for a contract with you, but then I realized that I didn't have access to a printer. Can I pay for today and then take the paperwork home to fill it out? Sure, that's not a problem at all. Do you want me to look at the rest of this week's schedule while you're here? Opening a drawer, Olivia pulled out a packet of paperwork and set it on the desk. Sharon nodded eagerly. I think this will be great for him. He's going to interact with the other dogs and learn to play and blow off some steam. That's the idea. Olivia laughed as she opened the folder. So here you'll find our package prices, depending on what you need. For puppies, we can't exactly walk them until they're leash trained and a little older. But on the days that he doesn't do doggy daycare, we can still stop by your house and let him out to do his business, and then put him safely back in the house and check his food and water and give him a little love before leaving him again. The contract is in here as well, and I've also included some coupons and information about puppy starter kits for shops around town. Yes, that is fabulous. Pulling up the schedule, Olivia mulled over the available slots. It looks like the only day that I have available is Friday. I have more openings next week, and then we can figure out a more permanent schedule. Sharon frowned. I'm actually heading out of town that morning. Joyce is dog sitting for me a couple of days. Oh, I could totally drop him off, Joyce spoke up. Maybe during my lunch break, and then pick him up after work? That works. Olivia added Brady to the schedule. All right, you're all set. Sharon, you can stop by with the contract when you get back if you want. Standing, Sharon shook Olivia's hand and grinned. I'm so excited, Olivia. Thank you so much. As soon as the two women and the puppy were gone, Goodwin hopped up and walked over to Olivia with his tail wagging. He sniffed at her lap and grumbled, but eventually he laid his head down and gave her that heart-melting look. It's okay, buddy, Olivia reassured him, rubbing his ear. We're not taking any of the puppies home. You and Fender are still my two main squeezes.
That seemed to mollify him, and he turned his attention to the torn-up toys. The other dog owners trickled in one at a time, returning to pick up their pups, and when the last one had left, Olivia had a few hours before she had to do her final walk of the day. She decided to pay Sylvia a visit. Leashing up Goodwin and Fender, she walked them down the street to the small newspaper office. It was strange to think that Sylvia had once been an assistant editor at a large city paper, and now she was printing stories about dog kidnappers along with highlights from the county fair. Opening the door with a jingle of the bell at the top, she walked the two dogs in, nodded pleasantly at the receptionist as if she had an appointment, and headed towards Sylvia's office. The editor was staring intently at the computer and didn't see her come in, so Olivia knocked lightly at the doorframe. "Got a minute?" Sylvia jumped. "Oh, Olivia. I didn't even hear the bell over the door. Actually, I'm glad you stopped by. I've been wrestling with how to close the dog-napping story. It's difficult to admit that one of our own did it, but at the same time, I have a duty to the readers. I figured that since I already published the celebration edition of Madeline's life, I might as well reveal her darker side." She sounded so businesslike and detached, Olivia thought, somehow surprised. "I could use a couple of quotes from you. I can't really make any official comments since Madeline's murder is an ongoing investigation." Olivia tried to look apologetic as she sat down. "Sheriff Limperos runs a tight ship," the editor said with a laugh. "All right, well, I suppose you're here for another reason?" "I wanted to thank you for running the article. It was a huge help." "No problem." Sylvia smiled warmly. "I'm here to help." She looked at Olivia expectantly, and Olivia shifted back and forth in her chair. She wanted to ease into her questions about Madeline, but Sylvia hadn't exactly opened the conversation up for queries. "It must not be very exciting to run this newspaper." "It's not," Sylvia said. She shook her head and chuckled. "I used to work for a major newspaper. It was horribly depressing. At least here, I get to focus on human interest stories and uplifting articles." "Wow," Olivia tried to sound impressed. "Major newspaper, huh? Why did you make the switch?" As if the thought had suddenly struck her, she added, "Lowell has a newspaper." "Just fate, really. The editorial position here opened up right when I was looking for a job. Yes, I live in the city, but I like Luxembourg. Of course," she said, shaking her head with a chuckle, "dealing with Mayor Henderson is a full-time job in itself. But other than that, it's all pet psychic expos on this town's weird obsession with prom." Olivia snorted. "Yeah, things can get very weird around here. So what happened? You just got tired of the city?" "Something like that," Olivia evaded expertly. "I'm happy here as it turns out. Losing Madeline is going to hurt us, though." She eyed Olivia speculatively. "I don't suppose you're a snarky romance advice columnist at heart, are you?" "Me?" Olivia said, recoiling in surprise. "Lord, no. I'm terrible at advice. Awful at giving it out. Worse at taking it. Don't even get me started about romance." She heard Olivia laugh again as she winced and shook her head, and Goodwin, sensing her discomfort, nudged her leg while Fender began to wind his leash around her ankles. Sudden inspiration struck. Untangling Fender's leash, she said, "You know what you should do? Hire Lady Celeste." Sylvia's face went a little blank as she cocked her head. After a second of silence, her eyes widened. "Do you really think that she'd do it? That would be amazing." Olivia, leashes at least untangled, stroked the hovering dogs' heads as she answered, "You never know unless you ask." "Olivia, if you weren't juggling two jobs, I'd hire you to work here. It's a fabulous idea." Sitting back, Sylvia looked a little dazed as she shook her head. "We could expand beyond relationships. Do you think that she's legit?" "Maybe," Olivia admitted. "She's gotten a few things right, but then I bet I could get a few things right, too." She changed the subject suddenly. Why do you think Madeline did it? Charlene said that the woman never showed any interest in the puppies, and she hadn't quit her job yet. No, she didn't quit, Sylvia grumbled. But she'd pulled her last favor with me. If she didn't tone down her column, I was going to have to fire her. Yeah, Olivia said slowly. But she was syndicated. Another newspaper would have just picked her up, right? Sylvia suddenly narrowed her eyes. You're not here to thank me for the article, are you? You're investigating Madeline's death. Guilty as charged, Olivia admitted. Hard to pull one over on a newspaper editor. True. All right, Sylvia leaned forward. I'll make you a deal. I'll tell you everything that you need to know, and when you close this case, you give me that interview I want. Either Sylvia was innocent, or she didn't think Olivia was good enough to catch her. It would be hard to print a newspaper from jail. Deal, Olivia agreed. Madeline's last few months had been worse than usual. Most of the newspapers syndicating her column had dropped her. We were the only one printing her there at the end, and I told her that if she didn't actually start giving advice and quit humiliating the readers, I was going to drop her too. She didn't take it well? Madeline was a stubborn woman, Sylvia muttered as she shook her head. I'm also pretty sure that she was the one writing the letters that were supposed to be from her readers there toward the end. We screened them, and they all sounded the same. I guess this town got tired of letting dear Ruby rake them over the coals. Goodwin thrust his nose into Olivia's hand, and Olivia resumed scratching his head. Do you think you could give me those letters, at least the ones from the past few months? Why not? Sylvia reached down to the floor and pulled out a box from under her desk. Most of the letters are from angry readers, but some are still asking for advice. You think her killer might be in there? I won't know until I read them. Standing, Olivia grabbed the box and hesitated. She wanted to push Sylvia into admitting the truth, but she didn't really know what to do with it. If she tipped her hand, and Sylvia was the killer, then she could find herself in serious trouble. Thanking Sylvia, she grabbed the box and lugged it back to her apartment. Wishing that she had driven her car, somehow she managed to get both the dogs and the box back. She dropped the box heavily on the table, unleashed the dogs, hung up their leashes, and made sure that they had fresh water to drink. To the tune of canine tongues lapping, she opened the lid and peered inside. The box was completely filled with letters. It would take days to get through them all. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, and she pulled it out. It looked like Andrew hadn't been able to leave the case alone. He had found the man in charge of the I Hate Ruby Club, and that man lived right here in Luxembourg. Chapter 16. Olivia tucked her feet up under her as she sat in the ugly orange chair in Shelfie. Jackie was finishing her last tasks before closing the bookstore at the end of the day, and Olivia wasn't about to leave her alone. What she didn't want to do was alarm Jackie by telling her how concerned she was, so she distracted her friend instead with idle chatter. I could do it at the dog park, for symmetry. I always see this glint in his eye when we walk to the park. I don't want our first failed engagement to be the only thing he thinks about when we take the dogs there. I'm at the park several times a week, Replace bad memories with good memories. Jackie looked up from the shelf she was stocking and grimaced. I don't know. That seems a little lazy. It's almost like you're stealing his idea. I was going to propose at the place where he first told me that he loved me, but apparently all he remembers from there is the food poisoning he got that night, and I'm still not convinced that it was food poisoning. I was perfectly fine. So it's true, a new voice gasped. Olivia turned her head to see Delilah standing by the bookstore's counter, a look of horror on her face. You really are going to propose to Andrew? Seriously? Olivia glared at Jackie. Does the whole town know? The redhead shrugged. Don't look at me. I didn't tell anyone. The boutique owner put her hands on her hips to emphasize her disapproval. Olivia, That is not normal. The men are supposed to chase you and not the other way around, Delilah said primly. It's just not right. Olivia raised an eyebrow. So you didn't ask me to set you up with Derek? You waited for him to chase you? Delilah immediately colored. It's not the same, and you know it. Delilah, what are you even doing here? Jackie asked as she rolled her eyes behind the pretty blonde's back. You've never been in here before. It's not for me. Delilah dug a piece of paper out of her pocket and thrust it at Jackie. Derek is a reader, and I'm trying to convince him to move in with me. Subtly, of course. I would never outright just ask him. I thought that maybe if I spread some books around, he would feel more comfortable spending a few consecutive nights in a row at my place. That is subtle, Olivia chuckled, and then she added, cocking an eye at Jackie. I have it on good authority that open communication is key to a good relationship. Delilah shook her head. Please. Whoever told you that is a crackpot? Relationships are built on deception and white lies. Turning to Jackie, she said, Do you have these books in stock? Jackie glanced over the paper and tilted her head to one side. Are you sure that this is the right list? I cracked his password for his Amazon wish list. Why? Are they not good books? He usually reads on his e-reader, but I thought some printed books might be good. Sure, Jackie said slowly. Give me a minute and I'll round them up. Alone with Delilah, Olivia stood and studied the other woman. You know, you don't usually give me advice on relationships. I set you up with Derek. Before that, you wanted to date Andrew, remember? Just because it took me some time to find the right man doesn't mean that I'm wrong, Delilah said haughtily. Men are sensitive creatures. They like to think that they're in control of the big decisions of their life. Even if we push and prod them toward the right direction, we still need them to think that it was their idea. Walking to the register, Delilah set her designer purse down and leaned against the counter. If you ask Andrew to marry you, he'll resent you for it forever after. Even if you do get married, he'll be forced to tell people that you were the one who initiated it. Technically, he asked first, Olivia pointed out. She felt compelled to defend her boyfriend's honor. And Andrew isn't like that. Delilah studied her glittery gold nails. Are you sure? Yes, Olivia said, but then she hesitated. I'm pretty sure. Jackie returned with a stack of books and gave Delilah a withering look. Olivia, don't let her get to you. Andrew is not going to resent you for it. I thought that you were against me proposing to Andrew. Olivia frowned as she checked out the book titles and stepped closer. Wait, are those all romance books? They sure are, Jackie smiled at Delilah. Your boyfriend is a closet romance reader. Delilah wasn't the least bit put off. She just smiled and replied coyly, It must be why he's so good at the romance part. Good point. Jackie laughed as she rang Delilah up and bagged the books. Hey, Delilah, let me ask you a question. Did you ever write to Dear Ruby? That crass woman? Of course not. I have more dignity than that. Delilah pulled out her credit card and wrinkled her nose. I should have known that she was Madeline Stone. What a horrible woman. You knew Madeline? Of course, Delilah said with a delicate snort. She was a regular at my store, and her visit was always the darkest day of the month. She would whine and complain nonstop. Plus, she was always so rude to me. After paying, the boutique owner grabbed her bag and gave Jackie a pointed look. I trust you can be discreet about this purchase?
provided that you can be discreet about Olivia proposing to Andrew." "Of course." Delilah waved an airy hand. "Not that it matters. The whole town knows. I'd be surprised if Andrew hadn't found out. Have a good evening, ladies." Spinning on her heels, she marched out. Olivia's heart sank. She said numbly, "What if he does know?" "He doesn't know," Jackie assured her. "That's one of the benefits of dating your best friend's boyfriend's best friend. I get all the juicy details. If Andrew knew, Brent would know. And if Brent knows, then I know." "I guess that makes sense." Looking at the clock, Olivia pulled out a few of the letters from the box. "Want to dig into some Dear Ruby snark with me?" "I'm in my store, Olivia," Jackie said quietly. "You don't have to stay here with me. Once I close down, I'm going straight to the bakery and then to Brent's place." "What are you talking about? I'm not here because of you." Olivia was a terrible liar, and she knew it. She averted her eyes, but she couldn't fool Jackie. Oh well, so much for pretense. She decided to ask outright, "Did you get another phone call last night?" "Actually, no. I did talk to Nick. He said that the number you gave him was a bust. I'm hoping that since last night was quiet, tonight will be too. We will have worried about nothing." As much as Olivia wanted to believe that Jackie was right, she still had an uneasy feeling about the whole situation. "Look, Andrew is working late. Janelle is having her date night with Patrick. I don't have anything better to do except go through these letters, and I might as well go through them with you." "Fine. Be my babysitter," Jackie said and chuckled. "But you're going to have to walk with me. I've got to change the new release shelf. You don't still think that Sylvia did it?"
"I do like Sylvia," Olivia admitted, "but I keep thinking that she's hiding something. She knows I'm investigating, though."
Jackie widened her eyes. "That sounds dangerous, Olivia. Did you tell Nick?"
"No. He'd probably take me off the case if he knew that a suspect was aware that I was investigating," Olivia admitted. "But by this time, half the town knows that I do some sleuthing, and from the sounds of things, half the people in town are suspects."
"Really? Half the town?"
Jackie started pulling the books down and piling them on the floor. Olivia settled down next to the pile and pulled out a letter. "Dear Ruby," she read out loud. "I want you to know that the sound advice you gave my sister led her to accuse her boyfriend of cheating on her. In reality, he was just hiding an engagement ring. Of course, he broke it off immediately, and now she's pregnant and unwed. I hope you choke on your own advice one day."
"Whoa."
Jackie looked down at Olivia, eyes wide.
"That's pretty rough."
"That's just the tip of the iceberg. There's an entire box of these. Sylvia thinks that Madeline was writing her own letters, pretending to be readers asking for advice. I think she just started getting hate mail rather than requests, and she had to do something to keep her job."
"Can you identify any of the writers?"
"Andrew is actually compiling copies of the published letters. I'm hoping that we can match the hate mail with the columns." Most of them were signed anonymous, but this is a small town. Everybody knows everybody else's business. I don't think it will be hard to identify the writer. Tedious, maybe, but not hard.
You know what that means, right?
It means that I'm going to be spending more time on this investigation and less time trying to propose to my boyfriend?" Olivia asked.
"It means that you could be exposing a lot of secrets in this town. I might know that my neighbor divorced her husband, but after reading these letters, I might discover that the reason for the divorce is because her husband likes to wear her lingerie."
"I didn't even think about that," Olivia muttered as she chewed her bottom lip. "I definitely don't need to know all that." Jackie bent down to pick up the pile of books. Straightening again, she said,
"Are you kidding me? I want all the details."
She headed to the stockroom to drop the stack and pick up the fresh books waiting to be arranged on the new releases shelf. Olivia leaned back and was about to tell Jackie that she'd turned into a hopeless gossip when the door opened. Tensing, Olivia jerked her head around, but relaxed when she saw that it was just Brent. "I thought Andrew said you two were working late tonight."
He did? Brett gave her a sheepish shrug. Yes, I was just really motivated to finish up early and see my girl.
Obviously, the two lovebirds had worked out their differences. "So you two weren't working together? I thought that he was trying to prepare you for the interview at the hospital."
That was the plan. Brent nodded his head. That was definitely the plan, but then something came up. Work-related. Computer-related. I won't bore you with the details, but we had to put the interview prepping thing on hold. I actually stayed late because Cora had some questions for me, but when I left, Andrew was still working.
Olivia stared at him in puzzlement. "Is everything okay, Brent? You're talking awfully fast."
Yes, I have to pee. Excuse me.
He flashed her an apologetic smile before he slipped past her and headed toward the back of the bookstore. "He's so weird," Olivia grumbled to herself before getting back to her feet and following him to call a question to his receding back. "Brent, Andrew doesn't know that I'm trying to propose to him, right?"
No, of course not.
Brent called over his shoulder. He stopped suddenly, and Olivia walked right into him.
What's the plan for that, by the way? I heard the dinner at that dive bar didn't work so well.
"How did you know?" "Never mind. Jackie told you." Olivia crossed her arms defensively. "It was a good plan, only it didn't quite go as planned. I was just talking to Jackie about Symmetry, the park, same place that he proposed to me. What do you think?"
Brent nodded eagerly. Yeah, give that a shot.
"Really? You think that it's a good idea?"
Yup.
Before Olivia could probe him further, Jackie walked around the corner from the stockroom, arms full of books.
Brent, what are you doing here? I thought you were working late.
"Don't ask him that. He's just going to get weird again," Olivia jumped in. "And apparently he really needs to pee. Anyway, since he's here, I'm going to go."
Uh-huh, Jackie smirked. Because this had nothing to do with you keeping an eye on me.
"Nope," Olivia denied swiftly. "I've got a box of letters to dive into, that's all." "Thanks," Jackie said softly.
I'm lucky to have someone like you as my friend.
"Don't I know it?" Olivia grabbed her bag from behind the counter and hefted the box. "I'll let you know if I find anything juicy."
You better,
Jackie called after her as Olivia walked to the door. Pausing at the door, Olivia looked over her shoulder to see Brent hugging her friend. Olivia knew that Brent wasn't going to let anything happen to Jackie while he was there, and she headed to her apartment feeling a little bit better. Chapter 17. Natalie was there to cover the office the next day, so Olivia made plans to meet Andrew at the park. An hour before she took the dogs out, she rehearsed what she wanted to say to him in front of the mirror. Everything sounded corny, like something out of a romance novel. The more she edited her speech, the worse it seemed to get. "Isn't this supposed to sound natural?" she growled to herself as she turned from the mirror. Grabbing the leashes, she hooked the dogs up. "I just tell him that I love him and I'm ready to marry him. No hesitation, no question." To the dogs, she added, "It doesn't have to be romantic, right?" Fender noisily farted in response, and Olivia jerked upright and wrinkled her nose. "Seriously? I'm trying to have a heart-to-heart here. You two are guys. Some advice would be appreciated." Of course, they didn't respond. Not that it mattered. She sort of already knew the answer. Andrew had been so romantic when he'd proposed to her. Olivia knew that she also needed to speak from the heart, but unfortunately, she was more inclined to logic and less about romance. The dogs trotted down the sidewalk ahead of her. Goodwin had a little more energy than usual. When the puppies were around, Olivia wasn't letting him be his usually crazy self, so he really needed the time to run and work off some steam. Fender, of course, was dead set against any kind of exercise. About 2 minutes into the walk, he started to drag his feet.
By the time they reached the dog park, he was ready for a nap. It was still early in the afternoon, and the fenced-in park was almost empty. Olivia released the dogs. Goodwin took off for the far corner of the park, while Fender groaned and plopped himself down for a roll in the grass before snoozing in the sun. Looking around uneasily, Olivia checked to make sure that Andrew wasn't anywhere to be found. Feeling a little silly, she took a deep breath. Andrew, the last time we were here, you asked me a question. We both thought that we were ready to take the next step, but there were doubts. Her voice grew more confident as she went on. We've come a long way since then, and I want you to know that I am ready. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Andrew, will you? Olivia. Gasping, she whirled around, but it wasn't Andrew standing behind her. It was Mayor Henderson, the larger-than-life figure who wanted to put Luxembourg on the map. Ah, Mayor, Olivia smiled tightly. I didn't hear you coming. Henderson glanced around, a puzzled look on his face. Were you talking to someone? But I don't see. It almost sounded like maybe you were practicing a proposal. If there was one person in this town who couldn't keep a secret, it was the mayor. No, not at all. Just talking to Fender here. She pointed down at the basset hound. You remember him, the dog you adopted once upon a time? Henderson had adopted the dog simply as a ploy to get closer to Lady Celeste, after the psychic had announced she was starting a new pet psychic service. However, when the scheme had fizzled, the mayor had basically passed the dog along to Olivia. Now he said casually, Sure. How's he doing? The mayor had no shame, and Olivia laughed softly. He's fine. What brings you to the park? I spoke to your employee earlier. Natalie? She works for Lady Celeste as well. The mayor had been crushing on the psychic for years. It was finally starting to look like maybe things were going somewhere. But both of them were being very secretive about whatever their relationship was at the moment. Yes, she does. Right, the mayor said briskly. I was looking for you. Sheriff Limperos tells me that he's asked for your help on this case. I'd like to discuss your qualifications. Fender barked suddenly. Getting up, he waddled toward Goodwin, who was rolling in something in the farthest corner of the dog park. With Olivia's luck, it was probably something dead. Excuse me, Mayor. She started walking after the dogs, and Henderson followed. What do you mean by qualifications? Have you taken your PI test yet? No, Mayor Henderson. You do know that I've helped solve cases prior to this. Yes, but this is the first time that it's been official. A request from Limperos makes it official, and I just want to make sure that everything is on the up and up. Olivia tried not to laugh. Mayor, if I was licensed, then Nick would have to pay me. Is that in the budget? The mayor's eyes widened in panic. You know you're right. He backpedaled rapidly. You have plenty of experience. I have nothing to worry about. Good. I'm glad. She kept walking, but the mayor continued to follow her. The silence was awkward until Olivia looked over her shoulder at him. Was there something else that you wanted? He cleared his throat. So, Nick said that the newspaper woman gave you a box of letters to look through. Elaborately casual, he added. I was just wondering how far back those letters went. He really wanted to talk about the case? Normally the mayor wanted to talk about Lady Celeste. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they go back about 6 months. Why? 6 months. The man looked visibly relieved. That's good. That makes sense, right? Since the murder was recent. It was probably about something recent. Realization dawned, and Olivia stopped short and gasped. You wrote to her, she accused him. And you're worried that I'm going to figure it out. Keep your voice down, the mayor hissed as he swiveled his head from side to side, looking to see if anyone might overhear. I don't need the whole town to know that. Shaking her head, Olivia started walking again and reached the dogs. Goodwin was still rolling, but Fender had found an old tennis ball and was nosing it around. Olivia didn't bother throwing it. Fender wouldn't fetch it anyway. Look, Mayor, I'm not going to tell anyone if it isn't pertinent to the case, but you might still want to come clean with me. I assume that you wrote to her for advice about Lady Celeste? I wasn't the mayor back then. Henderson turned a little red. And Celeste was just so beautiful. I asked for advice, but dear Ruby just had a scathing response. She seemed incensed that I didn't have the courage to talk to Celeste on my own. Olivia's heart went out to him, and she touched his arm gently. You don't have anything to be ashamed of. Relationships are tricky. Starting them can be difficult, and you want to make sure that you don't screw it up. With someone like Lady Celeste, patience is probably key. Did you write Ruby an angry letter afterward? Of course not, the mayor said indignantly. And did you know her true identity? No. I even asked the editor, but she refused to release the writer's name. Henderson looked at Olivia guiltily. Not that I was going to do anything about it. I was just curious. Fender abandoned the ball, and Goodwin immediately jumped on it and offered it to Olivia, tail wagging furiously. Taking it from him, Olivia frowned at the dirt covering it. She pitched the ball as hard as she could throw it, and Goodwin tore off after it. Turning back to the husky man, Olivia smiled. Don't worry, Mayor. I think I can cross you off my suspect list. Good. He sighed in relief. I'm sure you already know this, but Celeste is very worried about you. Really? She might have mentioned it a couple of times, but I don't think she has anything to be concerned about. She smiled to emphasize her reassurance. Madeline was killed in a fit of rage. I don't think anyone is going to come after me. Besides, Andrew is working with me. He's got my back. The mayor didn't look convinced, but before he could say anything else, Fender scooted closer to him and lifted a leg. He jumped back and cleared his throat. I should get going. I'll let you know if I have any other questions. Okay, Olivia laughed as she hurried away. She still couldn't figure out how he managed to take care of Fender for those few days before he'd used the dog to get Celeste's attention. She stood there for a minute, watching the mayor's retreating figure. But then, as she turned away, she saw Andrew heading toward her, a big smile on his face. Her heart immediately skipped a beat. Every time she saw him, she got butterflies. It wasn't just that he was handsome, even though he was. He was full of love and patience and kindness. He really was her better half, and she needed him by her side. Now was the time to tell him that. Was that the mayor I just saw talking to you? He asked. He gave her a quick kiss before bending down to scratch Fender's head. Goodwin barked sharply, though the sound was muffled by the ball in his mouth, and he bounded back to join them, dancing joyful circles around them, enticing them to try to grab the ball away. Olivia ignored the big dog. It was the best tactic to get him to drop the ball for another throw. Yes, it was. He was checking up on the investigation. How was work? Olivia immediately cringed. She didn't want to ask Andrew about work. She wanted to propose to him. How was she supposed to segue into it? Good. I spent most of the day working with Brent. I think he's ready for the interview. Goodwin dropped the ball, and Andrew scooped it up and threw it a satisfying distance, absently dusting his hands as the dog leapt into hot pursuit. That's good. Want to marry me? Nope, that does not work. Andrew frowned. What doesn't work? Crap, she said that out loud. I was just thinking about Brent. His ego is already huge. I can't imagine how things are going to be when he gets your job. She laughed to show him she was joking, but she didn't want to keep lying to him. It was time to do this. Andrew, I'm glad that you met me here. I actually had something I wanted to say to you. It wasn't the perfect opening, but it would have to work.
Reaching into her pocket, she fingered the outline of the ring in her wallet and took a deep breath. Here went nothing.
That's him,
Andrew suddenly said, his voice sharp. Olivia barely heard him. Uh-huh. What? The mayor? Yeah. I told you that he wanted to chat with me about the investigation.
Not the mayor. The head of the I Hate Dear Ruby group, Charles Frederick.
Really? The case was interrupting her proposal again? Olivia wanted to scream, but she forced herself to relax and glance around. Who? The blonde guy jogging? Do you know him?
More from word of mouth. He designs websites and helps to keep them running. The question is whether he's running the website because someone paid him or because he also hates Dear Ruby.
Andrew flashed her a reckless smile.
Maybe it's time to find out.
Before she could stop him, Andrew took off toward the jogger. What? Andrew, what are you doing? She hissed, but he was already gone. Grumbling to herself, Olivia started jogging after him. Goodwin, returning with the ball, joined the parade, trailing behind them. This had to be karma. There was no other explanation. Chapter 18. Despite being clad in a suit and dress shoes, Andrew was surprisingly fast. He caught up with Charles before Olivia could warn him to be careful, and when she reached them, he and Charles were already talking.
You just decided to go for a run, dressed like that?
Charles asked as he pulled his earbuds out. He's meeting me, Olivia interrupted quickly before Andrew could dig himself deeper into whatever lie he was working on. I'm Olivia. My two dogs are running around here somewhere. Goodwin, realizing the game of fetch had ended, was now busy burying the ball some distance away, and Fender was snoozing in the sun. Charles gave them both a strange look.
Okay, well, nice to meet you.
He started to put his earbuds back in, but Andrew shook his head and held up a staying hand.
I actually have some questions for you.
About building websites, Olivia cut in again, giving Andrew a pointed look. He's going freelance, app building. He had some questions about working on websites. Charles looked at her quizzically.
You're obviously very proud of him,
he said slowly before returning his focus to Andrew.
But, yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you. Let's schedule lunch for early next week. Can't we just talk now?
Andrew pressed. He was coming on too strong, and if he wasn't careful, he was going to raise Charles's suspicions. Andrew, we're running late as it is. Lunch sounds fine. Andrew hesitated, looking at Olivia, and Charles laughed and shook his head.
Eager, aren't you, man? I tell you what, let's grab some coffee tomorrow. Will that work for you?
That sounds great, Olivia said hurriedly. Thanks, Charles. Sorry that we interrupted your run. Andrew narrowed his eyes, but Charles just nodded, shoved his earbuds back in, and started jogging.
What was that?
Andrew demanded.
We need to talk to him. He knew Dear Ruby's identity.
Yes, he does. But you need a plan, Andrew. You can't just run down a suspect and start grilling them. How many times have you said it? This is dangerous.
You don't think I'm good enough to do this,
he said softly, cocking his head. I didn't say that. Swallowing hard, Olivia tried to regain control of the situation. I think that we make a great team. But if there is one thing I learned, it's that investigating by the seat of your pants doesn't work. We need to talk these things through. What happens if Charles is the killer? He deflects your questions, goes home, and then keeps an eye on you to make sure that you aren't getting close to the truth. And when you are, that's how you end up in the dark woods with a gun-wielding crazy guy.
That's what I tried to tell you,
Andrew reminded her. His voice was dangerously quiet.
And you never listened.
I did listen, Andrew. I was careful. I need you to be careful. I love you, and I need you.
You know, I don't really even care about investigating.
he said, staring at her intently.
I just wanted to work with you, to share something that you enjoy doing so much. But I guess you really do want to keep that side of your life to yourself.
That is so not true, Olivia protested, but Andrew was already walking away. Goodwin naturally ran after him and followed him all the way to the edge of the park. When Andrew shut the gate, the large dog jumped at the gate, then turned back slowly, returning to Olivia with a dejected look in his eye. Don't worry, baby. I'm going to fix this, Olivia assured him as she leaned down to scratch his ears. She didn't know how, but she was going to make this right, no matter what. I'm starting to think that proposals really aren't a thing for you guys, Janelle said wearily as she toddled around the kitchen. Her nesting instincts had spread, and there were cute little baby items all over the house. Stuffed animals, angel figurines, poems, and blessings. You two should just wake up one morning, walk to the courthouse, and elope. At this rate, I'll be lucky if I even wake up tomorrow morning next to him. Groaning, Olivia slumped into a kitchen chair and buried her head in her arms on the table. I knew that this was going to end badly, but he wanted to help. How could I say no? I think what really happened was that you hurt his feelings. Janelle stirred a spoon in a glass and then handed the glass to Olivia. Chocolate milk. Her older sister had just made her chocolate milk. Olivia wanted to point out that wine was usually what helped nowadays, but she just picked up the glass and drank from it. The popular thought seems to be that me proposing to him was going to hurt his feelings. I don't think that's true. Janelle rested her hand on her huge belly and closed her eyes. A sense of peace settled on her face, and Olivia found herself envious. Things must be going well for you. I take it that date night was good. I'm still restless and hormonal and a little crazy, but Patrick is a patient man. We went to dinner, we talked, I cried a little. Actually, I cried a lot, and he held my hand the whole time. He told me that no matter what, he would be by my side. He told me that I was going to be a good mother, and I believed him. Of course you believed him, because it's true. Olivia took another sip and nodded her head. I kind of forgot how good chocolate milk could be. You and Andrew are going to be fine, Olivia. How do you know? A shadow moved in the doorway to the kitchen. The light flipped on and Patrick joined them. Standing behind Janelle, he put his arms around his wife's belly and kissed the back of her neck. Olivia, when you were trying to find the killer of that coffee truck owner, Andrew went a little insane. He sat right there at our table and vented, just like you are now. Is that supposed to make me feel better? We broke up shortly after that, remember? Patrick chuckled. And now you're back together. My point is that both of you can finally see both sides. You're walking in each other's shoes. Andrew now knows why you like investigating. And now you can understand his concerns. For the first time since you started on this journey, you two can maybe finally talk about it. Janelle smiled at him over her shoulder, and he kissed her cheek in response. What if it doesn't go well? Olivia whispered. Then what do I do? I don't think you have anything to worry about. Just be honest. You both love each other. You'll both do the right thing. Patrick gestured with his head. Are you moving in? Olivia pulled the box forward. I'm delaying going home. I was going to wallow in some Dear Ruby letters. Janelle offered to help. Want to join in? Listen to a bunch of women complain about their relationships? No thanks, Patrick chuckled. Just don't let any of those letters give my wife any ideas. No, I think she's already too far gone. Olivia winked when Janelle shot her a dirty look, and Patrick just groaned, gave his wife a last squeeze, and headed back upstairs. Janelle waddled over to the table and sat heavily in a chair. No Jackie to join in on your pity party? It's not a pity party. I just needed to see my big sister. Olivia pulled out a stack of letters and set them in front of Janelle. Uh-huh. And not go home. What if Andrew is waiting for you? He's not. I asked Jackie to keep an eye out for his car. Apparently, it's not just me avoiding him. He's avoiding me, too. With a sigh, she pulled out the special ring and set it on the table. You know, when he first tried to propose to me, I knew that it was coming. I used that investigation to avoid it because I didn't think I was ready to commit. This has to be karma. Every time I try to pop the question, the investigation gets in the way. You two are going to solve it together, Janelle said impulsively. Then you're going to get married, and my little baby is going to have some cousins. Oh, geez, Olivia rolled her eyes. I think I prefer crazy Janelle to blissfully happy Janelle. She tapped the pile of paper on the table. Just scan through the letters. What am I looking for? Set aside anything that seems overly threatening. I'm going to try to match the letters with the columns. She sighed and admitted. That was Andrew's idea. Janelle scanned the first letter and gave a sigh of her own. I have a feeling that it's going to be a long night. Privately, Olivia thought that would be preferable to going home to an empty apartment. Chapter 19. The doctor said that you're supposed to be resting, Christopher said gently as he leaned against the door frame of the hospital room. Rose looked up and scowled. You are one to talk. I have a sprained ankle and a bruised rib. You have a bullet in your shoulder. Always so thorny. He walked in and placed a finger under her chin as he lifted it. Were you planning on leaving without saying goodbye? You act like I'm a lover slipping out of your bed, Rose grumbled, but her heart was beating rapidly. Sometimes she hated the way he made her feel. It's not like I was never going to see you again. Maybe you were hoping that I didn't hear what you said to Gabe in that warehouse. If I weren't such a good person, I might say that I told you so. His grin turned wicked, and she rolled her eyes. No one has ever accused you of being a good person. She pulled away and winced at the twinge in her rib cage. But you were right. Solving mysteries is what I do. I couldn't handle the failure, and I gave up. I'm back now. Spunky and personality and all. Is there anything else that you wanted to confess to me? Grabbing her crutches, she hobbled by him and looked over her shoulder with a grin. If I made it that easy for you, I wouldn't be me, now would I? His faint chuckle followed her down the hall, and Rose knew that everything was going to be just fine. Olivia ended up spending the night at her sister's house. When she woke up and checked her phone, her heart sank. There were no calls or texts from Andrew. He was probably already at work, so she loaded up the dogs and drove home. The first thing she did was check up on Natalie in the doggy daycare office. Hi, boss, Natalie said in a cheerful greeting. Today she was trimmed out in pink. Did you need something from me? No, I just got back. I figured I'd check in and make sure everything is okay. Olivia saw the worried look on Natalie's face and laughed. It's not like that. Andrew and I got into a fight last night, and I guess I'm just trying to keep busy. Hey, you're the boss, Natalie said in her breeziest tone. You're welcome to check up on me whenever you like. I can't really help distract you, though. Everything is okay here. That's good. I'll be back in a few hours for doggy daycare. What Olivia really wanted to do was send Natalie home and spend the day with the dogs alone. But at least this way she could focus on the investigation. Maybe once she closed the case, she could finally make things right with Andrew. Maybe it really was time to hang up her sleuthing hat. Trudging upstairs to their third-floor apartment with the dogs in tow, she unlocked the door and froze. Andrew hadn't gone to work after all. He was sitting in the living room with his computer open, and he was scribbling in his notebook. You're here, she breathed.
I am. You didn't come home last night.
He stared at her.
You've never not come home before.
I asked Jackie to text me when you came back. She never texted. I thought you spent the night in your office. Olivia swallowed hard. I'm sorry. I was at Janelle's going over the letters.
How is she doing?
Very happy. Until she started going through the letters. Then she went a little crazy and started raving about what a horrible person dear Ruby was. Honestly, I almost had to put her on my suspect list. Andrew shuddered.
I'm glad you didn't. Questioning her would not be fun.
He sat straighter and rubbed his neck, adding,
I did some digging, and I pulled up some dirt on Sylvia.
Eyes widening, Olivia bit her lower lip, and Andrew sighed and shook his head at her.
On the computer, Olivia. I dug up some dirt on the computer.
Andrew, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that...
Her former editor told me that Madeline knew that Sylvia was answering letters for her. Apparently they had an arrangement. Madeline needed some time off, and Sylvia was willing to give it to her. Then, when Sylvia lost her job, Madeline invited her to Luxembourg to work here.
Andrew's interruption didn't go unnoticed by Olivia, but she didn't point it out as the obvious stalling tactic that it had to be. So Sylvia doesn't have a motive? Still, she released dear Ruby's identity. I know that she had to be the one who did that. Andrew shrugged.
If she did, I don't know why. We'll have to ask her.
Olivia took a deep breath. Now was her moment to show Andrew that she trusted him. Actually, I already spoke to Sylvia, but I didn't get very far. He opened his mouth to say something, but she plunged on. I think you should take a crack at it. The most direct approach might be the best way to go on this one, and she already knows that I'm investigating.
Actually, I was thinking that we could do it together.
Andrew closed the laptop and stood.
If that's okay with you. I took the day off, and Natalie is covering for you today, right?
Olivia swallowed hard. She couldn't decide if this was a white flag or a trap. Okay, sounds good. Just let me take a shower real quick.
Sure thing. Have you eaten? I can make us some breakfast.
It sounded so nice and normal. The knot of anxiety in the pit of her stomach eased a little, and she headed to the bedroom. She really could use a shower. After tucking the ring securely back in her wallet, she escaped under the hot water. A million thoughts crowded around in her head, but she had to focus on what was right in front of her. Andrew obviously didn't want to fight. He wanted to finish investigating the mystery, and she wanted to prove that she trusted him. The delicious smell of eggs and bacon hurried her getting dressed and lured her back to the kitchen. Andrew had also brewed coffee. He looked almost apologetic as he waited for her. Thanks for breakfast, she said softly. It smells great.
Sure. When I'm freelancing full-time, I'll be able to make breakfast for you more often.
He was talking about their future. That was excellent news. Now was the time for her to prove that she was willing to talk about their problems. So about last night,
Charles is actually going to have coffee with us today, too. I just got off the phone with him. So we can hit both suspects at the same time. Efficient, huh?
Loading up her plate, Andrew set it down in front of her, and Olivia stared at him. It wasn't like Andrew to interrupt her or even refuse to talk. Thanks. Yeah, that is efficient. If you want to talk to him alone,
we should do it together,
he said abruptly. Andrew! Olivia took a deep breath. Why are you interrupting me?
Because sometimes you're not good at multitasking, Andrew growled. One thing at a time, okay?
Okay. Slowly she picked up her fork. Maybe everything wasn't as great as she had hoped. After breakfast, she and Andrew walked to the newspaper office. Sylvia was the only one in the office, on the phone at the receptionist counter, and she looked like she might implode as she snapped into the receiver. Denny, we are not going to meet our publishing deadline. We haven't missed a deadline since I picked up this paper, and I'm not about to start now. I'm not going to repost old columns, so find something to fit that space. Her face was almost purple as she hung up. Immediately she sighed and sank back in her chair. Olivia cleared her throat. Sylvia? Sylvia had been so immersed in the call that she hadn't noticed them come in, even though the bell above the door had jingled merrily to announce them. Olivia, Andrew, hi. This isn't a great time. I'm a little short-handed here. Our website crashed, and now Denny wants to repost old Dear Ruby letters instead of finding something new to put there. It's just lazy. What do you mean your website crashed? Andrew asked with a frown. I don't know. Charles told me last night that he needed to do some maintenance work on it, but this morning it was still offline. The problem is that I'm running a discount for new subscribers to sign up, and now they can't sign up. Charles Frederick? Olivia tensed. The same guy who runs the I Hate Dear Ruby group? The editor looked up sharply. How do you know about that group? I'm investigating, remember? I also know that someone by the username Lady Lazarus leaked Dear Ruby's true identity. Sylvia's face fell. I guess I should have known you'd dig that up. You really are good. You immediately regretted it, didn't you? Andrew asked. That's why you took it down. Sometimes my temper gets the best of me. Madeline and I had had a huge fight. We used to be good friends. The editor shook her head, her gaze growing distant. We worked together in Chicago. When she needed to go on sabbatical, I stepped in for her. A wry expression crossed her face. When I got fired for it, she found me a job. We were good. I mean, I didn't blame her for getting fired, but her letters were getting progressively harsher. I asked her to scale it back, and she told me that I was ungrateful. I said some things I didn't mean, and then she shook her head. I spilled her secret identity. People saw it. One person saw it, Sylvia said quickly. Charles pulled the active membership at the time and saw that only one person was logged in. So it was just the two of us and one member. I expected her to republish the name, but she didn't. The truth is that I'd forgotten about it until after her death. Guilt was written all over the woman's face. You thought that it was your fault, Olivia said in sudden realization. I did, but it was months ago. Why would someone wait until now to act? Sylvia shook her head. Is it my fault? Something was bothering Olivia about the whole case, though she couldn't put her finger on it. She glanced uneasily at Andrew, then said, Sylvia, do you know why Charles started the group? Sylvia laughed in surprise. Charles didn't start it. He just maintains it. Frowning, she added, He and I went on a couple of dates. He told me that someone had approached him with a job. I wanted to shut it down until I realized that it might keep litigation at bay. People could expel their anger inside the group instead of hiring lawyers. I actually paid Charles to keep up the site now. So he wouldn't have any reason to kill Sylvia, Andrew demanded. Of course not. He's out of a job now that she's dead. The person who killed Madeline did it out of rage, Olivia said slowly. Her name had been out there months ago and then erased. Even if someone did see her name, it doesn't make sense that they would sit on it for 6 months. I'll bite. How did the killer know who Madeline was? Sylvia asked. Andrew snapped his fingers. Maybe they didn't. Maybe the person just had a beef with Madeline Stone herself. Maybe it didn't have anything to do with the Dear Ruby column. Or maybe they figured it out the same way that I did. Olivia closed her eyes. How had she not seen it? I think this is about the puppies after all. What do you mean? Madeline was trying to sell the puppies she'd stolen. She needed the money. Maybe the person she contacted met her at her house, and when they walked in, they saw all the articles. They made the connection on their own. So what? You're saying that Scott might be the killer after all? Scott? Sylvia echoed, then added slowly. I can see it. He used to bother me all the time about Dear Ruby's identity. Olivia shook her head. No, Scott has an alibi. He was at his office at the time Madeline was killed. Sylvia, can you make me a list of any other people who have asked for dear Ruby's identity? Sylvia laughed, though it wasn't a happy sound. Sweetheart, that's the whole town. I get that question 50 times a day. Might as well cancel the interview with Charles, Olivia said as she glanced at Andrew. He'd been pretty focused on the man, but he didn't seem upset at this turn of events. Actually, he just looked as confused as she felt. I guess we can spend the day working through the rest of the letters. Maybe we'll find something there. You'll get them, Olivia, Sylvia said as if cheering her on. You always do. Always a first time for everything, Olivia said under her breath. She couldn't help feeling like they were right back to square one. Chapter 20. Okay, I've made 2 piles, Olivia announced hours later. Taking a sip of her beer, she rubbed her temples. There was so much hatred in these letters that she could almost feel it seeping into her. This pile is for suspicious hate letters that dear Ruby received, and this pile is for the letters that had pretty scathing responses. The weird thing about the hate letters is that some of them were because dear Ruby hadn't responded to them. Andrew pulled another beer out of the fridge and opened the bottle. What do you mean? There was a time when the column was so popular that she'd received 12 letters a day. My guess is that she couldn't answer them all, and that upset quite a few of her fans. Some of these letters are from people who didn't think that she was harsh enough. I'm telling you, people are weird. Anything promising? My 3 favorites come from the hate mail stack. The first is a husband whose wife divorced him. She took his 3 kids away when she discovered that her husband was cheating on her. I'm no expert when it comes to handwriting analysis, but it looks like one person wrote all 5 of these letters. She slid them across the table. Andrew glanced through them, eyebrows raised, and he nodded in agreement. Next up is a woman who broke off an engagement because dear Ruby convinced her that she was too young to get married. Her ex-fiancé went to Afghanistan and didn't make it. The writer was left alone and pregnant. Olivia sighed sadly. She ended up losing the baby before her due date. Oh, man. Andrew stopped comparing the handwriting on the letters she'd given him and shook his head. That's rough. Yeah, but it's still not as heartbreaking as this last one. Olivia picked up the letter and cleared her throat. Dear Ruby, a year ago my teenage daughter wrote to you about whether or not she should lose her virginity to her boyfriend. She was 15 at the time. You told her that sexual freedom was a right and that she should embrace it. Uh-oh, Andrew said softly. 3 months later, my daughter was pregnant. She chose to have a dangerous abortion procedure and was hospitalized for a month. Maybe next time your column could talk about the consequences of making an adult decision as a child. Olivia looked up to meet Andrew's sober gaze. Actually, the language was a lot harsher than that, but you get the idea. He shook his head again and said, At least with the first 2, they were adults facing the consequences of their actions. But the third is a mother trying to defend her child who didn't know any better. That's awful. Yeah, I found the original column, but I don't recognize the person who sent it in. I think that if anyone, especially a teenager, had been hospitalized for a month, the town would know about it. In frustration, Olivia set the letter down. I'm pretty sure this letter originated in one of the other cities where the column was syndicated. That's going to make it hard to track down. Yes, but it also means that she's probably not our killer. The person who found Madeline was looking for those puppies. That means to me that it's someone in this town. Glancing at the clock, Olivia got up and stretched. I've got to go. I've got doggy daycare. Want me to keep looking through the letters? Andrew asked. No. What she really wanted him to do was talk about what had happened last night, but she just tried to smile brightly as she nodded. At least they weren't fighting. Natalie was collecting her things when Olivia walked in and said, Are you working for Celeste this evening, or do you have something fun planned? Bowling with some friends. Natalie straightened and swung the lime green bag over her shoulder. You need anything before I go? No. Thanks for stepping in this morning. I appreciate it. Olivia's assistant paused at the door. This is going to sound a little strange, but do you plan your outfits? Do I what? Olivia gave her a strange look. Were you thinking of color coordinating with me? No, but that's not a bad idea. I like colors. I'll think about it, Olivia said. She shook her head and chuckled. She had started to reach for the computer when she realized that Natalie was still staring at her. But you want an answer now? No, you can think about that. Natalie grinned and tugged on her shirt. Maybe some bright-colored shirts with your logo on it? But what I really needed was an answer to the original question about whether you plan your outfits. No. I usually just wake up and reach for something in the closet, Olivia said slowly. Natalie could sometimes be a little strange, but this was over the top even for her. Right. No, of course you don't. Olivia's assistant bit her lower lip and looked anxious. Do you and Jackie have any plans? At her house? Girls' night with drinks or movie night? What in the world was going on? Natalie had just said that she was going out bowling with friends, so it couldn't be that she was lacking for company. Do you want to be friends with Jackie? No, Natalie said as she waved her hands dismissively. She's a little snarky for me. No offense. Oh, don't worry. I don't take offense to it, and neither would she. Olivia sat down at the desk and realized once again that Natalie was still waiting for something. Right. You wanted to know if Jackie and I have plans. The girl nodded eagerly. I might have dinner with her later. At her house? Natalie asked anxiously. No. I was thinking about going to Endgame. The seconds ticked by and Natalie looked more and more frustrated. She opened her mouth again and Olivia held up her hand. I'm sorry, Natalie. I don't want to make you late for your bowling fun, but I've got some work to do. Right, the younger woman sighed, and her head drooped in defeat. Sure. Sorry to keep you. She walked out with her shoulders slumped, and Olivia shook her head. The woman was amazing with the dogs, but sometimes she had issues with people. Seriously, what kind of person would ask her if she picked out her clothes ahead of time? She lived in t-shirts and yoga pants. Who needed to choose anything? Within the next hour, several dogs trickled in. She put Goodwin, Jax, Snowball, and Tucker in one room to play. Lily and Duchess stayed out in the main office area. Olivia was putting up the dog pen for the puppy when Joyce arrived. There's my cute baby, Olivia squealed as she picked up the puppy and kissed him on the head. He squirmed and cried until Olivia put him down in the pen. She threw some toys in there with him. Lily and Duchess immediately ran up to the pen to sniff him, and the puppy made some grunting noises and tried to lick them through the screen. That is just too cute, Olivia sighed as her heart melted. Don't you want one, Joyce? I hear people's kids are loving them. I have been thinking about getting a dog, Joyce admitted, but probably not a puppy, and I don't have any kids. Olivia was surprised, but she didn't voice it out loud. Not having kids was a choice some people made, after all. Once everyone was settled, Olivia moved behind the desk. Since Sharon hasn't turned in the contract yet, I'm going to need you to sign this for today. It's just granting me permission to do things like take the puppy to the vet if there are any issues that arise. Joyce pulled out a pair of reading glasses and scanned over the document. Not a problem, she said upon reaching the bottom. Grabbing a pen from the can that Olivia kept on the desk, she signed it and handed it back. Anything else? Olivia was about to tell her that everything was fine when her eyes fell on the signature. It shouldn't have been anything out of the ordinary, except that there was something familiar about the loops and curves on the dotted line. Young and confused, Olivia breathed. The Y and the E in Joyce matched the Y's she'd seen in Dear Ruby's hate mail. She frowned in concentration, then nodded. The woman who'd lost her fiancé in Afghanistan. The Y and E in Dear Ruby and in other words in that letter had been identical. She'd spent enough time analyzing them. Joyce looked up sharply. "What did you just say?" Olivia immediately realized that she'd made a mistake. Janelle and her helpers and customers in the bakery were right downstairs, but there was a decent amount of soundproofing between the floors. With the exception of the dogs running around, Olivia was basically alone. "Nothing," she said quickly. "Just talking to myself." There was a moment of silence as the two women stared at each other. Joyce was the first to relax, saying out of the blue, "I was 18, you know. I'd been in love with Aaron since I was 12. We were high school sweethearts, and I just knew that we were going to be happy for the rest of our lives." Her voice was filled with sadness, and Olivia gripped the edge of the desk. "Joyce," the other woman held up her hand. "You want to know why, don't you? Why I killed Madeline Stone? After all, so much time has passed." Her voice changed, and she seemed to be mimicking someone. "Surely I'm not still holding on to that anger." "You don't have to explain anything to me. I know she ruined people's lives," Olivia whispered. Writing to Dear Ruby was all the rage. She was a new columnist, and she was the first thing I read in the morning. I loved the edginess. I thought that only losers wrote to her, but then my friends dared me to do it. I knew that her response would be cutting. Joyce paused, and then she added bleakly, "But I just didn't realize how deep." I asked her if I was too young to get married. She told you yes. Olivia was trying to think how to distract the woman while she slipped a hand into her pocket and reached for her phone, but it didn't matter. Somehow she managed to dial 911 without Joyce noticing. Joyce's eyes were glazed over. She was stuck in the past. All of her reasons were logical, but I wasn't confused at all. Her voice firmer, she went on. "I knew that Aaron and I were going to marry. But then he found out. He found out about the column, and we had a huge fight. The last words I said to him were terrible. I called off the wedding 2 days before we were supposed to be married. I told him that Dear Ruby had been right. We were too young to marry." A tear slid down her cheek, and her voice broke as she finished. "He was deployed the next week. I'm so sorry, Joyce. I wrote him letters every day, apologizing. 3 weeks after he was gone, I discovered that I was pregnant. I wrote to him immediately and told him I wanted him to have something to look forward to. I never heard anything back from him, but I was optimistic. I knew that our love would carry us through anything." The woman's eyes turned cold. "Except death. I was with his parents when the army chaplain arrived to tell them the bad news. My world ended that very day. I miscarried a week later, and I lost every part of him I ever had. I think about them. Aaron and our baby. Every second of every day." "How did you find her?" Olivia asked. She glanced down at the phone in her pocket. Nick had picked up, but she wasn't sure if he could hear anything. She prayed that he could. "It was your article. A friend of mine in the city had seen it. She called me after Madeline contacted her. My friend had responded to an ad in the city paper's classifieds, had been one of the applicants interested in the puppies. I went to confront her about stealing the puppies." "And you saw the articles," Olivia finished. "I just lost it. Once I realized who she was, I accused her. She'd never once responded to my letters after my question was published. She never apologized. All I wanted to know was why. But she just laughed at me. I lost it. I didn't even realize what I was doing until after she was dead. Olivia sighed. Not that it makes a difference, but Madeline was happily married once. Her husband divorced her after she was diagnosed with cancer. That experience made her bitter. It doesn't excuse the lives that she ruined, but that's the explanation. Joyce nodded her head. You're right. It doesn't excuse it. I'm sorry, Olivia said hesitantly. I had to call the police. The woman nodded. I know. We all have to pay for what we did. She had to pay, and now so do I. Sharon will be back tomorrow. Will you watch Brady until then? I'll make sure he's taken care of. Olivia had barely gotten the words out before the door opened and Nick walked in. Several deputies followed behind him, and it looked as if he'd called Andrew as well, though Olivia had not heard any of them on the stairs, Nick and the deputies coming up from the street level, and Andrew hurrying down from their apartment. Joyce calmly stood waiting to be arrested, but Olivia could see the anguish on her face. There was so much regret there, so much pain. Killing Madeline hadn't alleviated any of it. The case was closed, but it certainly wasn't a satisfying ending as far as Olivia was concerned. Chapter 21. As she watched Nick arrest Joyce, Olivia glanced uneasily at Andrew. The case had been solved, and nobody else had gotten hurt. That should have made Andrew happy, but he stood a little apart and watched her grimly as she answered Derek's questions.
Olivia, you're not paying attention,
Derek said and sighed heavily.
She just confessed to you?
She was looking for Sharon's kidnapped dog. She told me that Madeline was in contact with another friend of hers, and she went to see if one of the puppies Madeline was selling was Sharon's, to confront the woman about the dog. She had no idea that Madeline was really Dear Ruby.
And she lost her temper.
Olivia blinked and took a deep breath, letting it out in a sigh. Joyce seems like such a happy and bubbly person. You'd never have any idea that she'd lost so much or that she was carrying such anger around. No idea at all. She shook her head. The poor woman had simply looked resigned as Nick escorted her away. Madeline had wrecked so many lives. Olivia found it difficult to really mourn the woman's death. The arrest didn't feel like a victory. It also didn't really feel like justice. Murder was wrong. But after all that Joyce had gone through...
All right, we're going to take her for processing, but Nick might have some more questions later.
Derek flipped his notebook shut and followed Joyce and the sheriff out of the office.
Are you okay?
Andrew asked quietly. Yes, I'm just a little heartbroken.
But you did it. You solved the case.
Looking up sharply, Olivia narrowed her eyes. She could hear a strange note in Andrew's voice. Maybe I did, but that doesn't mean I feel good about it. Joyce made some bad decisions, but she was encouraged to make those choices by a woman she admired. She lost a lot because of Dear Ruby. Andrew shook his head.
She was an adult when she broke up with her boyfriend. What happened to her was terrible, but she needs to face the consequences of her actions. No one made her do it.
Olivia's chest squeezed with anxiety. I would think that you of all people would understand. You broke off our engagement and we found a second chance.
Because we were both able to admit that we were wrong.
Yeah, but nobody pushed you into it, Olivia cried. Nobody told you to break up with me. You did it on your own, so you didn't have anyone else to blame but us. If Bryn had told you to break up with me, you could have agreed, but then blamed him and never found your way back to me." Andrew cocked his head and stared at her.
"You're upset,"
he murmured. "I am upset. What Joyce did was wrong, but dear Ruby let her bitterness take over until all she did was ruin relationships and lives." The world faded away as Olivia stared at Andrew in silence. She needed him to acknowledge that not letting go of the past could be toxic, especially to relationships. "Is there something else that you want to say to me?" she asked quietly.
"Like what?"
"Like the fact that you turned into me? You're rushing into this investigation even though we both know that you hate it. The fact that you won't talk when we both know that there's a problem. You're avoiding, and that's usually my tactic."
"Frustrating, isn't it?"
he said lightly. "No, this is not some lesson that you're trying to teach me. Tell me what's going on."
Running his hand through his hair, he sighed. "I thought the mystery would be good, us working as a team. We could each understand the other person's side."
"And," she demanded, "what is it that you understand?"
"That you're a little too competitive," he said, and then he chuckled. "And that it means more to you than just being nosy."
He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. Olivia leaned into his embrace and murmured, "I get your frustrations too. Just thinking about you maybe getting hurt was enough to make me want to ban you from working on mysteries with me," she admitted. "But you did a good job."
"I like it better behind the computer," he chuckled. "So now that it's over, maybe we can talk? I feel like there's something on your mind."
Yes, there was. This was her chance. Disengaging herself from Andrew's warm embrace, she walked over to her bag and pulled out her wallet. "Andrew, I love you," she said softly as she unzipped the pocket to pull out the ring.
"I love you too,"
he replied with a smile.
"In fact, I think I know what you're going to say next."
Olivia froze. "You do?" He raised an eyebrow at her.
"You've been trying to be more romantic. You think that I haven't noticed, but I have. The trip to the restaurant where I first told you that I loved you, for just one example."
Seeing his grin as the words sank in, she gasped. "You did remember! I spent the whole night thinking that the only thing you remembered was the food poisoning."
"No,"
he said with a chuckle.
"I remember every detail, in fact. We were actually fighting over the meal. You were trying to convince me to try the fish and chips, and I'd had a late lunch, so I just wanted something light. Your fierce loyalty to that dive bar, your love of such a simple meal, everything about that night forced me to say something that I already knew. I finally thought that maybe you were ready to hear it."
"Yes, that's right. We hadn't been back since that awful night, and I thought the place deserved a second chance. It really does have the best fish and chips I've ever tasted." Pushing her fingers into the pocket of her wallet, she touched the ring. "I always wanted to ask you something."
"Oh yeah? What's that?"
Olivia opened her mouth to finally ask him to marry her, and in that moment, his phone rang. Holding up one finger, he answered.
"Hey Nick, what's up?"
After listening for a moment, he nodded.
"Sure. I have to head to work anyway for a couple of hours, so I'll drop them off on my way out."
Hanging up, he flashed her an apologetic grin.
That was Nick.
He tapped the box full of Dear Ruby hate mail.
"Apparently all of the deputies forgot to take this box of letters with them. It's evidence. I'm going to drop the box off now and head to the hospital for a few hours. I'll probably be home late. Are you going to be okay?"
"Sure," Olivia said weakly. "Of all the killers I've taken down, Joyce was the easiest. It was almost anticlimactic."
"I like those kinds of endings,"
Andrew said in satisfaction. Leaning over, he gave her a quick kiss before he grabbed the box and headed out. Alone again, Olivia slumped against the desk. Goodwin walked over and licked her fingers. I don't think I'm ever going to make an honest man out of that guy, she murmured to her buddy. Goodwin barked sharply, as if to encourage her to try again, but Olivia wasn't so sure. Maybe it was just time to accept that she and Andrew weren't meant to be married. They could still be together and be happy, but maybe the white dress and tiered cake were just not for her. Chapter 22. Jackie? Olivia knocked on her friend's door. Your door's locked. I can't get in. The lock turned and the door opened. Sorry, I forgot to leave it unlocked for you when I came in. Tentatively, Olivia stepped inside. The house was in complete disarray. Books were piled on the floor and all the drawers were open. Is this why you called me? Did someone ransack your house? What? Jackie started to pace in the living room as she tucked her red hair behind her ears. No, I just started moving things around and then I started to panic. Am I ready for this? What if I'm not? What if we're moving too fast? What if it's just this scenario that's forcing us together? And what took you so long? Stepping forward, Olivia reached out and grabbed her friend's arms. Whoa, calm down. I had to change because my shirt smelled like dogs. Can we maybe back up a little bit? Because I have no idea what you're saying. Brent wants us to move in together. He says that it's because of this whole stalker thing, but we both know it's because he's ready to take that next step. Laughing, Olivia let go. This is your big emergency? She asked. Your boyfriend wants to live with you? Jackie, you two are pretty much living together now. Her friend's face screwed up in anger, and the redhead said in accusation, That's what he said. Are you taking his side? I'm not taking anyone's side. Olivia, tell me why I'm freaking out. Taking Jackie's arm, Olivia led her to the couch and forced her to sit down. Look at me, she said, emphasizing every word until Jackie did as she was told. Once she was sure she had her friend's attention, she went on. Everything is going to be okay. I get it. You and Brent are still riding the wave of a new relationship. You two are staying together, but not really living together. Yes, Jackie nodded her head eagerly. That's right. But Brent loves you. He wants to progress to the next part of the relationship. Olivia narrowed her eyes. What did you tell him? Honestly, I feel like somebody else took over my body. I was so excited. He kept trying to convince me, and all I could say was yes, over and over again. He went to work, and I came back here to make room for him, and then reality set in. Jackie began to hyperventilate. I told Brent that I wanted him to move in with me. Her eyes widened in panic. What if that's not what I want? Calm down, Olivia urged. Breathe. In, out, in, out. When she saw her friend's breathing start to regulate itself, she went on in her most reasonable tone. Well, then you tell him that you were wrong. I think the most important thing right now is not to focus on Brent's reaction, but to focus instead on how you actually feel. Think about it. Do you want Brent to move in here with you? You didn't, Jackie said softly. No, you're right. I definitely never have wanted Brent to move in with me, Olivia said with a snort. In mock anger, Jackie lightly punched Olivia in the arm. This is serious. My experiences aren't yours, Jackie. My relationship with Andrew is nothing like your relationship with Brent. You can't base your decisions off anything I've done or decided. I should probably just tell him that I need more time. I started trying to figure out how to make room for his things, and then I imagined him living here and... Jackie's eyes widened. I had a panic attack. That doesn't bode well for us. Standing up from the couch, Jackie started to collect her books, putting them back on the shelves. He should be okay with that, right? I think that Brent is willing to be patient with you, Olivia said and laughed. You're worth it. No, she's not. At the sound of the new voice, both women jumped and turned to see the intruder. Cora stood in Jackie's living room holding a gun. It was trained on them. She's not worth his patience, she hissed. She doesn't deserve him. Cora! Olivia stared in horror at the pretty woman she thought she'd known. What the hell are you doing? Saving Brent? Saving him from the likes of her? Olivia inhaled sharply. You've been the one stalking her. The phone calls, the threats, the mutilated book covers, the message for me to lay off. Cora glared at her. I should have taken care of you a long time ago. But you made Andrew happy. Andrew was a good boss. I liked that he was happy. But then you kept corrupting Brent, pushing him toward Jackie. Actually, I wasn't really thrilled with the match, Olivia admitted. Jackie reached out and pinched her sharply, but she tilted her head, working things out at last. You loved Brent. Love him, Cora snapped. I love him. He and I belong together. I knew about his past, his womanizing, but I was willing to be patient. He had to go through all of those women so he could understand that we were meant to be. Andrew's secretary had a crazed look in her eye. Olivia tried her best to soothe her. You are a wonderful woman. Andrew is always talking about you. She paused and added thoughtfully. But Brent has a policy against dating women he works with. That's probably why he never saw how much you could mean to him. The gun in Cora's hand shook a little, and Olivia glanced around for something that she could use as a weapon. Jackie wasn't much for decorating, and Olivia didn't think that throwing a bunch of books at the crazed woman was going to make her run away. He was going to see me when he was my boss. I'd be there every day for him, answering his phone, getting his coffee. Sure, because that's what every woman dreams about, Jackie muttered under her breath. Shut up, Cora screamed. This is all your fault. I had to burn down his building because of you. Do you have any idea what it was like to see him in that kind of pain? Olivia's jaw dropped. You burned down Brent's building? Why? He was supposed to move in with Andrew. Living with Andrew would have helped him ease back into his bachelor life. Brent doesn't like to be alone, but he also doesn't need to be spending time with the likes of her. The gun waved at Jackie and then settled back on Olivia, as if Cora saw her as the main threat in this situation. What's so wrong with Jackie? Olivia asked softly, trying to keep her body between Jackie and the gun. She was fairly confident that Cora wouldn't shoot her. I've known her most of my life, Cora. She's a good person. She owns a bookstore. She likes to help me solve crimes. She loves Brent. If she loved him, then she wouldn't be breaking his heart every day. I know about the fights. And now he wants to live here? Well, I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen. Cora, think about what you're doing, Olivia cried out. Brent isn't going to be happy if you hurt his girlfriend. A cold smile spread across Cora's face. Oh, I'm not going to hurt Jackie. It won't be me. The fire is going to do that for me. Her voice changed, going from horrible satisfaction to regret. I'm sorry, Olivia. I really am. But I can't let you go either. Fire? Olivia and Jackie backed away as Cora approached them. What are you going to do, Cora? What do you think? The woman sneered as she raised the gun. I'm going to rescue my man. The gun came down, and pain exploded in Olivia's head before darkness took over. The strong smell of gasoline filled Olivia's nostrils and woke her back up. As she opened her eyes, the memories of Cora came rushing over her, making her head ache, and she tried to move, tried to jump up, but something was holding her down. "Olivia?" Jackie asked from behind her. "Are you awake?" Bleary-eyed, Olivia looked down to see the ropes binding her arms. Someone had tied her to a chair. "What's going on?" "The short version is that your boyfriend's secretary tied us to chairs so she can burn us alive when she sets my house on fire," Jackie said, her voice trembling. "The long version includes all the ways that I'm going to kill Andrew and Brent if we make it out of here alive. How could they not see that she's a psycho?" "I didn't see it either." Olivia grunted in pain as she tried to turn her head. "Where did she go?" "I don't know. After she conked you on the head and tied us down, she poured gasoline everywhere, including all over my books, and then she just disappeared. I'm rather hoping that she doesn't come back." Just then, there was a loud crackling, and Olivia tensed. "Fire! Jackie, we need to get out of here right now." "Really? Because I was hoping that we could take a nap first," Jackie snapped. "I'm trying, but our chairs are tied together. I can't even move us." "Start screaming," Olivia said frantically. "Maybe Hattie's home." She and Jackie screamed until they were hoarse and croaking. Thick smoke was rising. Even if somebody had called the fire station by now, chances were good that they were going to suffocate before anyone could rescue them. "I'm sorry, Jackie," Olivia said, desperately coughing. "I should have taken your stalker case more seriously. I should have made it a priority." "This is not your fault," Jackie cried. "Don't blame yourself." "Olivia?" a familiar voice called out, punctuated by coughs. "Olivia? Jackie? Are you in there?" "Oh my gosh," Olivia gasped. "Natalie, help us." Through the smoke, she saw the outline of something bright yellow. Natalie making her way into the room. Olivia's assistant rushed over to them and jerked at the knots confining them to the chairs. "The whole back of the house is on fire," she said, choking, but not ceasing her efforts. "We have to go out the front. Come on." The smoke stung her eyes, but Olivia gripped Jackie's hand as Natalie led them to the front door. Finally, they burst outside, and Olivia tried to gulp in some fresh air before coughing took over completely. Sirens wailed in the distance. "How did you find us?" Jackie finally asked, when her own coughing subsided. "Goodwin and Fender were going insane at the office. When I couldn't get them to settle down, I tried to call, but you didn't pick up. I asked Janelle, and she said that you were headed here, so I figured I'd just walk the dogs over." With a shaky hand, Natalie pointed to the mailbox. Turning, Olivia saw Goodwin and Fender whining and straining at their leashes. With a cry of relief, Olivia ran over and hugged her best friends. They'd saved her life. Natalie had saved her life, too. "You are amazing." The dog walker hugged her back. "I feel like I've been waiting for weeks for you to wear this shirt." Olivia glanced down at her graphic tee. It read, "Sorry, I can't. I have plans with my dog." "I don't understand. Is it a favorite of yours? After today, I'm more than happy to give it to you." "No. Lady Celeste saw it in her vision. I wanted to be ready in case I had to save you." Lady Celeste. Olivia shook her head. Who would have thought that the crazy old woman would come through for them? She'd save the day. But Cora was nowhere to be found. Chapter 23. Andrew walked into the apartment and set his briefcase down. Brent had done an excellent job in the interview, and Andrew was confident that he was going to be awarded the job. They were going to Endgame to celebrate, but Olivia wasn't answering her phone, and he wanted to let her know. No one had been at the doggy daycare when he checked just now, and the apartment was empty. Frowning, he scribbled her a note. Things had been a little tense between them lately. He'd hoped that tension would go away now that they'd solved the case, but he could tell there was still something on Olivia's mind. They made a good team, and it was clear that she wasn't going to give up sleuthing anytime soon. He might as well join her and try to keep her safe. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. With a grin, he crossed the living room and pulled the door open, joking. A little impatient for those drinks? Before he saw who was there. Cora. Did I leave something at the office again? His secretary looked flushed and was slightly out of breath. Andrew, I'm sorry. I thought that Brent was staying here. He's across the hall. We were just about to go out for drinks. Care to join us? Snagging his keys from the table beside the door, he stepped out and closed the door behind him. He caught a whiff of something and frowned. Odd. Did Cora smell like smoke? Drinks? Happy hour? Cora followed Andrew as he crossed the hall. Yep. We're celebrating a little bit early, but I think that Brent killed that interview. It's starting to look more and more like he might be your new boss. Trying the door, he found it unlocked and pushed it open. Dude, you ready? In the kitchen, he found Brent already opening up a beer and protested. Hey, I thought we were going out. A huge grin split Brent's face. Sorry, man. I completely forgot. This day has just been great for me. Opening the fridge, Andrew pulled out 2 more beers. He handed one to Cora before popping the other open. Oh, yeah? What else happened? Jackie agreed to move in together. You two basically already live together. Informally, and because of forced circumstances, Brett explained. But now we're going to formally move in together at her house, so you can have your apartment back or rent it out. You can't do that, Cora suddenly burst out. Andrew flashed her a puzzled look. I can't rent out the apartment. I mean, technically it belongs to Olivia and Janelle, but I'm pretty sure they're going to want to rent it out. Move in with Jackie, Cora corrected, her eyes trained on Brent. It's a huge mistake, and I think that deep down you already know it. Cora, Andrew admonished, what has gotten into you? I've kept quiet for far too long. I thought that you would come to your senses naturally, but I can see that you've been waylaid, she said firmly. It's time for you to get back on track again. Your career is headed in the right direction, and you need the right woman by your side. Standing straighter, she ended. I'm that woman, Brent. Good Lord. Cora had always had a crush on Brent, but this was ridiculous. Cora, now might not be the right time, Andrew said, trying for a gentle tone. Maybe we can talk about this later. Her face twisted into an ugly expression. How about we talk about it now? Reaching into her purse, she pulled out a gun. Andrew's heart dropped into his stomach. He made a move toward her, but she swung around and pointed the gun at him. This had nothing to do with you, Andrew, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I had to kill Olivia, but she was standing in my way. Kill Olivia? Andrew whispered. Cora, what are you talking about? What have you done? Jackie had to go, Cora said, her voice an unnatural growl. She had to go so that Brent and I could be together. I wish that Olivia hadn't been there, but she was. I didn't want to see you unhappy. Her voice became matter-of-fact. But you'll find someone else. I know that you will. Brent dropped the beer bottle. The sound of glass shattering on the floor made both Andrew and Cora jump. You killed Jackie?
Cora, what are you talking about? You wouldn't kill Jackie. We're friends, aren't we?
We're more than friends, Cora said and cocked her head, and the gun followed the movement of her eyes as she turned to gaze sappily at Brent. We're soulmates. And now that Jackie is out of the way, you'll be able to see that for yourself.
If you two are soulmates, then why are you pointing a gun at him?
Andrew asked. He was trying to stay focused, but all he wanted to do was scream at her. What had she done with Olivia? It just wasn't possible that Olivia and Jackie were dead. It couldn't be. Sometimes being in love means making the hard decisions. Cora coughed a little and her hand shook. You love me, right, Brent? I'll give you some time to grieve, but then we can be together, just like we were always meant to. Andrew could sense her presence even before he could see her. Part of it was the smell of smoke rolling off her in waves, but most of it was the feeling of calm that came over him whenever she was around. He saw the movement out of the corner of his eye, and then Olivia suddenly launched herself at Cora. The two women went down and the gun skittered across the floor. Jackie ran to Brent as Andrew lunged for the gun. He'd just picked it up when the door burst open, and what seemed to be the entire Luxembourg sheriff station poured into the apartment. Dazed, Andrew was pretty sure they were over the maximum number of people allowed in the apartment. After Nick separated the two struggling women, Olivia threw herself into Andrew's arms, and he wound his arms tightly around her. "Are you okay?" he whispered over and over again as he rubbed her back. He wanted to make sure that she was real, that she was alive, and that she was right there. I'm fine. Cora tried to burn Jackie's house down with us in it. She's a little insane. Absurdly, Olivia began to laugh at her own understatement. There were no words. Andrew pressed his lips to the top of her head, closed his eyes, and thanked whatever power had helped her to escape. After a few minutes, she finally pulled away. Lady Celeste was right, you know.
Right about what?
Right about the flames and about Natalie. She practically shoved Natalie into my lap, and the girl rescued us. She thought that something might have been wrong when Goodwin and Fender started acting crazy, so she tracked us down. She saved our lives. Reaching up, Andrew cupped her chin.
Remind me to offer her my undying gratitude,
he whispered before he leaned in to kiss her. As he held her, he thought about how close he'd come to losing her. This constant arguing they were doing about the cases that she took on hardly meant anything to him now. He loved Olivia. He loved her just the way she was, and he wasn't about to let her slip through his fingers. Chapter 24. Olivia fingered the ring tucked into the small pocket of her dress. She'd made reservations in the city to propose to him, but apparently he wanted to walk around town instead of going out to dinner. Okay, maybe we could take a walk after dinner, work off all those calories. Andrew gave her an odd look.
I promise to feed you afterward. We could grab something from the bakery if you're starving. We can have dinner in the city anytime.
We could also walk around town anytime, she pointed out. I put on a dress and heels. I even did my makeup. Andrew laughed as he buttoned the sleeves of his shirt.
I noticed, and you look amazing. It's just a short walk. You walk all the time with the dogs. After everything that happened, I just want to breathe some fresh air, stretch my legs, and spend some time with my amazing girlfriend.
Her plans were dashed, but she knew how he felt. After dealing with Joyce and Cora, all Olivia wanted to do was spend time with Andrew. That's why she wanted to propose. She wanted something amazing to happen this week. But if he wanted to walk around town, then she would gladly walk around town. She just wanted him to be happy. Incredulous, she watched as he leashed Goodwin and Fender. Is this a family trip?
she joked. He grinned. I guess it must be. Come on.
Confused, Olivia followed Andrew out. They walked silently for a few minutes. Are you going to hire a new secretary? She asked softly, just to make conversation.
I'm not. I put in my notice today at work. I think I can handle the next 2 weeks without a secretary, especially one who's obsessed with my best friend. Brent is ready, though. He's already looking for a secretary.
Andrew shook his head.
I still can't believe that I didn't see it. I mean, I knew that she was into Brent, but he's been with Jackie for almost a year now. How did I not see how it was changing her?
Holding Goodwin's leash, she wove her arm through his. You can't blame yourself. Nobody saw it. He stopped suddenly and pointed.
You see that spot right there?
Following his finger, she looked at the closed flower shop. The empty sidewalk?
That's the spot where I first saw you. You were in an argument with the shop owner because one of the dogs you were walking peed on the flowers.
Olivia's mouth dropped open slightly. Really? I remember that day, and I still maintain Lila's innocence.
No, Andrew said, his voice confident. She peed on the flowers. I watched it happen. But I was taken with your passion. I'd never seen anyone defend a dog like that before, especially since you were wrong.
Wrong? No, you must have been seeing things that day. Olivia laughed as they started walking again. The first time that I saw you was in the bakery. Janelle's employees had been talking about you for days, the handsome new guy in town. You were getting one of her poppy seed muffins.
I'd done my homework. I knew that your sister was working there, and I wanted a way to meet you. I went to that bakery every day for a week trying to spot you. I got addicted to those muffins.
I never knew that. They kept walking. The dim street lamps cast faint shadows on the sidewalk, and the night was quiet. Luxembourg had a tendency to go to bed early during the week. Happy to be with Andrew, Olivia was paying more attention to him than to where they were going. There was a peaceful expression on his face. They stopped again, the dogs seeming content to sniff around at the ends of their leashes, and she glanced around and tensed.
You know where this is?
He murmured. The parking lot where we found Yvette, Olivia sighed. It's still a little strange to see this spot without seeing her coffee truck.
It's your first mystery. Sometimes I wonder what might have happened if I'd put my foot down on your sleuthing. Our lives might have gone differently.
He smiled, even as she tensed. You think things might have been better? She asked cautiously.
I'm not saying that.
Andrew gave nothing else away as they started walking again. When he stopped next, she saw the sign at the edge of the town reading, Welcome to Luxembourg.
I bet you remember this.
Olivia didn't say anything. This was where Samantha, Yvette's killer, had nearly run Olivia down in her car. That sign had been the only thing that had saved her. Andrew wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close.
This was the first time that I realized I might lose you.
Yeah, I guess I've put you through a lot. Guilt settled in her chest. She didn't understand what Andrew hoped to accomplish with this impromptu walk down memory lane. Goodwin seemed to sense her disquiet and rubbed his head against her leg. She patted him absently. They passed Lemoore, and Andrew chuckled.
I will never forget you rushing past the hostess, dressed in your dog-walking outfit.
I know that you think I did it on purpose, but I really was just running late. It was also the first time that I learned about the seriousness of the Jacob and Samantha and Yvette triangle. It was the first step to solving my first murder mystery. The foursome, dogs and people, kept walking, the dogs exploring while she and Andrew talked almost fondly about their favorite moments. They walked past the wedding venue, where Olivia had found the body of Lacey McBride on that cold and rainy night. the spot where Lady Celeste had held her pet psychic demonstration. The park where Olivia had unsuccessfully tried to follow Kimberly Nesbitt's ex-husband when solving her friend's murder. The high school where she and Andrew had attended prom together after their breakup. They stopped at the bench in front of the school where she and Andrew had decided to give it another shot. Andrew sat down and leaned back casually, patting an adjacent spot. Fender slumped to the ground with a sigh, and Goodwin sat and lifted his nose to sample the breeze. Filled with mixed emotion, Olivia sat down next to him. "I feel like there was a reason for this walk," she said cautiously and swallowed hard. "We've had some ups and downs, haven't we?" he said with a smile. "You know, for the first 2 years of our relationship, I thought I had you all figured out. Sure, you were a little complicated, and you were definitely a flight risk, but I just had to hang on through your insecurities and we'd be just fine." "But now?" "You've changed, Olivia. You started investigating cases and you changed. I thought you were going down a bad road, but then I realized that I was wrong." "What?" Olivia's startled gaze flew up to meet his. "What do you mean?" "You and Janelle had a horrible one-sided relationship before you started investigating Yvette's murder. That case helped you two grow closer, and now you're both successful business owners, and you own the building where you work. You've helped forge relationships like Derek and Delilah," he smiled, "and the mayor and Lady Celeste." He chuckled and added as if to himself, "I find both of them a little strange." Then he turned to Olivia, his tone firm again, his pride in her showing through clearly. "You fought hard to clear people's names, and you saved Hattie. You're a remarkable woman, and I was so scared of losing you that I never even saw that happening." Andrew suddenly turned, leaned toward her, and clasped her hands in his. Goodwin, never one to be left out, licked their joined hands, but Andrew forged on, ignoring any distraction. "Olivia, I think that you should study and get your PI license. Make it official. You'd be great at it." Of all the things that she might expect Andrew to say, that was not one of them. "Okay," she said slowly. "I mean, I'm still a dog walker. I love my business, and I'm not ready to give that up." "You won't have to," Andrew said, squeezing her hands. "You've been balancing both, and now that I'm freelancing, I'll be able to help out where I can." He took a deep breath and said earnestly, "I just want you to be happy, Olivia." Nervously taking one hand away to tuck her hair behind her ear, she bit her bottom lip. "I would be lying if I didn't admit that I've been thinking about it, but I want you to be happy too." "There's only one thing that I need to be happy." Smiling, he slipped from the bench and bent down on one knee. As if they'd practiced, Goodwin and Fender moved to sit next to Andrew, and both dogs placed their paws on the bench. "You." "What? What are you doing?" Olivia said in confusion. Andrew chuckled. "I guess you figured it out by now. I asked everyone to help me keep you busy so you wouldn't know what I was doing. The first time I proposed to you, I was just looking for a way to keep you. I thought that if I dragged you along kicking and screaming, you'd finally settle down. Eventually. I was wrong." "Andrew," Olivia muttered as she put a hand to her lips. He was simultaneously ruining everything and filling her with joy. "But now I think you're ready." He put a hand to his heart and said, "I want you, with all your crazy ideas and your heart full of love, forever." He swept the sky with his hand to emphasize the sentiment. "I want to be your husband through the good times and the bad." He brought his hand down to capture Olivia's in a gentle clasp. "I want to be there to encourage you, to be your best." He looked at the dogs and smiled. "I want to give Fender and Goodwin a brother or a sister, the human kind.
and start this new crazy chapter of our lives with you."
Goodwin gave a small woofle, as if in support, but Andrew was doing fine.
"Will you marry me?"
He pulled out a velvet box and opened it. Olivia took one look at the gorgeous ring and frowned. "You've got to be kidding me." Andrew's eyes widened in panic.
"Excuse me?"
"Stanley knew that you'd gotten a ring to propose to me. Nick and Jackie knew. Brent, Janelle, holy crap, even Patrick knew. They all knew that you were going to propose to me."
He looked confused. "Yes, they did. Is that okay?"
"They weren't encouraging me to work on this case to distract me from your proposal, Andrew. They were doing it to distract me from my proposal."
Andrew looked even more confused. "Your proposal."
Thinking back to all the things that hadn't made sense, Olivia laughed and reached into her pocket. "I was afraid you weren't going to believe that I was ready. I'd been so afraid of commitment before. Why would you believe that I was ready now?" She shook her head at herself. "I'd been working on this plan for weeks. I was afraid that if I did it here in town, it would remind you of some fight that we had. So I made reservations in the city."
"Olivia, I have no idea what you're talking about. But the fact that you're not answering my question might send me to my grave."
Pulling out the ring she had bought, she showed it to him. "I was going to propose to you tonight. I was going to tell you that there wasn't a single doubt in my mind. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I love you, Andrew. I love your patience and your brilliance and your overprotectiveness. I wanted you to know that I'm ready, 100%. I was going to ask you to marry me."
"You bought me a ring?"
Andrew laughed and shook his head.
"You are the most amazing woman I have ever met."
He sobered again, looking intently into her face.
"One who still isn't answering my question."
"Technically, you popped the question first. But if I hold out until you answer, then I can still say that I proposed to you." Olivia laughed when Andrew suddenly rose and planted a big kiss on her lips.
"Anything to make my bride-to-be happy. Yes, Olivia, I can't wait to marry you."
Giddy with bliss, Olivia slid the ring onto his finger. The diamonds sparkled on the dark surface. Andrew closed the box holding the ring he'd offered her and tried to pull it away. "No, what are you doing?" Olivia laughed.
"Hey, I'm engaged now. I don't have to propose to you anymore. Maybe I can get my money back."
He kissed her as she tried to reach for the ring, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. She was so busy enjoying herself that she didn't even notice when he slipped the ring on her finger. Breaking off the kiss, he sat back on the bench, and they held each other close. Goodwin and Fender barked happily and licked at them in excitement. "Next week, the park. We'll hold the reception at Endgame and have Janelle bake us a cake. I'm sure Delilah will find me the perfect dress, and we won't have anything to stress about. Do you think you can get your family down in time?"
I told them yesterday to clear their schedules.
"Pretty sure that I would be a yes, huh?" Olivia teased. Andrew tightened his hold.
"I just couldn't imagine a life without you, Olivia."
Olivia felt the same way. Epilogue. Olivia had no idea how the town had managed it, but the dog park looked beautiful. The gazebo and the benches and lawn chairs were decked out in flowers and lace. Her clients brought their dogs, and the four-legged guests played happily in the park while the two-legged guests gathered. Jackie and Janelle were her bridesmaid and matron of honor, and Brent and Nick stood with Andrew. It turned out that Lady Celeste was an officiant, and she married them in a flourish of elegance and eloquence. She didn't forget to point out more than once that she'd foreseen this moment from the very beginning, and even though she had to break the bride's curse and save Olivia's life, she had always known that the happy couple were meant to be. This time, there were no whispers about the wedding not happening. Everyone was more than thrilled, and the park was packed.
Dogs were, of course, welcome, and everyone was on their best behavior. Delilah decked Olivia out in a beautiful but simple ivory halter dress, and Jackie and Janelle looked gorgeous in midnight blue. Goodwin and Fender didn't even seem to mind the midnight blue and ivory bows tied to their collars. There was a loud cheer when Lady Celeste pronounced them husband and wife, and more than a few people shouted, "It's about time!" Endgame and Janelle had both brought specially prepared food to the park. A small band set up in the gazebo at the center of the dog park, and everyone danced and played games. There was nothing that could have made the day more perfect. Nothing, at least, until Janelle's water broke and she went into labor. "Look at that," Olivia said with a grin. "My wedding anniversary and my nephew's birthday are going to fall on the same day, and I believe that I won the town pool." "Come on, wife of mine," Andrew said smugly, and she smacked him on the arm. But Olivia had to laugh when he finished. "It looks like we're going to the hospital before we start our honeymoon and try to make a baby of our own." Olivia? Add a baby to her chaotic life of dogs and mystery? She couldn't be happier.
This has been Without Missing a Bark, Happy Tales Dog Walking Mysteries, Book 6. Written by Stella St. Clair. Narrated by Machelle Williams. Copyright 2018 by Relay Publishing. Production copyright by Relay Publishing.